democratic principle of sustainable development. And by fulfilling its mission, AMEPPA aims to make a significant contribution to the region's public administration and public policy landscape. Previous presidents of AMEPPA, including my former colleagues and current colleagues, Jennifer Bremer, Hamid Ali, Ghada Barsoum, and others, have made invaluable contributions to the organization's success. Their leadership, vision, and dedication have helped shape AMEPPA into the influential organization it is today. The organization's annual conference is becoming a premier event in the region's academic calendar. Over the years, the conference has been hosted in various Middle Eastern countries, including Morocco, this is where they started, then Turkey, Lebanon, Palestine, Kuwait, Qatar, and for the last 3 years, we've hosted it here at AUC Egypt, always providing an inclusive platform for knowledge sharing and networking. We also have as partners with us several reputable national and international entities, as you will see on the agenda, including CAWA, the Central Agency for Organization and Administration, NASPA, the Network of Schools of Public Policy Affairs and Administration, UNESCO, OECD, Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, and many others from around the region. We have a full agenda spreading over the 2 days of the conference. A big team has been working very hard to organize the conference, including the 2 AMEPPA vice presidents, Dr. Noura Wahbi, Dr. Ismat Zidane, who couldn't make it today from Hamad bin Khalifa University, Dr. Khalid Amin, USAID EGA, and his great team, Dr. Nihal and Aya, Mrs. Ines Abdelazim, the Executive Director for AMEPPA, the various session chairs. We called upon all our faculty and friends in the field to help us out chairing sessions during the set of parallel sessions over the 2 days, the moderators, the speakers, and many others whom you will meet throughout the conference. Besides the welcome notes from the distinguished speakers and ministers, we have planned over the coming 2 days 6 plenary sessions, 8 parallel sessions, nearly 40 research papers will be presented and discussed. The conference also, very importantly, ends with a gala dinner and an optional excursion on the 23rd of December to the Grand Egyptian Museum. For those who are interested, please, you can register for the excursion. Maybe it's more important than the conference itself. So welcome everyone to the opening session of AMEPPA's 2024 conference. Hope you spend 2 wonderful and useful days with us. And now, I give the floor to our school dean, Dr. Noha Al-Mekkawi, Dean of the School of Global Affairs and Public Policy. Dr. Noha Al-Mekkawi has been with us for the past 2 years now, and she came from Ford Foundation, where she was the regional director at Ford Foundation. Previously, also, she was a full-time faculty here at AUC in the Political Science Department. We're very fortunate that she has joined us at the School of Global Affairs and Public Policy. Dr. Noha Al-Mekkawi.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Leila. Great introduction, not of me, but what AMEPPA is. Noha Al-Mekkawi, Dean of the School of Global Affairs and Public Policy. The school was established in 2009 by His Excellency, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Nabil Fahmy, Dean Emeritus of AUC. And since 2009, the School of Global Affairs and Public Policy has really done a magnificent job, thanks to Dean Emeritus Fahmy and all the wonderful faculty and staff who have come to make what this school is about. The school hosts the Department of Public Policy and Public Administration, which is hosting this conference, has been hosting it for several years, as you heard from Professor Leila Al-Baradei. The school hosts also the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, the Department of Law, Center for Digital TV Journalism, Center for Immigration and Refugee Studies, and also hosts the Middle East Studies program. We do produce 2 journals, Cairo Review of Global Affairs and Arab Media and Society, and we host a series of public debates that we ask you to follow on our website and come and join us, because rich discussion is what this region needs more than ever. I am very grateful for you all being here today. Some of you have come from afar, traveled long distances to be with us. I am very grateful for the participation of all of our colleagues from the region, from the Arab region. A moment like no other, for which we are all grateful for your contributions, intellectual contributions. A moment where the region is facing incredible transformations, pregnant with opportunities, but also enormous challenges to societies, to the notion of the state, and that is particularly the case in the Middle East. But the region also has countries with diversified economies in North Africa that are still struggling to deliver on the social contracts that will strengthen, no other thing will strengthen the relationship between citizen and state except delivering on the social contract. Call it delivering on the SDGs if you want. But as you all know more than I do, this region and the world are not meeting SDGs. And hence, public policy, public administration, from a principled, ethical, inclusive, equitable perspective is needed more than any other time before. And so it's not to say that I am coming only with bad news. Of course, the region also delivers good, innovative models of public administration and public policy. And all of you, I hope, will engage in discussing those good models today. Let's not forget the region is having a subset of countries in it, in the Gulf primarily, that are trying very hard to develop very quickly at the high end of development. That's also an experience that we need to study very well, learn from, and move forward together. My final point is, I repeat, as you will probably hear from our ESCWA friends, there are still people around this region who believe that the future of this region is in collaboration in the region, coordination in the region. Integration, who knows? But definitely collaboration in this region is very much needed. And opening ourselves up to experiences from the rest of the globe. That's the vision of the School of Global Affairs and Public Policy, to open ourselves to all good experiences, but keep our eyes only on equity, principled, inclusive public policy and public administration. I look forward to learning a lot from you today, and I wish you a wonderful conversation in the next 2 days. It gives me great honor to introduce President of the American University in Cairo, Dr. Ahmed Dallal.
Thank you, Dean McKelvey. Also, thank you, Dr. Leila. Dr. Ahmed Tantawi, advisor to the Minister and head of the Applied Innovation Center, attending on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Amr Talat, Minister of Communications and Information Technology. Dr. Khalid Abdul Hamid, Governor of Qina, Mr. Sean Jones, Mission Director, United States Agency for International Development, Dr. Muhammad Al-Qadri, President of the Network of Schools of Public Policy and Administration, our distinguished keynote speakers, Your Excellency Dr. Khalid Sheikh, Professor Catherine Newcomer, and Professor William Emick, distinguished partners, panelists, guests, and colleagues, of whom there are some familiar faces. I'm very glad to see you here with us. Good morning, and welcome to the American University in Cairo for the 13th conference of the Association for Middle East Public Policy and Administration. We are honored to host this gathering of policymakers, academics, researchers, practitioners, and international organizations. AUC is proud to serve as the institutional home for AMEPPA community, fostering collaboration, and advancing evidence-based, inclusive, and effective governance. I also want to thank our partner, USAID's Egypt Economic Governance Activity, EGA, for their invaluable support. Across the Middle East, institutions face complex political, social, economic, environmental, and geopolitical challenges. Yet there lies opportunities too. Progress towards sustainable development is possible through innovative, inclusive, and holistic approaches to policymaking and governance. Advances in technology, for example, can enhance decision-making, increase efficiency, and improve public service delivery. However, these technologies must be integrated with fairness, transparency, human oversight, and mechanisms to control bias. At the same time, institutions must become more agile and responsive to rapidly evolving needs, and God knows, everything is rapidly evolving around us. They should integrate sustainability into public policies and build resilience to withstand economic shocks. As universities, we recognize the urgency to act and contribute to ensuring that these systems and technologies benefit all communities. This conference serves as a platform to explore these opportunities and challenges. Together, we can develop strategies for pragmatic, impactful change, strategies that promote equity, expand citizen participation, and enhance accountability. The insights shared in this forum are essential to creating frameworks that address the region's priority. We talk about equity, we talk about accountability, and quite often people think it's unrealistic, it's idealistic, but it's the only way that we will have stability. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how the currents are moving in the opposite direction, ultimately, the only way to ensure stability is we work on equity and accountability and participation. And to echo Dean McCow's points, collaboration, maybe integration, but not domination. Schools of public policy and administration bear a special responsibility. Through degree programs, research, and capacity building initiatives, we prepare future leaders to navigate the complexities of governance. We aim to equip them with technical skills and the vision to lead transformational change. At the same time, we are positioned to offer research-driven recommendations that are inclusive, practical, and responsive to different contexts. The fact that we are gathered here today demonstrates our shared commitment to advancing good governance through collaboration. By pooling our expertise, resources, and networks, we can accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals and drive the MENA region toward a more sustainable, equitable future. I'm grateful to each of you for your participation and want to acknowledge the efforts of the EGA and AMEPPA teams which made this event possible. Let us use this opportunity to share knowledge, inspire action, and chart a path forward for the communities we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dalal. And next, to give a welcome note is Mr. Sean Jones, USAID's Mission Director in Egypt. Mr. Jones has been the leader of USAID Ethiopia since July 2019. This mission is one of the largest in Africa and focuses on various initiatives such as HIV/AIDS, malaria, agriculture, food security, climate change, and education. Before his current role, he had significant positions within USAID, including Deputy Coordinator for Power Africa and Senior Deputy Assistant Administrator for Food Security. He has also served as Mission Director in Mexico, Yemen, and has experience in Colombia, Iraq, and Jordan. With a background in strategic consulting, trade analysis, business operation, Jones holds a master's degree in public policy, so he's one of us, and is fluent in Spanish, but he's going to give his welcome notes in English, hopefully. Thank you.
I will not be giving them in Arabic, but I do appreciate the younger photo. This is a nice way to start a Saturday morning. It's really a pleasure to be with all of you, and I want to First, express thanks to Professor Ahmed Dalal, the president of AUC, for hosting all of us and welcoming us here today. The president of CAWA, Dr. Saleh Al-Sheikh, thank you for joining us today. Dr. Laila Al-Badre, for welcoming us, and there she is, for welcoming us and leading AMEPPA to have a terrific conference today. Dr. Noha El-Makawi, for whom, if she and I had not had a conversation about 6 or 8 weeks ago, I would not be here today. It was you that got me here this morning, and I really appreciate that. So it was really my pleasure to be with you all today. Representatives and members of AMEPPA, our partners in the government of Egypt, and visiting dignitaries from other institutions, other universities, international organizations, and distinguished guests, and students. Thanks for being here today. And thank you for your leadership and commitment to advancing public policy and public administration in Egypt and beyond. For those of us who care very deeply for the Middle East, this has been an incredibly challenging year plus. The themes of this conference, change and resilience, are apt at a time of such profound upheaval in the lives of millions of people. The challenges, as we all know, are many. For instance, we are praying for the people of Syria as they write their new story. We are working day and night to bring peace to Palestinian civilians who are caught in a terrible conflict between Hamas and Israel. And in Egypt, many of us are trying every day to counter the stubborn conditions that are causing economic hardship for so many. Even more broadly, technology is advancing at an unprecedented pace. Media and data are used to create truths that support the biases of the readers and the viewers. Environmental changes are making people poorer and the prosperity of the future more uncertain. And states themselves are finding it harder and harder to provide the health, the education, the food security that is demanded by growing populations. And as the world and the pathways before us become more uncertain, fear takes hold. It paralyzes us. We feel like the solutions are at our fingertips, but we cannot muster the energy, or even worse, the courage to identify, advocate for, or implement solutions. I myself am a student and a practitioner of public policy, and I know it is at these moments of fear and paralysis and uncertainty that the resilience that we all seek and the adaptation, the ability to adapt, are most at risk. Regardless of politics and alliances, religion, global geopolitical forces, climate change, and the dozens of other reasons that are driving the change all around us, there is no question that the deployment of sound and courageous public policy is needed more today, now more than ever. As you will consider at this conference, the shift towards more resilient systems and governance requires that people, approaches, and institutions that are unafraid to step beyond what is expected of them. They will support efforts to use data to drive policy, rather than leaving politics and institutional preservation alone to drive that policy. In that vein, today's challenges require political leaders and policymakers who are courageous every day and stand up for what they know is right, not just what is expedient, not just what is the path of least resistance, and certainly not just what is in preservation of the status quo. This is the moment in which today's public policy professionals find themselves, either as supporting actors in the policymaking process or as policymakers themselves. Today's challenges require that all of us rethink how we design and implement public administration and policy. So we are seeing wonderful things not only in the Middle East, but around the world in the area of public policy and public management. In some places, our approaches to the challenges and the institutions that care for us are indeed becoming more resilient to change. Tools like AI, big data analytics, and network and design thinking are revolutionizing governance approaches. Political leaders are leaning in on sound public policy processes to understand the stories that the data is trying to tell us, and to adapt our ideas, be open-minded to the ideas and the models from home and abroad. And governments are creating budget systems that are more responsive to emerging needs, to emergencies, and new challenges and opportunities. And of course, institutions are investing in strengthening the linkages between the variety of services and organizations that are required by the citizenry, the communities, the private sector, and the government itself. In Egypt, the American people have been proud to support institutional resilience, good governance, good policymaking, and innovative approaches that benefit Egypt's communities and its people. Across our work, the US government partners to empower students, professionals, and institutions as they leverage the opportunities for innovation in public administration reform. USAID has actively supported the government of Egypt's ambitious public administration reform agenda. Central to that work and our recent efforts is assisting the government of Egypt to develop its national public administration reform strategy. The strategy, as we would all expect, is rooted in a robust consultative process with input from senior officials, experts, and stakeholders, some of whom are actually present here today. The United States supports these consultative processes and which have been accompanied by capacity building of Egyptian civil servants and the institutions in order to implement that strategy. So far, we've reached over 16,000 Egyptian public servants directly. We have created digital curricula for another 50,000 public servants. And we're implementing training programs for another 1 million Egyptian public sector workers to help them better meet the needs of communities throughout the nation. Innovation is really at the heart of our work together. And even with Akawa, we have a wonderful partner. We have worked with their committed public servants to develop Kemet, Egypt's first AI chatbot for the civil service, directly supporting the needs of civil servants every day as they go about doing their work. This tool exemplifies how these emerging technologies can actually enhance the client services and transform public administration. Kemet provides instant, transparent access to civil service information, empowering civil servants, and soon it will be rolled out for all Egyptian citizens. Another challenging topic is corruption, and it is the scourge of all governments. We are partnered with ACA, the Administrative Control Authority, and the National Anti-Corruption Academy to develop Egypt's national anti-corruption strategy. We're also supporting the Egyptian government as it establishes internal control and governance units inside of the government entities. While maybe not the sexiest subject, internal controls, they are built to improve the systems, the programs, the public sector investments, the efficiency and the transparency, the work of government. Later in this conference, you'll hear from some of my colleagues from EGA, the Economic Governance Activity of USAID, where you'll hear more about some of the work that we're doing across government to help advance Egypt's public administration reform efforts. And this collaboration that we're seeing today between USAID, the American University of Cairo, the Association for Middle Eastern Public Policy and Administration, AMEPPA, and the government of Egypt and others exemplifies the transformative power of collective efforts, and that's really key. Collective efforts in addressing pressing public administration challenges. Your deliberations over the next 2 days will be critical in shaping the future of governance. Thank you also today for being courageous in the coming years to influence the current generation of public sector leaders and to groom the next generation of policymakers. Thank you for allowing USAID to be your partner today, and I wish you a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sean Jones. And now another welcome note from Dr. Ahmed Tantawi, advisor to the Minister of Communication and Information Technology in Egypt, head of the Applied Innovation Center, MCIT. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here. I'm also honored to convey to you the greetings and regards of His Excellency Dr. Amr Talat, the Minister of Communications and IT. I am supposed to give his speech, but I won't. Don't tell him. I know you're recording. He will. Because I'd actually, based on what I've seen and heard so far, you're more interested not in what MCIT is doing and what the information technology sector in Egypt is doing, but rather on, I'm a bit selfish here, on what my organization is doing. The organization that I'm heading and actually helped establish almost 5 years ago has a specific purpose. That purpose is to try to use or promote the use of emerging technologies in general. Of course, AI is on top of the list, but not just AI. So promoting the use of such technologies in doing things that are important to the nation at large, not just the government, but the nation at large. And let me explain a little bit. Every government in the world has core functions. The core function is not providing services. It's basically providing something that's deeper than that. Taking care of healthcare, taking care of education, taking care of prosperity and economic development of the nation, security, of course, safety, justice. All these things are the core businesses of any government. Yet there is barely activities in the public sector, beyond the academic sector, of course, that work on these things, that try to use technologies and develop sort of R&D activities that are applied to the improvement of such services and such functions, which are, again, the core business of the government. We try to establish that, an entity within MCIT to do that job, actually. So we do not basically outsource or have this work done by companies. We do them in-house initially. But if there is a solution to one of these problems that can be done by the private sector, we absolutely do not touch it unless it involves confidential data, confidential things, and so on and so forth, so we get involved. So this is really the primary goal of that unit. And it has been pretty successful so far. We don't talk too much, and maybe that's why we're able to work, right? We're facing a lot of challenges, but we've tried to master some of the technology and develop some of the technologies in-house to own them. I mean, the government owned them in order for it to have some independence and sort of being able to use such technologies as it wishes, actually, to do things in the government and the private sector. I'll give you a few examples. I'm not going to be too long here. First area is the medical or healthcare and so on. The government is responsible about all activities that have to take care of screening large segments of the population to detect certain diseases. Breast cancer, diabetes, all sorts of things. Dental issues for kids, for example, basically under age 4. So all these things do not really happen. And there is no way they can be implemented in a nation like Egypt with 110 plus million, maybe we added 1 million since we started this meeting. So it's a very difficult thing to do. without technology. Technology can help. So this is where we step in and try to help, right? So we have actually developed an AI-based solution for the detection of diabetic retinopathy, which is for diabetic people, which actually every diabetic person should be screened for that disease every year. It won't happen. There are not enough ophthalmologists to do the job, and of course, AI can help. And it's a relatively simple problem, quite frankly. It's like a 2D image that you develop algorithms to detect such things and so on. And we've done that work using Egyptian data. So we've screened 12,000 Egyptian citizens who are diabetic, and we collected data and developed an AI engine for that. And we started using it we have actually funding for 1 million diabetic patients to screen the disease in them. The second one, which is really related, glaucoma, which is an important thing, and so on, macular edema. We started to work on the eye thing, but in parallel, we work with an NGO, Bahia, maybe you heard about it or you know of it, to develop a breast cancer detection AI system as well that has reached really reasonable precision levels, and we're starting to deploy it right now. That's for, with them. Again, on Egyptian data. Of course, there's a core of publicly available data, but we also use Egyptian data because the Egyptian data makes a huge difference in the precision. There are differences. There are definitely differences, maybe not genetic as much as diet, lifestyle, and so on and so forth that affect the way the disease manifests itself. So this is on the medical sector. We also started projects on helping, right? Helping companies, not us. We're not going to develop drugs, for instance, but we help companies, Egyptian companies, to repurpose drugs, not design, complicated things, but repurpose drugs that have been used and are safe and everything, but they can be used for other diseases by studying the impact of those drugs on certain proteins. So that's in that sector. We've also developed natural language processing tools that use Egyptian colloquial Arabic. Most of you know Arabic, some don't, but you know that Arabic is really the modern standard Arabic, which is written and spoken and so on, but there's also the colloquial Arabic, which everybody speaks, and absolutely nobody speaks modern standard Arabic, that's for sure, except on TV, the newscasts and so on and so forth. That language produces, 99% of the cultural content that's developed. Some of it is, culture is a big word for it, but that's the thing. This is the language that people speak in court, right? So, victims and others speak that language in court. So we need to record that, which we are doing right now, to record that in order to analyze it and help the judges, so on, which again helps the justice system process things much faster than it does today. We actually record the minutes of the cabinet of ministers, for example, for the cabinet to be able to basically analyze its own decisions based on historical data and get into that. So we're working on that as well. All that is in the Arabic space. We also worked on satellite, again, AI models using satellites for things to monitor the incursion on agricultural land, monitor illegal buildings, monitor illegal or illicit, drugs or plants and so on and so forth. So we monitor these things through, again, AI models using satellite images and so on. There is a lot that's being done, which is a start. We have challenges. This is not the forum to discuss them, but I just want to assure you that innovation can make and is making and will continue to make huge impact on the way public policy is made and the way it is implemented as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tantawi. And yes, innovation is definitely important to the field of public administration and public policy. Next, we have a final welcome note from Her Excellency, Dr. Rania Al-Mashat, who couldn't make it to the conference today, but there is a recorded message that we're going to play it right now. Minister of Planning, Economic Development and International Cooperation.
Your Excellencies, honorable attendees, it is with great pleasure that I join such a distinguished gathering of experts, policymakers, and academics at the 13th Annual Conference of the Association for the Middle Eastern Public Policy and Administration, hosted by the American University in Cairo. This conference addresses a fundamental issue for the future of our nations and societies, the transformation of public administration and public policies towards innovation-driven and future-resilient strategies in an ever-evolving world. Achieving sustainable economic development is a cornerstone of Egypt's vision for the future. This vision cannot be realized without effective, flexible, and adaptive public administration that embraces innovative and forward-thinking strategies. As the World Bank report on the middle income trap underscores, many countries find themselves stalled because they fail to strike a strategic balance between fostering innovation, maintaining existing systems, and renewing outdated structures which are essential for progress. Addressing the challenges of the middle income trap points to the need to recognize that innovation is not a luxury, but a necessity to break free from stagnation and achieve sustained economic transformation. For Egypt, this means making innovation a fundamental driver of progress. However, the government alone cannot accomplish this endeavor. It necessitates open dialogue, collaboration, and strategic partnerships with the private sector, academia, and international development partners. By working together, we can generate the bold ideas and initiatives required to ensure that innovation is reflected in Egypt's progress. A solid foundation of resilient policies, such as the recent public planning law, emphasizes stakeholder engagement, citizen-centric approaches, and balanced development across geographic, sectoral, and environmental dimensions. The Ministry of Planning, Economic Development and International Cooperation also oversees 36 innovation-focused projects valued at $1 billion, representing close to 4% of Egypt's ODA portfolio, in partnership with multilateral and bilateral development partners, including USAID. More recently, USAID's funded economic governance activity, launched in 2020 and running through 2025, embodies the spirit of collaboration by advancing economic governance, particularly reforms which are aligned with Egypt's Vision 2030 and the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. The achievements of this program align seamlessly with the themes that we will be discussing today, in collaboration with the Ministry and other stakeholders, such as the Administrative Control Authority, the Central Agency for Organization and Administration, and the National Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. This program has achieved remarkable milestones. These include the launch of Kimit, Egypt's AI-based chatbot for civil service, which enhances transparency and provides instant access to legal information. The program also presents a draft framework of the National Public Administration Reform Strategy, laying the groundwork for systemic reform. It also significantly advances the monitoring of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy using electronic performance management tools and introduces digital training courses for civil servants, which focuses on skills in management, ethics, and gender equality. The program also supports the successful incubation of startups, creating new jobs, and highlighting the role of entrepreneurship in economic growth. Additionally, it has launched mentorship programs for women in civil service, empowering a new generation of female leaders. These initiatives underscore Egypt's commitment to building an inclusive and efficient workforce while fostering an enabling environment for innovation and investment. Aligned with this progress, the Ministry works closely with other development partners and national stakeholders to enhance public administration reform and maximize the impact of innovation-driven initiatives. The Ministry actively supports various initiatives that strengthen resilience and agility in public administration, including InnovGov ideation workshops, which are developed in collaboration with the UN Joint Team on Digitization and Innovation. These workshops bring together government entities, international partners, and startups to co-create citizen-centric solutions focused on digital transformation, climate change, and sustainable development. The Ministry also supports Khadamat Misr centers, which streamlines over 150 government services under one place, improving service delivery and accessibility. Additionally, the Ministry oversees the Egypt Government Excellence Award, which encourages a culture of competitiveness and quality in public service. Sustainability and climate action are also key components of resilience and innovation, which the Ministry drives through global collaboration, such as initiatives of Climate Tech Run, and locally through the National Initiative for Smart Green Projects. These programs engage startups, development partners, government entities to promote sustainable technology solutions across Egypt's regions, addressing critical environmental challenges and enhancing public administration. Finally, monitoring and evaluation and impact assessments are vital for ensuring the effectiveness and sustainability of all these development projects. The Egypt Impact Lab plays a crucial role in this process by evaluating the outcomes of various initiatives. It ensures that public policies and programs are evidence-based, scalable, and aligned with national priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, as we gather here today, let us reaffirm our collective commitment to advancing resilient, innovative, and evidence-based public administration systems. By working together, we can forge a path towards a future shaped by collaboration, strategic foresight, and innovation that ensures that sustainable development and shared prosperity are there for all. I look forward to the outcomes of this conference, which I hope will inspire meaningful dialogue and actionable solutions that will strengthen our institutions and pave the way for lasting positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Al-Mashrat. The session is being recorded, so maybe she'll hear us thank her later on. And now we'll invite to the podium Dr. Saleh Al-Sheikh, our first keynote speaker. Dr. Saleh Al-Sheikh is a seasoned expert with over 25 years of experience in public administration, academic pursuits, and training. He has held significant positions, including Vice Minister of Planning, Monitoring, and Administrative Reform, a member of the Supreme Committee of Administrative Reform as well. He has also contributed to international organizations like UN Women, the Arab League regional organizations. His academic career includes roles at Cairo University, definitely, where we worked together over there for many years, at Future University as well. He taught courses here and there, supervised research, conducted extensive research in public administration, administrative reform, and organization and development. And he's currently, of course, the president of the Central Agency for Organization and Administration, CAWA, where the huge number of public employees are situated, and he is doing a lot of work in order to reform the public administration. We're going to hear from him about the public administration reforms currently in Egypt taking place and the way forward. Dr. Saleh Al-Sheikh, please come to the forum. And Dr. Saleh is going to speak in Arabic, not Spanish. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Leila. According to our agreement, because most of the attendees, they are Arabic, from Arab countries, that's why I'm going to speak in Arabic. So please use your translation and interpretation aids. Thank you. بحرك منين؟ لا اوجهه فين؟ اوجهه فين؟ فين البوينتر اوجهه فين؟ ولا هنا؟ هو ده ما انا عارف بس اوجهه فين على اي لا في انهي اتجاه؟ فين الاتجاه؟ تمام اشكرك. ده الفيديو؟ لا الفيديو خلاص حضرتك لما تيجي تعمله هو هيشغله من جوه. صباح الخير على حضراتكم جميعا. يعني كل التقدير والدعم للدعوة الكريمة اللي أنا تلقيتها إن أنا بقى بين إيدين حضراتكم النهاردة للحديث حول الإصلاح الإداري في مصر. بالتأكيد صديقة العزيزة الدكتورة ليلى البرادعي ممتن لهذه الدعوة الكريمة. دكتورة نهى مكاوي طبعا بالتأكيد، دكتور أحمد دلال رئيس الجامعة، صديقي العزيز شون جونز، أستاذنا العظيم الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد درويش وزير التنمية الإدارية الأسبق، واحد من الناس اللي وضعوا بصمتهم وتركوا أثر في ملف الإصلاح الإداري مقدر ومحمود. طبعا بالتأكيد دكتور أحمد طنطاوي وصديق العمر الدكتور خالد عبد الحليم محافظ قنا. الزملاء الأعزاء من مشروع الحوكمة الاقتصادية، ممتن للتعاون والدور البناء اللي احنا بنؤديه معا من أجل خدمة الشعب المصري ومن أجل خدمة قضية الإصلاح الإداري. صديقي العزيز دكتور خالد أمين، دكتور عمر، دكتورة سلوى طوبالة، باشمهندس طارق، وكل التيم في الحقيقة كل التقدير وكل الامتنان للمسيرة اللي احنا بنبذلها معا من أجل تحقيق خدمات حكومية أفضل للمواطن المصري. في الحقيقة الإصلاح الإداري والإدارة عموما تبدأ من كلمة أنا مؤمن بيها جدا وبرددها دايما. ألكسندر بوب ده شاعر وروائي إنجليزي عاش في الفترة من سنة 1744 لسنة 1688. بيقول دع الناس يتجادلون يتناقشون حول أفضل أنواع الحكومات، أفضلها جميعا أفضلها إدارة. كلمة السر في نجاح شخص، في نجاح مؤسسة، في نجاح حكومة هي الإدارة. زي ما كلمة السر في الأقل حظاً في الحياة من أفراد ومؤسسات وحكومات هي الإدارة. فالإدارة هي التي تؤدي إلى التقدم والنجاح. العلاقة بين السياسة والإدارة طبعاً علاقة قوية جداً وعلاقة واضحة. فالعلاقة بين السياسة والإدارة هي علاقة عبارة عن عضوين متكاملين. بنتكلم على السياسة العامة وفي تعريفات كتيرة جدا جدا طالما احنا هنا في معقل مدرسة السياسات العامة، لكن أنا هقول تعريف من التعريفات المهمة جدا اللي أنا برضو يعني معجب بهذا التعريف لأنه هو في الحقيقة واقع. لوشيان باي أحد مفكري السياسات العامة بيقول أن السياسات العامة هي كل ما تقرر الحكومة فعله أو عدم فعله، هو كل ما تقوم الحكومة به أو لا تقوم الحكومة به. فعدم الفعل في حد ذاته فعل، عدم الفعل في حد ذاته موقف. فإذا ما قررت الحكومات عدم التصدي لقضية معينة هذا في حد ذاته سياسة. ومن ثم فالسياسات العامة هي كل ما تقرر الحكومة فعله أو عدم فعله. الحكومة علشان تقرر وتطلع السياسات العامة بتمر بأربع مراحل رئيسية. في مراحل كتير هتلاقي مدارس كتير بس معظم المتفقين على أنه في 4 مراحل رئيسية للسياسات العامة. أول مرحلة مرحلة الإعداد، وكل البرامج الحزبية ما هي إلا مشروعات سياسة عامة، ما هي إلا مشروعات سياسات عامة. لما تيجي الأحزاب تفوز في الانتخابات تبدأ تحول برامجها الحزبية من مجرد برامج حزبية إلى سياسات عامة، تصدر في صورة قرارات، في صورة قوانين، في صورة توجيهات، في صورة عقوبات، في صورة غرامات، في صورة حوافز، في أي صورة كانت. وهناك تعدد في أدوات السياسات العامة التي من الممكن استخدامها من قبل الحكومات المختلفة. فبالتالي أول مرحلة هي مرحلة الإعداد، ثم المرحلة الثانية وهي مرحلة الصنع. يبقى مرحلة الصنع، ودي هنا مرحلة رئيسية يبدأ فيها ظهور رجالات الإدارة العامة وأعضاء الإدارة العامة. البابليك ادمنستريتورز يعني عندهم دور قوي جدا في عملية صنع السياسات العامة. ولعلنا في بعض الأحيان وأنا أنتمي إلى البيروقراط نقول أن البيروقراط هم الصناع الحقيقيين للسياسات العامة. ليه؟ لأنه السياسيين يأتوا ثم يذهبوا. من الذي يمدهم بالبيانات؟ من الذي يمدهم بالتفاصيل المختلفة لصنع سياسات عامة جيدة ولانتقال تلك البرامج الحزبية إلى سياسات؟ هم أعضاء الإدارة العامة، هم أعضاء الإدارة العامة. هناك مدرسة قوية داخل مدارس السياسات العامة تقول أن الصناع الحقيقيين للسياسات العامة هم أعضاء الإدارة العامة، هم موظفي الجهاز الإداري والأجهزة الإدارية المختلفة. وهنا في دور قوي جدا ومحوري بقى. احنا قدام إزاء عدة حالات. الحالة الأولى أن رجالات الإدارة العامة أو أعضاء الإدارة العامة أو موظفي الجهاز الإداري للدولة يبقوا متعاونين مع الحكومة، دي حالة. وقد لا يكونوا متعاونين مع الحكومة، حالة تانية. الحالتين دول هيطلعوا لنا سياسات عامة مختلفة. نمرة 2، من الممكن الجهاز الإداري للدولة ده يبقى قوي أو يبقى ضعيف. وفي المرة دي برضو أيضا هناك تأثير على السياسات العامة التي من الممكن أن تصنع. فلو لو الجهاز الإداري للدولة قوي وكفء وقادر على القيام بمهامه، هيؤدي ذلك إلى مساعدة السياسيين في صنع سياسات عامة جيدة. طب لو الجهاز الإداري للدولة كان ضعيف، بالتأكيد ده هيؤدي إلى إخراج سياسات عامة ضعيفة. ماذا لو كان الجهاز الإداري للدولة قوي ولكنه غير متعاون؟ ماذا لو كان الجهاز الإداري للدولة ضعيف ومتعاون؟ كل هذه حالات تترك أثراً على السياسات العامة للدول. فإذا الفاعل الرئيس في عملية صنع السياسات العامة هو الجهاز الإداري والأجهزة الإدارية، ومن ثم تتضح أهمية الاهتمام بالإصلاح الإداري وإصلاح أجهزة الإدارة العامة. النقطة الثانية المرتبطة بالمرحلة اللي بعد كده هي مرحلة التنفيذ. من الذي ينفذ على الأرض؟ هل ينزل السياسيون إلى الشارع لتنفيذ السياسات العامة التي اتخذوها؟ بالطبع لا. بالطبع لا. نحن نتعامل يوميا مع أعضاء أجهزة الإدارة العامة في الشارع، بنتعامل معهم في كل مكان، في كل الخدمات التي نتلقاها، ومن ثم المنفذ الفعلي للسياسات العامة هم موظفي الجهاز الإداري للدولة. إذن الفاعل هنا بقى الأساسي في عملية التنفيذ الجهاز، ومن ثم أيضا تتوقف كفاءة التنفيذ على مدى قدرة هذا الجهاز من ضعف وقوة، وأيضا على مدى تعاون هذا الجهاز أو عدم تعاونه مع القائمين على الأرض على الأمر في البلاد. نقطة مهمة. ثم تأتي بعد كده المرحلة الرابعة ومرحلة تقويم السياسات العامة التي على أساسها تتغير السياسات أو تستدام السياسات وتستمر. لهذا كان عندنا يعني تطبيقات عديدة من قبل يعني القائمين على الأمور السياسية في البلاد في ضرورة أنه يتم احتواء الجهاز الإداري للدولة وأن يكون تابع للقائمين على الأمر. ومن ثم ظهر لنا نظام اسمه السبويل سيستم، نظام الغنائم. نظام الغنائم وكان بيطبق في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وطبق برضه في فترة من الفترات عندنا هنا في مصر. كان الحزب اللي بيفوز في الانتخابات يأخذ كل الوظائف ويرفض الموظفين من الحزب الآخر وعين موظفين موالين له، لأنه بالادعاء أنه هؤلاء هم الأقدر على المعاونة في تقديم سياسات عامة جيدة وأيضا في تنفيذ السياسات العامة التي يتبناها الحزب الحاكم. واستمر هذا الأمر على فترات طويلة إلى أن ثبت عدم جدواه، لأنه الموظفين الإداريين كانوا في تلك الفترات بيلعبوا سياسة أكتر ما بيقدموا خدمات للناس، لأنه هو كل ما يلعبوا سياسة وحزبهم الموجود في الحكم هيكمل، معناه أن أنا هكمل في وظيفتي، فبالتالي أنا صاحب مصلحة أن حزبي يكمل. فمن هنا حدث تأثير للإدارة العامة على السياسة، وبدأنا ننتقل رويدا من نظام الغنائم إلى نظام الجدارة، التوظف القائم على الإدارة وعلى الجدارة، وإنه يبقى في political neutrality for the public administrators. تبقى البابليك administration كلها وأجهزة الإدارة العامة تبقى محايدة سياسيا. ومن هنا ظهرت مسميات مختلفة، ومنها مصطلح الخدمة المدنية. نحن خدام مدنيين، نحن خدام الشعب في مجموعة، نحن خدام العامة. هو دي جودة المصطلح. فبالتالي هنا يتضح انه الدايكوتومي اللي اتكلم عليه وودرو ويلسون سنة 1878 بين السياسة والإدارة غير ممكن على أرض الواقع. ولما جه برضو وأصبح رئيس للولايات المتحدة في الحقيقة ما قدرش يفصل زي ما هو كتب، وأضطر وأسس للفصل ما بين الإدارة العامة والسياسة. انفصلوا كعلمين، لكن في النهاية هم متكاملين سواء من حيث العلم أو على الأرض. فدي نقاط مهمة جدا جدا فيما يتعلق بالعلاقة بين السياسة والإدارة، ودي اللي بتأكد على أهمية الموضوع وأهمية الدور اللي بتلعبه منظمات زي أميبا، وأهمية هذا المؤتمر واختيار موضوعه. في الحقيقة الحكومة المصرية بذلت جهود كبيرة جدا جدا عبر فترات طويلة من الزمن في إصلاح الجهاز الإداري للدولة، وكنا منفتحين على الخبرة دوما، كنا منفتحين للتعلم من الآخر، كنا منفتحين على الاطلاع على أفضل الممارسات عبر تاريخ الدولة المصرية كله في الحقيقة، إلى أنه في سنة 2014 الحكومة المصرية مسحت الواقع وشافت إيه التحديات اللي بتواجهها الجهاز الإداري للدولة. والتحديات ده في الحقيقة يعني تم تحديدهم في 7 تحديات رئيسية. في تحدي خاص بالتشريعات، في تحدي خاص بتقادم المؤسسات وتداخل أنشطتها أو تداخل أنشطة البعض منها، في تحديات لها علاقة بالحوكمة، في تحديات لها علاقة بتوظيف موارد الدولة، في تحديات خاصة بقدرات العنصر البشري، وفي تحديات خاصة أيضا بالإطار الثقافي. الإطار الثقافي اللي المفروض يبقى داعم لأداء الجهاز الإداري للدولة، وداعم لحماية المال العام، وداعم لتحقيق رضاء المواطنين. الحاجات دي اتحصلت في سنة 2014، ثم صدرت لنا خطة الإصلاح الإداري في سنة 2014 واللي احنا ملتزمين بيها حتى الآن. ومن الحاجات الجيدة اللي حصلت ان خطة الإصلاح الإداري في سنة 2014 تم تبنيها في إطار خطة الدولة للتنمية المستدامة 2030، فأصبحت هي الشابتر رقم 4 الخاص بكفاءة وشفافية المؤسسات. طيب الجهاز الإداري للدولة اتوضعت في الخطة بتاعت 2014 خطة رؤية، بدأت بالرؤية. هو ايه شكل الجهاز الإداري اللي احنا عايزينه؟ احنا عايزين جهاز إداري، وهنا انا I'm not gonna insult your intelligence عشان حضراتكم كلكم متخصصين، فبالتالي انا هتكلم بدون شرح المصطلحات. احنا عندنا 5 محاور رئيسية للرؤية دي اللي احنا عايزينها. عايزين جهاز إداري كفء، عايزين جهاز إداري فعال، عايزين جهاز إداري محوكم، عايزين جهاز إداري قادر على القيام بدوره التنموي، عايزين جهاز إداري يعلي من رضا المواطن، فرضاء المواطن هو المقصد والهدف. طب نحقق الرؤية دي ازاي؟ نحققها من خلال ال5 محاور بتوع الإصلاح دول. محتاجين نشتغل على محور خاص بالإصلاح التشريعي، محتاجين نشتغل على محور خاص بالتطوير المؤسسي، محور خاص ببناء وتنمية القدرات، محور خاص بالتحول الرقمي وتكامل قواعد البيانات، ومحور خاص بتحسين الخدمات العامة. ايه اللي حدث في كل المحاور دي؟ في الحقيقة في الإصلاح التشريعي احنا بنستهدف من خلاله انه ما تبقاش ايدين القائمين على الأمر لا هي مكتفة ومغلولة، ولا هي في حالة من يعني أن تفعل ما تشاء. احنا عايزين انضباط مع مرونة، عايزين انضباط مع مرونة في عملية صنع القرارات المختلفة. عندنا فيما يتعلق بهذا الشأن في إصلاحات كثيرة جدا تشريعية، أنا هركز على إصلاحين فقط. الإصلاح الأولاني وهو الإصلاح الخاص بقانون الخدمة المدنية. كانت في محاولة يعني أستاذنا الدكتور أحمد درويش قام بها في سنة 2007 في قانون الوظيفة العامة، ولكن لم يكن المجتمع آنذاك مهيأ لاستقبال هكذا تغيير. وأيضا في سنة 2015 لم يكن المجتمع أيضا مهيأ لعملية إصلاح ضخمة فيما يتعلق بالتوظف الحكومي وقانون الوظيفة الحكومية. وبدليل أنه من بين يعني آلاف من القوانين التي صدرت بقرارات جمهورية أو قرار بمرسوم قانون بمرسوم، يعني كلها قبلت من قبل البرلمان عندما انعقد، ما عدا قانون واحد فقط رفض من قبل البرلمان، وهو القانون 18 لسنة 2015 قانون الخدمة المدنية. أجريت عليه بعض التعديلات ثم صدر القانون قانون الخدمة المدنية رقم 81 لسنة 2016. قانون الخدمة المدنية ده أنا بعتبره، كل المتخصصين ربما في حقل الإدارة العامة بيعتبروا أن هذا قانون محوري في عملية الإصلاح الخاصة بالجهاز الإداري للدولة. يعني حتى من المسمى، القانون السابق قانون 47 لسنة 78 كان يسمى قانون العاملين المدنيين بالدولة، وكأنه العاملين المدنيين بالدولة هذا هدف في حد ذاته، وأنه محتاجين قانون ينظم شؤونهم فقط، لا ينظم مخرجات هؤلاء العاملين ما المطلوب من هؤلاء العاملين، وهذا هو الأمر الأهم. ومن ثم فهذا القانون هو قانون الخدمة المدنية. نحن هنا لنخدم الناس، نحن هنا لنخدم الشعب، فهو ده الدور الرئيسي والأساسي بالنسبة لنا احنا كخدام مدنيين. وأيضا قانون الخدمة المدنية عنده مجموعة من الاعتبارات الجيدة والمتقدمة في عملية الإصلاح، نذكر منها المسابقات المركزية، أنه كافة المسابقات في الدولة تتم من خلال بوابة الوظائف الحكومية التي تعلن فيها كافة الوظائف الشاغرة في الدولة، وأيضا مركز تقييم القدرات والمسابقات والذي تتم فيه كافة المسابقات التي تجري للتوظف في الدولة المصرية بناء على أسس يعني فيها الجدارة وفيها عدم المحاباة وفيها عدم الوساطة وفيها اختيار الأكفأ، وشعار واحد فقط مرفوع: من حق الناس الكويسة والجديرين والأكفاء أنهم يلاقوا وظيفة، ومن حق الدولة كمان ومؤسسات الدولة أنها توظف أفضل الكفاءات الموجودة داخل الوطن. ومن ثم شغل الوظائف من خلال إعلان مركزي، دي نقطة مضيئة ونقطة أساسية في قانون الخدمة المدنية. تقويم الأداء، يعني 99.9 بيجيب امتياز، هذا أمر يعني أحيانا ننظر إليه بكثير من يعني الداوتس، يعني بكثير من الشكوك. يعني واحنا عندنا احد الوزراء السابقين الاستاذ الدكتور اشرف العربي يعني سأل سؤال لا زلنا نبحث له عن إجابة. لما الموظفين في الجهاز الإداري للدولة يحصلوا يعني 99.9 يحصلوا على امتياز، أمال الناس زعلانة مننا ليه؟ ليه الناس مش راضية عن أدائنا؟ ده مش سؤال يستحق البحث، يستحق إن احنا نبحث له عن إجابات. هذا أمر أيضا مهم جدا. قانون الخدمة المدنية شكرا لواضعوه أطر لموضوع تقويم الأداء القائم على الجدارة، تقويم الأداء. ومن ثم صدر لينا قرار زي ما هنشوف بعد شوية 63 لسنة 19 بتاع تقويم الأداء وفقا لمعايير معينة تضمن انه يبقى عندنا بالكيرف فيما يتعلق بتقويم الاداء. عندنا نقطه ايضا مضيئه في قانون الخدمه المدنيه، وهي ضروره تحديث الهياكل التنظيميه. الهياكل التنظيميه والمؤسسات يا اخواننا عامله زي يعني ليها لايف سايكل زي عمر الانسان بالظبط. طيب الحاجات دي كلها محتاجه انجكشن. احنا يعني لازم ناكل ولازم نشرب ولازم نكسرسايز ولازم أيضا المؤسسات نفس القصة، لازم يعاد النظر فيها من آن إلى آخر. فقانون الخدمة المدنية طرح وأوجب على المؤسسات المختلفة أنها لازم تراجع هياكلها المؤسسية وهياكلها التنظيمية. أيضا منظومة الأجازات، وأيضا منظومة التسويات ومنظومة المستويات الوظيفية. قانون العاملين المدنيين بالدولة كان فيه 3 مستويات، قانون الخدمة المدنية فيه 7 مستويات، فأدى إحساس للناس أنها بتتحرك باستمرار، مش استجننت وقاعدة في مكانها فترات طويلة جدا من الزمن. أيضا قانون الخدمة المدنية كل القرارات الخاصة به طلعت، عندنا قرارات خاصة بالقرار 95 لسنة 17 والخاص بكيفية تقديم مقترح لتولي وظيفة قيادية، القرار رقم 96 التعاقد مع الخبراء سواء كان هؤلاء الخبراء وطنيين أم أجانب، عندنا القرار 97 تدريب الشباب واللي عدل بالقرار 5 لسنة 19، قرار التعاقد الوظيفي 110 لسنة 17 والملغى بالقرار 125 لسنة 18، عندنا قرار وزاري 63 لسنة 19، ده قرار يعني مهم جدا جدا لتدارسه من قبل كل المختصين بالسياسات العامة والإدارة العامة من وجهة نظري المتواضعة. القرار ده مهم جدا اللي هو قرار بالدليل الإرشادي لتقويم الأداء. ثم عندنا القرار 1167 بشأن موازنات البرامج والأداء، وعندنا قرار احنا بنعتبره محوري في طريقة التغلب على تعاون أو عدم تعاون، على ضعف أو عدم كفاءة الأجهزة الإدارية المختلفة، وهو القرار الخاص بالمساعدين والمعاونين. لم يكن لدينا مثل هكذا قرار. كان الوزراء لما يحلفوا اليمين يروح يلاقي الزملاء الموجودين والبيروقراط الموجودين داخل الجهاز الإداري للدولة مرة تانية قد يتعاونوا أو لا يتعاونوا، قد يكونوا أكفاء وقد لا يكونوا أكفاء. ومن ثم احنا قلنا في هذا القرار 422 لسنة 2020 هذا القرار بنقول إنه لكل وزير من حقه إنه يبقى معاه التيم بتاعه، يروح الوزارة مع التيم بتاعه، من حقه يبقى معاه 10 مساعدين ومعاونين براحته، اي توليفه بينهم 8 و2 5 و5 4 و6 براحته خالص، 10 معاونين كلهم 10 مساعدين كلهم. فلاول مره نحاول التغلب على التحديات الواقعيه فيما يتعلق بالعلاقه ما بين السياسه politics بمعنى البوليتكس والاداره العامه. القرارات بتاعت الترقيات كلها صدرت وبتصدر باستمرار، وبالتالي كل الترقيات صدرت بتاعت الموظفين وباستمرار الحركة بتطلع. وعندنا أيضا قرار احنا بنعتبره قرار محوري جدا، قرار توصيف وترتيب الوظائف وتقييم الوظائف. القرار ده يعني صدر بعد 42 سنة من القرار السابق. لنا أن نتخيل أيضا وبرضو هذا القرار من القرارات المحورية في عملية الإصلاح. التسوية بالمؤهل الأعلى، قانون الخدمة المدنية كان عندنا لما أي زميل من الزملاء كان بيحصل على مؤهل أعلى أثناء الخدمة يقدم الشهادة بتاعته فينتقل من وظيفة إلى وظيفة أخرى. فبالتالي أنا لو كنت يعني عامل خدمات معاونة أو في وظيفة معينة ثم حصلت على مؤهل أعلى بطالب بأنهم يسووا لي دون النظر إلى المقررات الوظيفية، دون النظر أن هناك ثمة احتياج حقيقي لي في هذه الوظيفة، وأنه ليس هناك احتياج آخر في الوظيفة الأخرى. ولما الدولة المصرية يعني شرعت في مثل هكذا كسياسة عامة داخل الجهاز الإداري للدولة استمرت من سنة 58، فقانون الخدمة المدنية قال لا، لأنه هذا الأمر أدى إلى خلخلة في توزيع الموظفين داخل الأجهزة الإدارية المختلفة. ومن ثم قانون الخدمة المدنية قال لك هنقف احنا عند التسوية، أو هي إعادة التعيين بالمؤهل الأعلى إن أردنا الدقة فيما يتعلق باللفظ القانوني المستخدم. قال لك لا، احنا هندي 3 سنين فترة انتقالية. يبقى اللي دخلوا دلوقتي أولى كلية في التعليم المفتوح أو كده هياخدوا 3 سنين، بعد ال3 سنين هيكونوا اتخرجوا، بالتالي نسوي. ففي سنة 2019 كانت آخر سنة للتسوية. فأيضا القانون كان رفيقا وكان مقدرا للظرف التاريخي الذي تمر به الموظفين. فبالتالي ده مهم جدا انه كمان انه بيحط السياسه بوضوح. بعد 2019 لو حضرتك تقررت انك انت تروح تجيب مؤهل اعلى مش هيحصل تسويه. فالامور كانت في منتهى الوضوح بالنسبه لمجتمع الموظفين. طب ماذا لو قال احدهم ان الحكومه لا تشجع التعليم؟ نرد ونقول لا، هو في الحقيقة من حق حضرتك تدرس وتجيب مؤهل أعلى، وهيبقى لك في الحالة دي فرصتين. الفرصة الأولى وهي مؤكدة إنك هتحصل على حافز التميز العلمي، فمرتبك هيزيد، فلوسك هتزيد، كل ما تحصل على مؤهل فلوسك هتزيد، فهذا أمر مؤكد. وهناك ثمة أمر غير مؤكد، وأنه في حالة وجود وظيفة خالية وإعلان عن وظيفة خالية يحق لك التقدم بمؤهلك الجديد. قد تأخذها إن كنت من الأكفاء أو كنت الأكفأ، وقد لا تأخذها إن كان هناك ثمة آخرين هم أكفأ منك في أداء هذا العمل. فدي نقاط مهمة جدا جدا. أيضا القانون كان في منتهى المنطقية. عندنا القانون رقم 6 لسنة 2021، وده قانون تعديل الجهاز المركزي للتنظيم والإدارة 118 لسنة 16. والقانون ده أكد على حاجات كتير جدا، أكد على فكرة الوظائف. الجهات المختلفة داخل الدولة بتتصرف في الوظائف، وربما يعني أستاذنا الدكتور أحمد درويش برضو يعني معاناة شديدة جدا لما موظف يجي ينتقل من مكان إلى آخر يقول له الدرجة، وكله يتمسك بالدرجات وكأن الدرجات ورث وملك لكل جهة. في الحقيقة أصبحت الدرجات هي ملك للدولة، من حق الدولة أن تنقل أي موظف من أي مكان إلى أي مكان بناء على رغبته أو بناء على احتياج داخل الجهة الأخرى التي فيها عجز. فبالتالي عملية حركة الموظفين من مناطق الفائض ومناطق العجز دون تعسف في النقل وأن يكون بالاختيار. فاحنا بندي لما بنلاقي مكان فيه فائض بندي اوبشن للناس ونقول لهم والله عندكم 3 أماكن، اللي حابب يروح أي مكان من دول يبدأ يتحرك فيه. بتتقدم الطلبات وعندنا بورتال لده، والناس بننقل، ونقلنا آلاف من الموظفين من جهات بها فائض وجهات بها عجز دون أن نتسبب في أي مشكلة لأي فرد. فبالتالي ده بيتم سموثلي وبيتم يمكن على ديلي بيزس. هنا ده تطور ما كانش موجود قبل كده. ايضا اعطاء الجهاز المركزي للتنظيم والاداره الضبطيه القضائيه للتاكد من كفاءه الموظفين الحكوميين في القيام باعمالهم. عندنا في كتب دوريه طلعت كتيره جدا جدا، واشهر حاجه عالجها قانون الخدمه المدنيه موضوع الندب. عندنا سكاندمنت يعني مختلفة شوية في التطبيق. كان الموظفين ينتدبوا من جهة إلى أخرى، ويظل الموظف منتدب لدى الجهة الأخرى، يعني نقدر نقول إيه، عشرات السنين. فيظل، طب وبياخد مرتبه من مكانين، طب بياخد من المكان الأصلي والمكان المنتدب إليه. فطبعا دي كانت كلها تحديات امام صناع القرار وامام القائمين على اداره الامور في الاجهزه الاداريه المختلفه. جه قانون الخدمه المدنيه وقال لك والله الندب لمده 4 سنين فقط، بعدها يا اما الشخص ينتقل الى الجهه المنتدب اليها او يرجع تاني للجهه المنتدب منها. بالظبط كده، عفوا، يعني عامل فتره الندب دي كده عامله زي فتره الخطوبه. ما هو ما فيش خطوبه بتمتد الى ما لا، ما في الخطوبه تنتهي، يا اما يعني زي بريك اب، يا اما يحصل جواز. يعني الطريق الطبيعي، ما فيش قدامنا خيارات اخرى. فهو قانون الخدمه المدنيه قال لك الندب بطبيعته مؤقت. ازاي كان الندب دائم؟ فهو يعني ده عكس المقررات الوظيفيه، ان هناك ثمه احتياج حقيقي للفرد. لما فرد يسيب شغلته ويبقى في مكان تاني لمده 20 سنه، معناها ايه؟ معناها ان الجهه الاصليه مش محتاجاه، بدليل انهم لو كانوا محتاجينه كانوا استعادوه. لما بتدي لاعب ماهر اعاره لموسم ولا 2 بترجعه تاني. ولعل لو تابعتم مع حضراتكم امبارح على تويتر موضوع اللاعبه الطائره اللي رجعت تاني للاهلي، وقصه كده حضراتكم. يعني انا طبعا يعني علماني كوره، فبالتالي يعني ما عنديش تفاصيل كتير، ولكن لقيتها يعني على تويتر ترندنج امبارح. فبالتالي هي اعيرت ثم رجعت تاني مره تانيه، فبالتالي هو لازم كده فتره مؤقته. قانون الخدمه المدنيه قال لك بس هو الندب لمده 4 سنين. فوجئنا بآلاف من المنتدبين، وانتهت مدة الندب طبقا للقانون في سنة 2019، وبالتالي في سنة 20. فبالتالي لأن ال4 سنين امتدت، واحنا قعدنا تفسير يعني ايه 4 سنين. وفي الحقيقة صدرت لنا كتب دورية، وحاليا عندنا دلوقتي موقع بنستخدم فيه النقطة بتاعت قانون الجهاز وتعديله، وأصبح النقل بقرار من رئيس مجلس الوزراء، ودلوقتي بيتم النقل مباشرة بعد تمام ال4 سنوات داخل الجهة المنتدب إليها بدون الموافقات الصريحة من الجهات المختلفة. وده طبعا أدى إلى كثير من الاستقرار الأسري. عندنا مركز تقييم القدرات والمسابقات، ده أحد نتائج، في الحقيقة أحد نتائج التطبيق المتعلقة بقانون الخدمة المدنية. افتتح في 9 يوليو سنة 19. الدكتور ليلى، يعني دكتور منها، يعني لو تكرمتم احنا بندعو الزملاء كلهم الموجودين، الحضور الكرام والمشاركين في المؤتمر، لو تشرفونا بالزيارة، احنا تحت امر حضراتكم للاطلاع على هذه التجربة وحضراتكم شوفوها. يعني شرفنا احنا بالدكتورة نهى والدكتورة ليلى منذ اسبوعين، وكان في مجموعة من يعني زمايلنا من الكلية هنا شرفونا. في الحقيقة المركز ده مركز عندنا واخد نقطة تميز، واخد الجائزة الثانية على مستوى افريقيا في التميز الحكومي، وايضا احنا معتمدين دوليا. المركز ده يعني من يوليو سنة 2019 لغاية 26/8/2024 عدد اللي اختبروا فيه، احنا بنتكلم في 422,074 زميل وزميلة تم اختباراتهم داخل المركز. المركز استخدمناه في حاجات كتير جدا جدا، خدمة لكافة الجهات في الدولة. وطبعا واحنا عارفين انه الجامعة الأمريكية بتقدم هكذا خدمات فيما يتعلق بالاسسمنت، واحنا بنضع هذا المركز ايضا تحت يعني خدمة القطاع الخاص والقطاع الأهلي. من الممكن أنهم يستفيدوا من الإمكانيات الموجودة والمتاحة بداخله. التطوير المؤسسي، احنا بنهدف من خلال التطوير المؤسسي إلى تحقيق الكفاءة المؤسسية. حصل حاجتين، احنا الدولة المصرية كانت بتعيد هيكلة كل الدولة، بس في نفس الوقت احنا كنا عارفين وواثقين ان في مجموعة من الوحدات المؤسسية التي لا غنى عنها في أي مؤسسة according to the best practices. فاحنا مشينا parallel، انه احنا هنمشي في ان احنا نغرس الوحدات الأساسية والتقسيمات التنظيمية الأساسية دي، وفي نفس الوقت كمان احنا بنعيد هيكلة الحكومة المصرية ككل. الحاجات التي لا غنى عنها لما نبص كده، تخطيط استراتيجي متابعة وتقويم، عندنا موارد بشرية، نظم معلومات وتحول رقمي، مراجعة داخلية وحوكمة، ودعم تشريعي. وفي 3 إدارات تانية دي اللي أنشئت في الجهاز. عندنا مرصد الخدمات الحكومية علشان نشوف حالة الخدمات في مصر ونربطها مع الضبطية القضائية التي منحها الجهاز في سنة 21. وعندنا جودة بيئة العمل. عندنا احنا بالمناسبة وحدة في جودة بيئة العمل يعني بتعمل حاجات كتير جدا جدا، ابتداء من معارض بأسعار مخفضة لمجتمع الموظفين في العاصمة الإدارية الجديدة، ومرورا برحلات ومعسكرات ترفيهية للموظفين وأسرهم، وانتهاء بعقد ندوات تثقيفية لتغذية الروح في الموضوعات المختلفة محل الاهتمام الجماهيري، وزيارة للمعالم المختلفة ومنها مثلا متحف الحضارات وغيره وغيره وغيره. كل هذه تنظم لصالح الموظفين. وايضا عندنا وحده تكافؤ الفرص، ودي بيتم فيها التعاون الكامل فيما يتعلق بانشاء هذه الوحده وتمكينها من اداء دورها على مستوى الجهاز الاداري للدوله مع الزملاء في مشروع الحوكمه الاقتصاديه. وهناك الكثير من التعاون في هذا الشان. اداره الموارد البشريه احنا بنعمل بارادايم شيفت من البيرسونيل، من إدارة شؤون الأفراد، من إدارة شؤون الموظفين، من إدارة شؤون العاملين، مرة تانية للموارد البشرية. أغلى مورد تمتلكه أي مؤسسة هم البشر اللي فيها، ومن ثم إسباغ كلمة المورد على البشر هذا أمر أيضا له أهمية كبيرة. الوحدات دي أنشئت وفيها 4 سب ديبارتمنتس موجودة فيها. عندنا التطوير المؤسسي، عندنا إدارة وتنمية المواهب، الاستحقاقات والمزايا، وعمليات الموارد البشرية. بالمناسبة كل واحد من دول وراه فلسفة. يعني لما تيجي الاستحقاقات والمزايا نحن اعتدنا وكثيرا منا اعتاد على انه يحسب مرتبه فقط، ما يقبضه صافي ما يتلقاه في نهاية الشهر، صافي ما يتلقاه، صافي الأجر. لكن هو مش بيحسب انه لو في باص بيروحوا مجانا او سبسيدايز ده جزء من المرتب، ما بيحسبش انه لو في مصيف ده جزء من الاستحقاقات، ما بيحسبش لو تلقى برنامج تدريبي غير مدفوع الاجر، ما بيحسبش الحاجات دي كلها. ومن ثم تغييرها وتغيير المسمى تغيير وراه فلسفه. فاحنا بنتكلم على compensation and benefits، مش بنتكلم على فقط السالري، الموضوع اكبر من فقط السالري. الناس مش بتتكلم على اجازات مدفوعه الاجر، وما اكثر الاجازات مدفوعه الاجر. هذه مزايا، هذه استحقاقات. فبالتالي الامر مختلف عن كونه مجرد الاجر. الاداره الاستراتيجيه، احنا عندنا الاداره الاستراتيجيه فيها 4 سب ديبارتمنتس، فيها التخطيط الاستراتيجي والسياسات، وفيها المتابعه والتقييم، وفيها اداره الازمات والكوارث والحد من المخاطر، وايضا يعني فيها اداره المشروعات ان وجدت. عندنا دي برضو من الإدارات المرموقة. وبالمناسبة لأول مرة يعني ما كانش في وظيفة في الجهاز الإداري للدولة اسمها محلل سياسات. يعني لم تكن هناك وظيفة داخل الجهاز الإداري للدولة. أنشئت الوظيفة بموجب القرار اللي كنت بتكلم عنه من شويه، اللي هو جاي بعد 42 سنه، قرار 35 لسنه 19، وانشئت ايضا بموجب بطاقات توصيف الوظائف للاداره الاستراتيجيه. فاصبح لدينا وظيفه لمحللي السياسات ووظيفه لخريجي المتخرجين من كليات الاقتصاد والعلوم السياسيه ومن كليات السياسات العامه وكليات الاداره العامه. فده امر برضو مهم جدا جدا للاشاره اليه في هذا الموضع واحنا هنا مع حضراتكم. نظم المعلومات والتحول الرقمي فيها البنيه الاساسيه وتامين البيانات او تامين المعلومات، والنظم والتطبيقات والدعم الفني، والمنتج والمخرج اللي هيخرج نتيجه التفاعل بين الامرين دول. عندنا الاحصاء والتقارير والنشر الالكتروني. عندنا القرار الخاص ب 54 لسنة 20 والمعدل بالقرار رقم 205 لسنة 21 المراجعة الداخلية والحوكمة. ودي طبعا بيجري فيها زي ما شون ذكر تنسيق كبير جدا جدا ما بين هيئة الرقابة الإدارية الموقرة وأكاديمية الأكاديمية الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد مع مشروع الحوكمة الاقتصادية مع الجهاز المركزي للتنظيم والإدارة. وفي مانوال يعني ستيب باي ستيب مانوال، وفي حسن اختيار للزملاء والزميلات العاملين في هذه الإدارة. دي برضو من أحد الحاجات المهمة جدا جدا اللي أنشئت مؤخرا. فيما يتعلق بمشروع إعادة هيكلة الوزارات، احنا عملنا حاجتين. احنا عملنا هياكل محدثة للوزارات، وكل الوزارات التي انتقلت إلى العاصمة الإدارية الجديدة انتقلت بناء على الهيكل النمطي اللي أنا هوضحه بعد شوية. ثم عملنا مشروع قرار، درسنا كل الافيليتس، كل الجهات التابعة للوزارات المختلفة، وانتهينا بمشروع قانون لدمج بعض الهيئات مع بعضها ببعض، وتلك الهيئات التي أنشئت بقوانين، وانتهينا بمشروع قرار جمهوري لدمج الهيئات التي أنشئت بقرارات جمهورية أيضا مع بعضها البعض. وبالإضافة إلى أن احنا قدمنا تصور كامل فيما يتعلق بدمج الوزارات وعدد الوزارات الأمثل الذي يجب أن تكون عليه الحكومة المصرية. ده الهيكل. وانا هوقف هنا بقى في اطار بقى حضراتكم كلكم خبراء ومتخصصين فيما يتعلق بالاداره العامه والسياسات العامه. ده الهيكل النمطي للوزارات. احنا قسمنا الهياكل بتاعه الوزارات الى 3 اجزاء، وهكذا تقسم كل الهياكل المتعلقه بالجهات الحكوميه المختلفه. لو تلاحظوا الجزء ده اسمه شير فانكشنز، ده الانستتيوشنال فانكشنز، دي الفانكشنز او الوظائف التي لا غنى عنها لاي مؤسسه في الكون. لا توجد مؤسسه في الكون تخلو من نظم معلومات وتحول رقمي، تخلو من اتش ار، تخلو من ادمن، تخلو من، اشكرك جدا. هو صوتي مش واصل؟ ماشي، معلش انا اسف، حقوق عليه. فيعني التقسيمات التنظيميه المؤسسيه احنا بنتكلم على دي تقسيمات في كل دول العالم، عشان كده احنا بنسميها الموارد المؤسسيه. الموارد المؤسسيه تسمى في shared functions، سميها institutional functions، whatever the name is. المهم احنا عندنا نظم المعلومات والتحول الرقمي، عندنا الشؤون الماليه والاداريه، عندنا الموارد البشريه، وبعدين دول كلهم منمطين. تخيل حضرتك لما تنمط دول معناها نمطت اوتوماتيكلي بطاقات الوصف الوظيفي، كل الجوب ديسكريبشن كاردز ذا سيم، وبالتالي لما نيجي ننقل الموظفين من مكان لمكان اصبح سهوله. دي النقطه الثانيه. النقطه الثالثه لما نيجي ندي التدريب فاصبح ده كمان في يعني efficiency في الكوست رهيبه جدا جدا في الكاباسيتي بيلدينج في موضوع بناء وتنميه القدرات. وبعدين نمطنا مكاتب الساده الوزراء، مكاتب الساده الوزراء اصبحت كوبي بيست، كلها نسخه طبق الاصل. ثم ياتي الجزء المختلف وهو الكور بزنس. ده الجزء الموجود بقى، ده الجزء الايه؟ الجزء الرئيسي، الجزء القلب من مهام الوزاره. الوزاره ما تقدرش تشتغل اي نعم من غير الجزئين الاخرين، لكن كنا حريصين كل الحرص ان يتم شرينكينج، يتم تقليص في الجزء الشيرد، ويتم تقليص في الجزء الخاص بمكتب المدير او مكتب الوزير او مكتب المحافظ او مكتب رئيس الجهه، في الحاله دي الوزراء، في سبيل انه يبقى في جزء اكثر وضوحا فيما يتعلق بالكور بزنس حتى تتحقق النتائج المطلوبه. ومن هنا لما تيجي تدمج وزارتين مع بعض بنطبق الهيكلين وبنجيب الجزء الفني جنب الجزء الفني، وهكذا تم دمج الوزاره. تمت المحاولات في عده وزارات، لعل اشهرها وزاره السياحه والاثار، تمت بالطريقه دي، وايضا احنا شغالين في الوزارات التي تم دمجها، وعندنا طموح ان شاء الله باذن الله في التعديلات الوزاريه القادمه ان يكون ايضا في دمج اخر ثم اخر، حتى وصولا بالرؤيه التي تم وضعها بالاوبتيمم سايز اوف ذا ايجيبشن جفرمنت. عندنا الجزء بتاع تنميه القدرات، حاجات كتير اتعملت فيه، انا مش هطول على حضراتكم في الجزء ده. احنا عندنا الجهاز المركزي للتنظيم والاداره بيعمل حاجات كتير، هو المسؤول طبقا للتعديل في القانون رقم 6 لسنه 21 عن اعتماد مشروعات خطط التدريب لكافه الجهات داخل الدوله، هو المسؤول عن اعتماد الصرف من المقررات والمخصصات الماليه لكل الجهات في الدوله فيما يتعلق بالتدريب، هو المسؤول عن تسجيل واعتماد كافه المراكز التدريب التي تتعامل مع الجهات الحكوميه، فبالتالي ما تقدرش تتعامل مع جهه حكوميه في التدريب وبناء القدرات الا اذا كنت مسجل لدى الجهاز المركزي للتنظيم والاداره، حتى لو كنت جهه حكوميه ما تقدرش تاخد فلوس الا اذا كنت معتمد من الجهاز. فدي ادوار مهمه جدا جدا، وعندنا طبعا احنا يعني البرامج كتير جدا في هذا الشان، وعندنا يعني بنرحب بتدريب الشباب في الصيف، وعندنا قواعد بيانات فيما يتعلق بتدريب الشباب طبقا للمادة 8 من قانون الخدمة المدنية. دي برضو أحد المعالم اللطيفة في القانون، إنه بدأ يغرس السيدز بتاعة الانترنشيبس، ويبقى في عندنا في الفترات القادمة إن شاء الله بإذن الله بالتنسيق مع وزارة التعليم العالي يبقى في عندنا فكرة التدريب الدراسي. عندنا الخطة الوطنية للتدريب بتتكلم على 5 برامج تدريبية أو 5 حزم من البرامج التدريبية. عندنا برنامج بداية ده للداخلين الجدد للجهاز الإداري للدولة، عندنا برامج على حسب المسار الوظيفي، برامج القيادات الوسطى، وعندنا برامج القيادات العليا، وعندنا برنامج لطيف جدا جدا للسينيور سيفل سيرفنتس اسمه بداية جديدة. البرنامج ده عليه إقبال شديد جدا. بنقدم في هذا البرنامج 3 أجزاء رئيسية. بنقدم فيه الجزء الرئيسي الأول هو البناء النفسي، وإزاي بندي رسالة للقادمون على التقاعد ده، يعني الناس من 55 يقدروا ياخدوه. بنقول لهم إزاي إنه سن التقاعد ده مجرد سن هيمشي زي ما مشي كل السنوات القادمة، والدنيا بتكمل وبتستمر. ففي جزء بناء نفسي بنستعين بيه بخبراء في علم النفس، واساتذتنا في علم النفس بيتكلموا في السيشنز المختلفه عن ده. عندنا جزء في البناء الاقتصادي، والبناء الاقتصادي بنتكلم فيه ازاي هتاخد المعاش بتاعك، معاشك قد ايه، طب ازاي تقدر تعمل مشروع صغير بالمعاش، ازاي تعمل فيزابيلتي ستادي بالمعاش، وتفكر في فكره مشروع. وايضا نقطه مهمه جدا في هذا الاطار بنتكلم على الانبيد وورك. الانبيد وورك ده العمل غير مدفوع الاجر. العمل غير مدفوع الاجر اساتذتنا في الاقتصاد يعرفوا انه بدات العديد من الدول في انها تدخله في اطار الناتج القومي الاجمالي. العمل غير مدفوع الاجر هو العمل اللي لازم واحد في الهاوس هولد يعمله، ولو ما عملوش هندفع لحد تاني عشان يعمله. زي حضرتك لما تودي ولادك المدرسه، ما حضرتك لو ما وديتش ولادك المدرسه او مامتهم ودتهم المدرسه هنضطر ندفع للسكول باص، صح؟ لو حضرتك برضو في البيت يعني لو ما حدش قام وطبخ الاكل هنضطر نجيب من بره. وشوفوا الفرق بين ده وده. هل فكرنا نبقى ابريشيتد للناس اللي بيساعدونا في البيت وبيعملوا لنا الحاجات الحلوه دي؟ دي نقطه مهمه جدا. ايضا لو حضرتك لما الهانم عند حضرتك بتذاكر للاولاد في البيت، ما حضرتك لو ما هي سيادتها ما ذاكرت لهمش هنضطر نعمل ايه؟ هنضطر ندفع للدروس الخصوصيه. هو ده unpaid work. فبيتحسب قد ايه بنعمل. اهو بقى تيتا وجده لما بيبي ست العيال والولاد والاطفال، سيبك من كميه القيم اللي بيدوها. تخيل حضرتك بقى، مش في القيم بس، تخيل حضرتك لو حضرتك ما قعدوش عشان حضرتك او حضرتك تروح الشغل، هيحصل ايه؟ قاعدين ناخدهم معانا الشغل. كويس. فهنا نقطه في منتهى الاهميه ان احنا نبقى ابريشيتد. فده هم دورهم مقدر. اهو ده ممكن نحوله لفلوس ونحسبه قد ايه هندفع لو هم ما عملوش الخدمه دي. فبالتالي هم ليهم دور. اهو كل الكلام اللي حضرتك بنقوله ده بيحصل في هذا البرنامج. وبالمناسبه احنا عندنا ويتنج ليست طويله واقبال كبير جدا جدا، ونتمنى انه هذا البرنامج يعني ناخده لافاق ارحب في المستقبل. الانتقال للعاصمه الاداريه الجديده دي كيس تو بي ستاديد از اي منشند بيفور. يعني عندنا العنصر البشري والانتقال للعاصمه الاداريه الجديده، وده كان الاختصاص بتاع الجهاز. الحكومه المصريه اعدت الدليل الارشادي للانتقال الى العاصمه. الدليل الارشادي ده كان فيه 6 محاور رئيسيه. المحور الاول المقر الجديده، شكلها وهنعمل ايه فيها. نمره 2 المقر القديمه، هنعمل ايه فيها. النقطه الثالثه البنيه المعلوماتيه في المقر الجديد. احنا بنتكلم على سمارت سيتي واحنا منتقلين، فالبنيه الرقميه اللي موجوده. النقطه الرابعه الموارد البشريه، مين هينتقل وهينتقل ازاي، وعلى اي اساس تم اختيار المنتقلين، وايه نوع التدريب اللي تعرضوا له. طيب واللي مش هينتقلوا هنعمل معاهم ايه؟ كل دي اسئله موجوده في الدليل. وبعدين الموارد الماديه الحاليه بما فيها المنقولات. طيب المقار القديمه اللي احنا سبناها دي قبل ما نسيبها فيها ادوات، فيها كل حاجه حضرتك تتخيلها، في مكاتب، في كمبيوترات، فيها سيارات. ماذا سوف يتم يعني بهذه الموارد؟ كل دي لازم نحصرها، والا لو حضرتك مشيت وبعدين فكرت انك تحصرها يحصل مسيوز وتحصل يعني عدم حوكمه. كل هذه الأمور أخذت في الاعتبار فيما يتعلق بموضوع الانتقال، ثم إدارة عملية الانتقال نفسها، وإزاي إنه في لجنة مشكلة بقيادة رئيس مجلس الوزراء، ثم لجنة مشكلة بقيادة مساعد أول رئيس مجلس الوزراء، لجنة تنفيذية دي بتجتمع كل أسبوعين ودي بتجتمع كل أسبوع، ثم لجنة داخل كل وزارة. كل جهة سمت الناس اللي هينتقلوا، أخذنا الأسماء، اشتغلت وزارة التخطيط والمتابعة والإصلاح الإداري آنذاك، ثم وزارة التخطيط والتنمية الاقتصادية مع الجهاز المركزي للتنظيم والإدارة في تقييم قدرات الموظفين. بعدين خدنا سناب شوت من القدرات بتاعة الموظفين كلها، عرفنا الجابس فين، اشتغلنا مع مشروع الحوكمة الاقتصادية، اتدربت الناس على مجموعة من الحزم التدريبية القوية جدا قبل ما تنتقل. فكل اللي انتقلوا إلى العاصمة هم كانوا مدربين. أنشأنا منظومة HRIS، وأيضا تم التنسيق فيما يتعلق بتوفير السكن لهم، توفير بدل الانتقال والحوافز المختلفة للانتقال. عندنا دول اللي اتدربوا، احنا بنتكلم في 76,027 مستفيد من برامج التدريبية المختلفة التي عقدت لمجتمع الموظفين المنتقلين. التحول الرقمي، احنا عايزين ميكنة رقمنة للخدمات المختلفة. الحكومة المصرية أولت يعني أهمية خاصة لملف التحول الرقمي، وتم استحداث وزارة لهذا الغرض في نهاية تسعينيات القرن الماضي. وأيضا قامت وزارة التنمية الإدارية بدور كبير جدا في إعادة هندسة الإجراءات وتطوير الخدمات. أصدرت الحكومة المصرية استراتيجيات التحول الرقمي المختلفة، وتم استحداث المجلس الأعلى للتحول الرقمي بالقرار 571 لسنة 2017 لضمان الاستدامة والتنسيق. وأيضا تم تطوير تقسيم تنظيمي زي ما حضراتكم شفتوا، اللي هي وحدة التحول الرقمي التي أنشئت داخل الوحدات المختلفة. الحكومة المصرية قامت بتوفير البنية التحتية اللازمة لعمليات التحول، وتم تنويع وسائط الخدمات. ولعل الكلمة التي تحدثت فيها معالي وزيرة التخطيط تحدثت عن كثير من الخدمات التي تقدم للمواطنين بمختلف الوسائط. الحكومة أيضا بنت قواعد بيانات وعملت المحول الرقمي G2G علشان بنستفيد دلوقتي وفي ربط بين قواعد البيانات المختلفة. يعني ده ربما كان حلم، ومن الممكن انه ما حدش يصدق ان الحكومه دلوقتي بتكلم بعضها طبقا لقواعد البيانات المربوطه. عندنا يكفي ان انا اقول لحضراتكم في الجزء ده، يكفي ان انا اقول لحضراتكم على التسجيل اللحظي للمواليد والوفيات، وهذا مشروع عظيم للدوله المصريه. التسجيل اللحظي للمواليد والوفيات، حضراتكم انتم ماشيين في شارع صلاح سالم بتلاقي الكاب ماس وبتلاقي الشاشه دي كانت من بضع سنين شغاله بايكويجن، يعني مش لايف. دلوقتي الشاشه دي من سنه 2017 لايف، يعني لو في مولود زاد وحد بيسجله، لانه مربوطين كل مكاتب الصحه، لو مولود ورحت حضرتك تسجل مولود مباشره بيطلع على الشاشه. لو حضرتك لا قدر الله في حاله وفاه وتم تسجيلها بتطلع مباشره على الشاشه لايف. عايز اقول لحضراتكم يعني ابان يعني تشرفي بان انا كنت مع نائب معالي وزيره التخطيط للإصلاح الإداري، كنت بحب أشوف الأرقام والأسماء. كنت معجب قوي بإيه أكتر أسماء البنات في مصر الجديد، البنات المولودين الجدد، إيه أكتر أسماء الولاد اللي بيتولدوا. فأنا متذكر سنة 18 قارنت سنة 17 و18، لقيت أكثر أسماء الولاد انتشارا سنة 18 وسنة 17 ذا سيم كان محمد. حوالي 200,000 طفل جديد بيولد اسمه محمد في مصر، حاجة جميلة جدا. مريم الاسم الأول في مصر، دوميننت مريم الاسم الأول في مصر، حوالي 50,000 مريم بتتولد في مصر. يعني ده سنة 17-18 بتكلم على الأرقام دي. يعني لاحظوا حاجة معينة كمان أحب أقولها لحضراتكم. يعني محمد صلاح ما كانش نجم يعني قوي جدا سنة 17، فسنة 17 كان الاسم الثالث ملك الأكثر انتشارا بين المواليد الجدد. سنة 18 كان مكة الاسم الثالث. ده يوري لك التأثير برضو والإنفلونس وكده. فدي حاجات لطيفة جدا. أنا عايز أقول لحضراتكم بالمنظومة دي ممكن الحكومة أو المسؤولين عن الأمر فيها يرفعوا سماعة التليفون ويباركوا لك على المولود الجديد ويقول لك مبروك اللي جالك. ولو ده لما تتربط إن شاء الله بالأحوال المدنية، فلو ده ابن حضرتك رقم 5 أو 6، ممكن المسؤول يقول لحضرتك الرحمة كفاية على مصر كده. فعايز اقول لحضراتكم يعني ده تطور، يعني دي كلها دريمز لما تقول انه دي اصبحت دلوقتي فاكتس على الارض وموجوده. لا يعني الناس مش ممكن تصدقها. دي كلها تصنع بابليك بوليسيز جيده، بالتاكيد تصنع سياسات عامه جيده. عندنا حاجات كتير جدا طبعا. احنا في الجهاز عندنا تحديث الملف الوظيفي، عندنا احنا عاملين حصر للموظف الجهاز الاداري للدوله. دي البيانات الاوليه من اللي تم حصرهم لغايه دلوقتي. زي ما حضراتكم ملاحظين كده 50% وشويه اناث مقابل 48 و87% من الذكور. عندنا اللي شغالين حوالي 93 يعني حوالي 94% مقابل 6% اجازات، مختلف انواع الاجازات سواء اجازات وجوبيه او غير وجوبيه. شايفين حضراتكم الحاله الاجتماعيه، متزوج ومتزوج يعول بحوالي 85% من الجهاز الاداري للدوله. 85% ده معناه انه في استقرار اسري ومجتمعي كبير جدا، ولهذا احنا محتاجين احيانا نزود عدد الموظفين. يعني دعما للوقت. I'm just joking طبعا. لازم يبقى بناء على احتياج حقيقي وبناء على مقررات وظيفيه. ايضا عندنا قاعده بيانات طاقات، potentials. قاعدة بيانات طاقات نحن ندعو كل المهتمين، كل الخبراء، كل المتخصصين، كل من يقدم خدمات استشارية، خدمات تدريبية، أن يسجل في القاعدة دي. دي قاعدة للكوميونيتي ات لارج. أول قاعدة قاعدة الخبراء، دول للمتقاعدين من الجهاز الإداري للدولة. لو واحد عنده القدرة على العطاء والاستدامة يسجل في هذه القاعدة، واحنا بنتحها لكل الجهات في الدولة، مستعدين نتحها للقطاع الخاص إن أراد. القاعدة الثانية قاعدة بيانات الاستشاريين المحترفين، والقاعدة الثالثة قاعدة بيانات المدربين المحترفين، والقاعدة دي فيها مسجل برضو عدد كبير جدا من الزملاء والزميلات، ونحن بنتحها لكل الجهاز الإداري للدولة، واحنا وي ار ويلنج ان احنا نميك ات افيلابل برضو للبرايفت سيكتور والان جي اوز والان بي اوز. عندنا النقطة الخاصة قواعد بيانات احكام قضائية، عندنا تحسين الخدمات العامة، وده الركن الأخير من الإصلاح الإداري. في حاجات كتير قوي تمت. طبعا شون جونز اتكلم على البروجكت الخاص بكيمت، وفي الحقيقه كيمت دي احد يعني نقدر نقول انجازات الشراكه التامه التي تمت والتعاون الوثيق الذي تم بين الوكاله ومشروع الحوكمه الاقتصاديه والجهاز المركزي للتنظيم والاداره. كيمت لو تلاحظوا حضراتكم دي البرسونا بتاعت كيمت. البرسونا بتاعت كيمت دي حضراتكم يعني باشمهندس طارق طبعا يقول لك دي يعني مصنعه الكترونيا، يعني ما فيش حد شبه كيمت عشان الورثه بعد كده ما يدعوش علينا حاجه. فدي مصنعه الكترونيا. كيمت تقدر تجاوب حضرتك 24/7 على اي سؤال حضرتك عايزه، زي ما شان شرح وزي ما معالي وزيره التخطيط الدكتوره رانيا المشاط ذكرت. فعلا كيمت تقدر تجاوب حضرتك، تقدر تلاقيها على الواتساب وعلى الفيسبوك وعلى الصفحه الرسميه للجهاز المركزي للتنظيم والاداره. تقدر حضرتك تكلميها فويس وتقدر تكست وتقدر تجاوب حضرتك. بس يعني ملحوظه معينه، يعني كيمت ايجيبشنايزد جدا، فيري ايجيبشنايزد. فهي لو حضرتك حاولت تتجاوز معها الخطوط الحمراء هتقول لحضرتك انا احاول ان اعاملك باحترام، فلو سمحت بادلني نفس الاحترام. حضرتك لو حضرتك تجاوزت معاها حضرتك ممكن تبلقك لمده 3 ساعات لغايه ما تعتذر، فمش هترجع تكلمك تاني. انا خلاص تقريبا فمش هترجع تكلمك تاني الا اذا قلت انا اسف. فكل ما تيجي تكلمها هتقول لك قول انا اسف، قول انا اسف، قول انا اسف. يا تزهق وتبطل تكلمها يا تقول انا اسف وتخلصنا عشان تخش على اللي بعدها. وبعدين لو حضرتك تجاوزت مره اخرى هترجع لك بعد كده وتخلي البلوك لمده 5 ايام 10 ايام وهكذا. فدي حضراتكم يعني كيمت سميناها كيمت برضو لسببين. السبب الاولاني انه ده اسم من اسماء مصر القديمه اللي كان فيه الجهاز فيه 10 اسماء لمصر القديمه، ده احد اسماء ال10. كان فيه مصر في قمه مجدها وعظمتها، وكان قائد هذا المجد والعظمه هو موظف الجهاز الاداري للدوله. فنحن اردنا احياء الشعور بالفخر والاعتزاز لدى موظف الجهاز الاداري للدوله. كنتم يوما ومن الممكن ان تصبحوا دوما. النقطه المهمه جدا كمان ان كيمت دي stands for knowledge management transfer tool. فدي اداه لنقل المعرفه، اداه لاتاحه المعرفه، والا يصبح البيروقراطي هو مستودع المعرفه. مش هدور على حد اساله، انا اقدر زي ما بيقول زميلي العزيز الدكتور خالد زكريا كيميتد، فمش محتاج ان انا ادور على حد اساله. عندنا طبعا بالتاكيد حاجات كتير قوي. عندنا الذاكره المؤسسيه، عملنا ميكنه للخدمات المتعلقه بالمستندات الموجوده داخل الجهاز المركزي للتنظيم والاداره، ورقمنا اعمال الجهاز من الداخل. واصبح الجهاز احنا بناخد يوم الثلاث ورك فروم هوم، احنا الجهاز الاداري الوحيد بالاضافه الى وزاره الاتصالات اللي بنشتغل يوم الثلاث من المنزل، عشان رقمنا كل المستندات والمنظومه العمل الداخلي. ربما صدقوا او لا تصدقوا، انا اكتر يومين بستقبل فيهم بوسطه اونلاين يوم الجمعه ويوم الثلاث. يوم الجمعه ويوم الثلاث اكتر ايام فيها بوسطه. ليه؟ لانه برضو فيها ارتياح كتير. ما اردناش برضو، ده برضو جزء مهم جدا في البابليك بوليسي. لما جينا ناخد القرار امتى ناخد اليوم الورك فروم هوم، كان في 3 اقتراحات. الاقتراح الاولاني انه ناخد يوم الاحد، الاقتراح الثاني ان احنا ناخده يوم الخميس، والاقتراح الثالث ان احنا ناخده في الميدل اوف ذا ويك، ناخده يوم الثلاث. في الحقيقه الدراسات بتقول ان لما الموظفين ياخدوا يومين لونج ويك اند، بيجوا اليوم الرابع بيقوموا هم قالت البيت ليزي، يعني في كده في لاج. فاحنا قررنا بلاش. الحكومه المصريه شرعت مؤخرا انها تاخد الخميس، لو الاجازه وقعت في اي يوم من الايام تديه يوم الخميس اجازه. فبالتالي احنا قلنا كده يبقى العبره من الموضوع ما اتحققتش، فما اردناش انه كمان ان الناس تاخدوا اجازه طبيعي. فقلنا لا خلاص خليه في الميدل اوف ذا ويك. الناس بتروح العاصمه الاحد والاثنين، تاخد ورك فروم هوم الثلاث، وبعدين الاربع والخميس. فتحس انه دايما في ايه بالانس بين العائله، في توازن ما بين العائله وما بين في الحقيقه العمل. فعندنا حاجات كتير قوي كمان. احنا ربطنا مع الجهات الحكوميه المختلفه، رابطين مع 320 جهه، بنستقبل كل مراسلاتهم اونلاين وبنرد عليهم اونلاين. يعني عندنا حاجات كتير قوي. انا عايز اتكلم على برضو نقطه للتعاون اللي بيتم مع مشروع الحوكمه الاقتصاديه، LMS. عندنا منصه التدريب الالكتروني تنميه، ودي انا برضو بقدم شكري للزملاء في الوكاله على الدعم المقدم ليها. وصدقوا او لا تصدقوا as we speak المنظومه دلوقتي شغاله لتدريب قيادات التنميه المحليه في مختلف المحافظات. فهذا برضو انا بعتبره انجاز. ليه؟ لانه مرتبط بتكافؤ الفرص. دائما الفرص، دائما الفرص ما تكون في الكابيتال. انا بتكلم جنرال سبيكينج اول اوفر ذا وورلد، مش بس ملاحظه. دائما المارجن الهامش بيبقى اقل حظا، برضو ده في البابليك بوليسيز. فدايما المناطق البعيده محتاجه انها نوصل لها. فمن خلال LMS نستطيع ان نقدم نفس التدريب الذي يحصل عليه المركز في كافه الجهات الحكوميه. فده نقطه مهمه جدا لتحقيق العداله ولتحقيق التكافؤ الفرص. عندنا يعني تطبيق HRIS برضو للموظفين المنتقلين للعاصمه. عندنا تبسيط قانون الخدمه المدنيه، ودي مجموعه 60 فيديو بالانيميتد فيديوز كلها اتصنعت بايدين زمايلنا في الجهاز الاداري للدوله. يعني اتمنى ان انا افرج حضراتكم على فيديو واحد فقط فيما يتعلق بالبرومو بتاع الفيديوهات دي. حضراتكم تشوفوا قد ايه الموظفين عندنا في منتهى الكفاءه انهم يعملوا حاجات بالشكل ده. عندنا طبعا بالتاكيد واتس نيكست بقى، ده السؤال المهم جدا. ملف الاصلاح الاداري في اي مكان في الدنيا مش ممكن يتحقق بدون اراده سياسيه. الاصلاح الاداري مش مسؤوليه مؤسسه واحده مهما اتت هذه المؤسسه من قوه. الاصلاح الاداري هو مسؤوليه كافه المؤسسات الموجوده داخل الدوله. المؤسسات ليها حياه وليها دوره حياه زيها زي الانسان. فبالتالي ضروره مراجعه الاطر المؤسسيه باستمرار. حتى لو حققنا الإصلاح هنبقى محتاجين تطوير، ولما نوصل للتطوير هنبقى محتاجين تحديث modernization and update. فده عمره يعني ما هيوقف خالص. نظرا لأهمية استدامة عمليات الإصلاح، الحكومة المصرية تجري الآن بالتعاون مع زملاء في مشروع الحوكمة الاقتصادية، وزي ما معالي وزيرة التخطيط قالت احنا حاليا شغالين على خطة الإصلاح الإداري 25-30. أنا بدعي إنه خطة الإصلاح الإداري في الفترة اللي فاتت كنا شغالين على الباك أوفيس. حاليا لازم نطلع للفرونت أوفيس، لازم نشتغل على المحليات وإعادة هيكلتها، لازم نشتغل على هيكلة المؤسسات الاقتصادية، لازم نشتغل على الجزء المتعلق بتحسين الخدمات. ده الميجر فوكس بتاع الفترات القادمة. بالتأكيد احنا منفتحين على الخبرة، بالتأكيد قابلين للتعلم، بالتأكيد قابلين ومرحبين بأي إفادة من التجربة المصرية والاطلاع عليها. في الحقيقة اللي اتحقق في هذا الشأن كثير، لكن المطلوب بالتأكيد أكتر، والطموحات لا حد لها. الزملاء قالوا إنه في بوث لكلمة هنا، أنا بدعو لحضراتكم إنكم تطلعوا عليه، لكن أنا ما أعرفش إذا كان ممكن نفرج حضراتكم على فيديو بسيط فيما يتعلق ب البروموات بتاعت الخدمة المدنية. حتى الزملاء اللي عاملين لغة الإشارة موظفين.
أنا الأستاذ عارف وبيقولوا لي يا جهبذ القوانين. أنا الأستاذ عارف وبيقولوا لي يا جهبذ القوانين. وده الأستاذ فطين موظف المطبعة الأمين. ودي الأستاذة نجوى دايما تسألني على سهوة. وده الأستاذ فهيم اللي دايما مع زمايله لئيم. ودي الأستاذة ميسة دايما على مستقبلها الوظيفي خايفة. وده الأستاذ هباد اللي بيفتي في كل ميعاد. وشخصيات كتير بنقابلهم في حياتنا، هنشوفهم ونعرفهم ونعرف معاهم قانون الخدمة المدنية حتة حتة. انتظرونا.
ممتن لكل زمايلي في الجهاز الإداري للدولة، ممتن لكل زميل وزميلة من أجهزة الإدارة العامة المختلفة، ليس فقط في مصر ولا الوطن العربي ولكن في العالم كله. الناس اللي بتأدي الخدمات في صمت، موظفي الجهاز الإداري للدولة اللي في العالم كله كان في كورونا والناس خايفة تخرج والناس خايفة تروح شغلها، ودول كانوا بيروحوا. كنا بنلاقيهم في المستشفيات، كنا بنلاقيهم في الأحوال المدنية، كنا بنلاقيهم في مكاتب التوثيق، كنا بنلاقيهم في إدارات المرور، في إدارات الجوازات، في المطارات، في السكك الحديدية. تحية تقدير عظيمة لكل موظف في الجهاز الإداري للدولة، لكل خادم يخدم المواطنين بعدالة وبأمانة. شكرا لحضراتكم، شكرا جزيلا، وتمنياتي بالتوفيق للمؤتمر.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور صالح، واستعراض كل ما تم وسيتم في مجال الإصلاح الإداري في مصر. وللحديث بقية، والأستاذة آية هتقول لنا اللوجيستيكال ارينجمنتس. آية، صورة جماعية قبل اللانش بريك. will you announce؟
الو، صباح الخير. ممكن استاذن بس حضراتكم فيرست رو او الصف الامامي في الصف، ممكن بس يطلعوا كده على الستيج فور ا جروب فوتو، then we will move outside group photo.
كذا حاجه مفتوحه. فيروز اكيد بس في الميكروفون اللي فيه صوره بره.
There's another group photo outside, please. Can you move to the AUC garden? يا جماعة في جروب فوتو تانية في الجاردن في الجنينة اللي بره. ممكن كل السبيكرز والبارتيسيبنتس بس نتفضل على الجاردن. يا جماعة بليز ممكن نتحرك على الجاردن بس بسرعة عشان جروب فوتو. أعتقد هيتحركوا دلوقتي. ما تخافش. فيروز.
Well, as long as the slides are up. The slides are going to be up, right? And then I'll just forward them from over there. I'm just going to speak from my mouth. But you guys have my slides, right? Yeah. Wait, she does, right? Yes. Because I brought them on the stage.
You're on the mic.
Right, thank you everyone. Please be seated. All right, please settle down. We're starting the session. Can go up there and maybe. All right, hello again. We're very honored to have with us today two very distinguished speakers and faculty to discuss a very important topic, which is performance management in government. The challenges of performance management, the definition of performance management, what needs to be done, the experiences in the US, and also adopting a comparative approach. Our two keynote speakers are Dr. Catherine Newcomer, professor in the Trachtenberg School of Public Policy and Public Administration, George Washington University. Dr. Newcomer was the founding director of the Trachtenberg School in 2003, served as its director for 14 years. She's a fellow of the National Academy of Public Administration, served as president of the American Evaluation Association in 2017, as president of the National Association of Schools of Public Affairs and Administration, NASPA, before Dr. Muhammad Al-Qadri, definitely, for 2006 to 2007. Catherine published over 10 books, including Research Handbook on Program Evaluation, Evidence Building and Evaluation in Government, Engagement for Equitable Outcomes, a Practitioner's Playbook, Federal Inspectors General, Truth Seekers in Turbulent Times, the Handbook of Practical Program Evaluation, dozens of articles. She has a Google Scholar record of, 15,000 plus? All right, something unheard of in our field. She earned her bachelor's degree in education and MA in political science from the University of Kansas and her PhD in political science from the University of Iowa. Above all that, Catherine is a longtime friend and colleague. We've been working together for over a couple of decades when we started partnering through the University Partnership Program between public administration departments at Cairo University and at George Washington University. And ever since then, we've been in touch, following through with what's being introduced to the field of performance management and evaluation, meeting in conferences, co-publishing, and I consider her my sister across the Atlantic. So I'm really very pleased that we have Dr. Catherine Newcomer with us today, and I'll ask her to come to the podium.
Well, actually, I was going to say it was 23 years ago, 2 weeks from today, 23 years ago, I came for my first time to Cairo and I met Layla. We had won a Fulbright Award, but we hadn't met, we had just been emailing. And we started, and that was an interesting time, if you'll recall, that was the beginning of 2002. And we started a relationship that has extended for the last 23 years. So I'm glad to be back and to see my good friend and to meet lots of new friends. I'm very excited to be here for the full 2 days. I will be listening and learning from you, and even though it's not my first time, it's probably like my 7th time in Cairo, and I've been very fortunate to travel a lot, particularly when I was the president of the American Evaluation Association. I went to lots of conferences across the world. So do I control the slides now? Okay. Okay, it isn't advancing. Before I start, I just want to give you a quick story. Is that when many decades ago, I was a brand new assistant professor at the George Washington University, new political scientist, and I knew how to run regressions, and I taught statistics. In the very first semester, in December, my boss, the program director, said, uh-oh, the person who's supposed to teach program evaluation just canceled for spring. Can you do it? And I said, yes. What is it? And I really didn't know what went on in government in terms of evaluation. And so for the next many years, I struggled to learn. The first thing I did that first time I taught, and I still do it, and I'll be doing it this spring, is that I lead teams of students to work with nonprofit agencies and under-resourced government agencies in the DC area and beyond, now beyond because of Zoom, but used to be there, and started providing free support. And so partly I learned while doing, and I still do lots and lots, probably 90% of the evaluation work I do is pro bono, but I also sought out ways to learn, and becoming active in the professional association was one way, and I found a couple of mentors that I was able to learn from, and just constantly looked for opportunities to learn. What I found is that most of the 7,000 plus members of the American Evaluation Association, and a lot of those don't live in the United States, are what we call accidental evaluators, meaning that we started out doing one thing and then we ended up realizing that we were very interested in evaluation. So what I've been doing over these years is very intently watching the development of evaluation and performance measurement, performance management, and from within the DC area, I have focused a lot on federal laws and developments. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a history about how the US is approaching evidence-based policymaking. And then I'm going to talk about the statute that is in law and is not likely to be repealed at all, that has made a lot of changes. I will also discuss a little bit about the Biden administration's efforts to support particularly equity and inclusive engagement along with evaluation. And I will point out some of the things that will probably go away January 20th with the new president. I know there's been lots of drama, and it's like a telenovela looking at American politics. But a lot of the wonderful work that goes on in federal agencies is really not affected. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So first, looking upon, and I've studied a lot about how we've evolved in terms of our thinking about how to approach evaluation in the public sector. And back in the 1980s, people talked about outcomes. We wanted outcome-based government and so on. By the way, before that, we just used the old word effective, like, is the program effective? People talked about effective, and are things effective? Then they started talking about outcomes. Then results was the big word, results-based management. That became the word of the 90s. The term evidence-based policy started becoming really popular around the turn of the century, both internationally as well as in the US. But all of these the terminology is reflecting the broader kinds of values of the new public management, calls for example, the use of data and so on. That's not changed, but the way we frame and talk about it has a little bit. So what I would suggest are the key moments or things that happened that had great consequences in the United States with regard to evidence-based policy are the following. And most of them, well, you may have heard of all of them, I don't know, but one of the ones is sort of the, below the radar what happened. And that was back in 2001 The Office of the President has within it an Office of Management and Budget, OMB, that provides directives to all the other federal agencies on what to do. It is basically following the president's agenda. And back in 2001, George W. Bush was president, and his team brought in a man called John Barron, who had a Coalition for Evidence-Based Policy unit. He's actually a lawyer and never studied research design, and it was only a couple people in his group, but he was hired on to direct and gave a vision for evaluation for that president, for George W. Bush. He then became very instrumental in promoting the use of RCTs, random control trials. He was to the federal government what Esther Duflo was, a person at MIT, and became very active in international development evaluation, eventually winning a Nobel Prize in economics for that, in saying that we need to have more random control trials or experimental trials to figure out what works and what doesn't. And in fact, he had played a role in drafting several pieces of legislation that said we needed to utilize results that had been tried and true from random control trials to then decide where to put funding streams for grants and so on. It wasn't only from the George W. Bush administration, but once you get things into law, they last. And he played a very strong role in what I call the evidence-based policy making group advocates within the sort of the federal arena. Soon after that, you started having the first clearinghouse, which was the What Works Clearinghouse, that features models, and that is for education, but now we have over 68 clearinghouses and registries just in the United States. Britain has quite a few, and a lot of other countries do, where they list studies that have shown models that are alleged to be effective in accomplishing certain goals. And the What Works Clearinghouse is probably the most well-known and most well-funded. Millions have gone to support it. And then people who receive grants, and by the way, lots of money goes out in grants, over $900 billion a year goes out in grants in our country, even more than contracting. So think about that, all the money we spend to like ships to go to the moon or missiles or whatever. No, more money goes out in grants. So it's important when you say to get a grant, you have to use one of these proven evidence-based models. But of course, the question is, are they going to work other places, and are they really proven? In any case, I'll get to that. But so that's when you said the first clearinghouse, and now we have many. So then what happened was that there was bipartisan interest, and it was a bipartisan bill was passed called the Commission on Evidence-Based Policymaking Act. And basically that happened in 2016, and they said take 18 months, go listen to people across the country, figure out what we need to do to utilize evidence more in policymaking. Come back with some recommendations so we meaning Congress as well as the president, can do a better job, okay? 18 months passed, they came up with 22 really good recommendations that were nonpartisan, not political, but we're talking about how you need to build up the capacity within federal agencies to do a better job of generating evidence. Then the Act, the Foundations for Evidence-Based Policymaking Act, was passed in 2018, and it incorporated 11 of the 22 recommendations, many of which were about building capacity in the agencies. That is the law that has been extremely instrumental in forwarding thinking about how we evaluate and learn from evaluation. Now, those two were laws, and particularly people call it the Evidence Act, is not going away. It is extremely instrumental. The Biden administration had built on that and has come up with a variety of guidance documents to federal agencies. Some of them will probably go away January 21st or the 20th, who knows? But the legislative guidance is not going to be changing. As I mentioned, the report, it was called The Promise of Evidence-Based Policymaking, was the commission's report that came up with excellent recommendations that then informed the foundations of Evidence-Based Policymaking Act. And so the key pieces of this act, which has been extremely instrumental. By the way, let me back up and say the federal government of the United States is about as diverse as the United Nations in terms of capacity, in terms of how they handle evaluation, how they handle data. You can't generalize about the federal government. They are very different. So, before 2018, were there some agencies that were doing wonderful work with evaluation? Yes. Were there some agencies that did zero? Yes. So having a law said everybody has to get together and build capacity. So the key pieces, it's a long act, but the key pieces are, and one of the things I think has been extremely helpful, was it required agencies to take this seriously and to produce, they called them evidence building plans or learning agendas. And this came from an idea that had already been trialed by actually one of our alums of our program had done this as the chief evaluation officer at the Department of Labor, and so it was a concept that was tried out. Essentially, it's a list of questions that the leaders want to know about. They want answers to help them figure out, are we doing the right things the right way? These are bigger questions. They aren't like, did little program A achieve its intended objectives? No, it's like, what sorts of programming do you need to prepare people for the job market so they can get jobs and stay in jobs? What are the kinds of supports they need? Bigger questions about how do we get people that are homeless and have a variety of mental health issues? What are the best ways to support them? So big questions. Secondly, that established that all of the major agencies have to have evaluation officers and offices, okay? We have this thing in our, we have lots of chief this, chief information officer, chief budget officer, chief technology officer, chief data officer, and now we have evaluation office. They also were supposed to figure out, well, where do we have capacity? And by the way, this was really, really hard, because the various agencies said, well, you know, if they have like 80,000 people that are spread out working across the country, there aren't like positions that say evaluation, but people that are doing analysis of data, conducting evaluation work may be doing it in a variety of positions. So that wasn't that easy. They also provided, required a chief data officer. By the way, now we have chief AI officers, but that's another story. And they said we need to have set evaluation standards for the federal agency as well as each agency. And the idea is that it's a statutory requirement. Standards will outlive individuals who run the offices. So we have the evaluation offices that are diagnosing the learning needs and capacity. You have the learning agendas, and that are provided along, all agencies already had to have a 4-year strategic plan. Now they have to have a learning agenda that can be refreshed. They are supposed to identify gaps where they need more support internally, and then have the standards. By the way, almost all evaluation of the actual work itself is undertaken outside of government. We contract out. Contracting out became a big thing under Bill Clinton-Gore administration had something back in the 90s called the National Performance Review. And as I tell people, the main accomplishment they had was they basically got rid of a little over 250,000 federal employees, which has led to what we now have, which some people call the shadow government, which is Deloitte, Booz Allen, Pricewaterhouse, IBM, are running a lot of our federal government, because you still have to do the work. Somebody has to do it, but evaluation has pretty much always been contracted out. So you might say, well, then why do you need evaluation officers? Because they need to figure out what needs to be done and put out the contracts or the grants or whatever, and figure out, are we answering the right questions? And then are we getting the information that we need? Now, a key challenge that we face, and I'm not going to generalize, maybe all of the countries represented here, you have this right, but I'll say that one of the problems we face is there's a gap between the evidence or the data and the people that could use it. That is, the policymakers, the politicians, the people that are a higher level, they are busy. They're just busy. They don't have time, and they're doing other stuff. And one of the interesting things about the learning agenda is that the process that was used was to get people together and talk. And for example, we found that leaders within organizations would say, you know, it'd be great if I had data to answer such and such a question. And then they were told, we have that data. We've had that data for 20 years. Because there's a gap between they think about different things. So the data providers are busy making sure the data are valid and reliable and current and so on. But they may not have access to the politicians or the policymakers. So it's a challenge. The learning agenda has been a great tool. I think that there are also nonprofits and foundations that are using this as well. The point is that, and this has been my life struggle for the last decades in evaluation, the holy grail, the thing that I've been seeking is, how do you get people to learn within public organizations? How do we get people to learn? How do we structure so that we do have data, we have evidence, we have studies, but how do we get people to take the time to learn? That's been my lifelong struggle. And I'm very hopeful now. It doesn't work on all the agencies. Do some of the agencies think it's pro bono and just check the box and here's something? Yes. Not everyone is doing this perfectly, but there have been strides to get people to take the time to figure out, first of all, what are our key, most urgent questions, and then actually provide the answers. They can bridge the gap between the producers of evidence and the potential community of users, policymakers, politicians, and so on. And you know, there's a lot of reasons why we have that gap and why there's not, but part of it is people get really busy. And when they're running programs and agencies, they don't necessarily just take the time. In accordance with the law, we had the federal government issued standards through a very nice process, and with input from professional associations such as the American Evaluation Association and others. And the key headlines are relevance and utility, rigor, independence and objectivity, transparency, and ethics. So those, now, there are obviously a lot of paragraphs that define what each of those are, but those have been established for the federal government, and all of the major agencies have their own pretty much very similar kinds of standards. And I just wanted to pick out the point about independence, because independence is again, a very tough thing to achieve. And basically it says you need to be appropriately insulated from any political and other undue influence that may affect the objectivity, impartiality, and professional judgment in the evaluation, in any of the evaluation work, which I think is extremely important. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time with this because this is a Biden administration set of priorities. I have to say that if I could have written it, I couldn't have made it better. Everything that I wanted to, I was giddy, laughing, and so happy when I saw that the Biden administration basically sent these signals out. They said that evaluation is a central function within agencies that is mission critical, that evaluation needs to be a whole of government, that we need learning agendas and evaluation plans to be taken seriously, that we need to look at a broad portfolio of evaluation techniques, not just random control trials, that we need to invest. If we're going to take it seriously, you need to put the money there to invest in evaluation and evaluation officers. Now, I don't know. It's possible. It's possible that the Trump administration will not change this. What is interesting is that every president has a management agenda. And the management agenda, and you're probably going to be surprised, but under Trump didn't look any different because it was written by the same staff who wrote it for Obama, wrote the same management agenda for Trump. It's very possible that Trump and the people around him didn't read it. So it's very possible that there will not be a change in this. I don't know. It may slip under the radar. It's hard to say. But there was a lot of also of attention given to equity. On his first day in office, Biden issued a social equity executive order. Executive orders are not laws. They are provided by presidents, and they can be nullified by the next president. But it was to say we need to look at equity and diversity inclusion within agencies and how we operate internally, as well as in the services and the interface with the public. And we need to take it seriously. Now, which is great. So all of this sounds great, right? So you can say, oh, good, we're done. No, there's challenges. This is not easy work at all. So some of the challenges I'm just going to run through very quickly, but the location of, literally the location of evaluation expertise is a problem. It's spread out with in silos. People don't even know that the other offices, what the other offices are doing, and they literally can be in different buildings. There's also a question about the transferability of evidence from these models that are given by the various clearinghouses. We have not built up much evidence on racial disparities. We talk, but we don't necessarily have the data. And again, it's getting that demand for evidence. So in any particular agency, you have the sort of mission, the darker blue is the mission offices. But then there's tons of mission support. They might be called the statistical office, the science office, the policy analysis office. There's so many offices, again, that may not talk to each other or have much to do with each other. There's just simply a lack of coordination. Some people do performance measurement. That's another law, but another talk. The Government Performance and Results Act, 1996, required all of the federal agencies to come up with performance measures. But that's a different office. They don't even know the people that are doing the evaluation. Oh, and then there's another office that does behavioral economics where they try to do little studies to see, for example, if you send text messages to students to remind them to get their federal loan papers in on time, does it help increase the likelihood they will? Yes, it does. We don't know, and these various clearinghouses do not require information about context, like what supports do you need to have in another context for one of these models to work. In analysis of looking at some of the leading clearinghouses, we found very little evidence that the studies were looking at differences in outcomes across racial and ethnic groups. that you can see some numbers here. Out of 1,065 studies for the Department of Labor, Clearinghouse, 0 looked at racial equity. Of 195 in the Campbell collaboration, 2. Out of 10,741, 23 at what works. So in other words, we don't know how different programs have differential outcomes for different racial groups. We don't have a lot of people, again, I'm generalizing, in specific arenas, more like public health. Hey, we're doing great. Great evidence-based policy making at CDC, FDA, and places like that. Education, yeah, pretty much. Within climate change, you know, at least there has been. However, there's still that translational piece. You know, Canada has a whole agency on translational research, on helping to figure out how you bridge the gap. We could definitely use one. Once you think, again, moral of this whole story is that putting things into law that will survive across crazy politics and differences in political priorities is extremely important. So I put a PS. PS, we have a great constitution in the US that has a couple things going for it. There's the Constitution of the US was created in a time when we were fighting against a king and an autocrat. And so our Constitution is extremely geared towards legislative powers and curbing executive powers. Also, we have a very federal system where the states are very jealous of their powers, and the Constitution put that into law, that we have a great deal of diversity across the states in political will as well as administrative capacity. And so some states are doing, again, it's all contract, evaluation tends to be contracted out, but there's a much more sophistication and care and resources given in some states more than other states. And you can probably guess, you don't have to win a geography bee to do this, to figure out which states are probably doing a better job. But most of everything that I've been talking about will continue because it's by law. But the notion of putting down into law and into written policies that are going to stay what independence means, what are expectations for evaluation has been extremely important. So thank you very much, and I know we're going to be talking more. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Newcomer. You've taken us across performance management as practiced in the US. And now we're ready to hear Professor William Emick talk about performance management from a comparative perspective. Professor Emick is a professor of practice at Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs, CIPA, and the founding director of the Picker Center for Executive Education. He oversees the executive MPA program and various executive training initiatives. Emick teaches courses in management, cross-sector partnerships, applied policy analysis, innovation, and also lectures occasionally at Pekin University and Universidad Externado de Colombia. Emick serves as the advisory board of the Central Park Conservancy's Institute for Urban Parks and co-authored Social Value Investing. He was FDNY Deputy Fire Commissioner for Strategic Planning and Policy, where he led significant innovations in fire response and management training. He holds a BA, MPA, and PhD from the Maxwell School of Syracuse University and taught previously at also multiple universities. The floor is all yours, Professor Emick, and then we will have questions from me directed to both speakers, and then open the floor to the whole as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a 29-page speech, which I'm not going to read. I want to focus on some key issues. If you have any interest in what I say in my remarks, you can read the paper. I also have a new book coming out with two of my colleagues at SEPA called Sustainability Metrics. And the book is really about what we'll talk about today, which is how performance management and measurement is changing. But before I begin, I need to thank Leila for inviting me to come, and for USAID, particularly Omar and Dr. Khaled, they have taught me so much about Egypt and the importance of Egypt and how Egypt is changing and how universities and international organizations like USAID and the Egypt government itself is working to make things better. I've been teaching for a long time. I worked for 20 years in government. I'll probably work in government again. I'd say there are just a few things I'd like you to take from me and evaluate. The first thing is the world is getting better. I know in the Middle East today that may seem a ridiculous thing to say, but it's not. If I look at what the world was like when I was your age, sitting out there in my first conference, and what the world is like today, and I could go back in time and tell people what the world is like today, they would have said, you're crazy. That's impossible. It could never get that much better in that period of time. The numbers of people who've moved out of poverty. I grew up very poor in New York City. The people who live at the lowest ranks in New York City in public housing, when we looked at that level of living when I was a kid, we would have thought it was heaven. We couldn't have imagined having a life that good. So first thing is, focus on the reality. Things are getting better. Good news. How do they make things better? Well, there's some history here, and it's history that's important for this gathering. A lot of the really good ideas that change our society for the better come from academia, come from people like you, who think about what's not right and how to make it better. And it takes a long time for that actually to get into the system and change things. There are three people that I'd like to start with that, if you haven't read anything by them, may be helpful to bring what I'm saying today. The first one, surprisingly, is a guy named Herbert Simon, who's a Nobel laureate, who's famous for his writings on organizational behavior. But he was really the first person to apply performance management to government. Outside of government, working for a nonprofit, in the 1920s, he said to the public and to the media and everybody else, the public has a right to know what their money is being spent on, which was a revolutionary idea at the time. So people, you're paying your taxes. What is government giving you for that taxes? And that was the beginning of performance measurement. Flash forward maybe 2 decades, a guy from the private sector, in my feeling, the most brilliant person working in management, certainly in the last 100 years, Peter Drucker, who's written 30 books. Pick any one. They're all great. They're easy to read. They're easy to understand. His premise was, if you don't measure it, you can't manage it. Because if you don't know where you are, how do you know you're getting better or worse? Compared to what, right? So that was the second big step. And the third one was a writer, academic, professor at one time at Columbia named Deming. And Deming founded the concept of total quality management. They call it lean management today. It's the same thing. And basically what he said is, for any organization, no matter what sector, the key measure of success is survival. You're still there. Because if you're still there, you must be doing something right. And he, more than any other intellectual, taught me the idea that the whole process is about getting better, just getting better. And you can look at Japan after the Second World War, totally devastated, no hope for the future. They read Deming's book and said, you know what? This guy's right. And the company Toyota, which was so bankrupt that its cars only had one headlight and brakes on one front brake, that was a Toyota, is the most successful car company in the world. Tesla's great, fine, fine, fine. Toyota is everywhere, and Toyota keeps getting better and better little by little. So this thing that we talk about, performance measurement, works really well. It's evolving, and that's a few more remarks and then I'll get out of your way. So initially, performance measurement was financial. In the private sector, it was make more money. In the public sector, it was not, don't be in deficit. That's still around. How do we use our money? How well do we use our money? But beginning in the 90s, people started to say, whether in the public sector, the private sector, or the nonprofit sector, it's more than just balancing your budget. It's more than what you do in your organization. How does your organization, first people started to say, how is it affecting the environment? Because we all know the world is changing, whether you believe in climate change or not. It's happening, and it's having consequences. And that consequence, in large part, is being caused by us, by people and our organizations. And if we're going to measure profit and how we do internally, we also have to look at the externalities, the impact in the environment. And that, when I say sustainable, I think most people here, most of you here, sustainable environment. What we argue in the book is sustainability goes well beyond environment. It also goes on how do you impact people, both people in the organization and people outside the organization, and how do you affect the well-being of both the small community, the medium-sized community, the country, the world, right? So the easy jargon for me to remember is people call this the triple bottom line. So the one bottom line is the old financial, all that stuff. The second bottom line is the environment. So yeah, how well are you doing yourself, but how much of the garbage are you throwing into the environment that's making everything worse? We should really subtract that from your profit line. But then even beyond that, it's not just about the measuring of where we are, it's the long-term impact on people. And I would say too, I'm going to just hit a couple of quick points and then I'll finish. The United Nations, for all the criticisms that people lay on it, does serve almost like a quasi-academic institution for the world in practice, and a number of the steps that they've taken in recent years have helped. First, the United Nations Global Compact during Kofi Annan was the first time to speak to the private sector organizations and say, you have a responsibility to help on important social issues around the world, like human rights, right? Like corruption, like labor rights. So saying that the things that we historically have only held government accountable for, we should hold the private sector accountable. And thousands of private sector organizations committed to it. Whether they did it or not is another question, but at least they felt that that was right and they should not sign. So that's step number one. Step number two were the Millennium Development Goals, which I think for the world said, we're all responsible for making the world a better place. And the key components of that are quality education for all, quality health care for all, the opportunity to have a sustainable lifestyle, economically sustainable, key elements. And then I would say that the Sustainability Development Goals are really what they say, taking the Millennial Development Goals and adding to it all the environmental concerns that we have. Two quick examples to show you that, in my view anyway, we see companies adopting this. Microsoft has committed itself, it's a small item, but I think it's a big one. Opportunities for people with disabilities in Microsoft. There are a whole set of programs that have been in place for a long time to access or create job opportunities for people with disabilities in Microsoft and then create career tracks so they can move up. And that's had a significant measurable impact. The second thing is they've committed themselves to governance through a diverse set of people. Women, people of color, older people, younger people, people from different backgrounds. And if you look at Microsoft's board, it reflects that. Over time, the people who govern, the governance, will affect the outcomes of the organization. And then a second organization, which I think is focusing on the social impact, is a company called Passan, P-A-S-S-A-N. It's a Chinese company. They work in textiles, which is, like a bad industry. And they employ mostly unskilled women. But they have committed themselves to, again, career paths, training, childcare, subsidies of childcare and education for the women working there, and ways for them to bridge the gap between their job and their responsibilities at home. You wouldn't think you'd find something like that in China, but it's there. They're practices that we should be following all over the world. Why care? Why should you care about this? Why does this matter? Because big organizations impact the world in a big way, whether they're public, whether they're private, whether they're nonprofit. That's where we, as people, have power, our role within those organizations. And to the extent we have a role in a democracy, we can vote, we can protest, we can write. There are many ways that we as individuals, both in our individual capacity, but also in our membership in communities, in universities, in the governments that we work for, to make a difference. So back to Peter Drucker, if you don't measure it, you can't manage it. And if you don't manage something like environmental impact or diversity or social community impact, it won't be focused on because it's not measured and therefore nobody's judged by it. So that's it for me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming, because these are the gatherings and institutions that change the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Emek, and thank you for your optimism and the assurance that things are getting better. We're finding it very hard to believe this statement currently, but we'll work on it. We'll start with a question to Dr. Emek about the concept of sustainability over time. You've taken us from the time the UN started talking about the Global Compact and the Millennium Development Goals and up to the Sustainable Development Goals. And with your level of optimism that I'm finding it difficult to buy in, I want to inquire about the measurement of the Sustainable Development Goals, all the challenges they are facing with implementing the indicators. And when they come to report on a national level, it's just a voluntary reporting system. Countries pick and choose what to report on, so it ends up being something superficial, not really explaining what's happening in that specific nation, and it's acceptable as is without any questioning from the UN system. So what's your take about that, and how can you convince us that still the world is getting better?
Well, I'd say a couple of things. One, we put those ideas out there. So, and we collectively, whether we live up to our word or not, when you put the Sustainable Development Goals out there and 147 or however many of the countries sign in, that's a step forward in and of itself. How well do we monitor it? Do we have an enforcement capacity? Not so good. However, I would say, particularly on things that are measurable independently, like impact on the climate, CO2 emissions, all that. You don't need governments to tell us. Increasingly now, we have 400 scientists at Columbia who monitor this every day. The more satellites, measurable changes and impact on the climate, emissions of CO2, who's doing it when, we don't need their cooperation. We have that data, we can make that data available, we can see how that impact. I'm very, very, very optimistic about the physical aspects of sustainability and our impact on them. They're getting better and better, faster and faster. The more challenging ones are the social ones, right? And not because we can't measure how many kids are graduating or healthcare. We can measure all those things. But those things are much more localized in terms of how the schools are doing, how the healthcare. So the healthcare systems could be better and better and better in India. But if they weren't, what could we do about it? And the answer is not so much. But that's why, and this will be my last appeal to great figures, that's why Churchill said so many times, democracy is a terrible form of government. It's just that the other forms are so much worse. And I am just a great believer in democracy because in the end, we've seen it play in the United States. For me, I view the re-election of Donald Trump as a reflection of the fact that the American people are just fed up. The majority of the American people believe the government is not working for them. Simple as that. They can only vote for two parties, one or the other. That's the only reasonable. And so I think to some degree they voted for outlandishness, just to say, no, no, we're not making progress. You're not doing anything. So one, let's see if somebody else can do it. But in any case, maybe you'll get the message that the next time when you run and somebody says, well, what would you do differently? This is direct out of our campaign. And the answer is, I can't think of anything. I mean, if I'm an average American and a candidate for president in the United States in 2024 says to me, with both husband and wife working two jobs, their kids, struggling in school, says to me, if I'm elected, I wouldn't do much differently than we're doing now. I would say, well, I'm not voting for you.
Thank you, Professor Emek. So we keep on measuring and trying, keep on measuring and putting out the measures out there. To Professor Newcomer, there's a lot going on with performance management in the US and a lot that we can learn from the US experience about the clearing houses, the insistence on figuring out the objectivity and independence of the evaluators. But there are still challenges that are more apparent here in our part of the world. When people resist getting into monitoring and evaluation, resist filling out the forms, collecting the data and reporting on what has been achieved, either there is internal resistance because we have other things to do, as you well mentioned, other urgent issues that need to be handled. So we're always fed up when we are called upon to fill out the forms for the strategic plans and the performance indicators related to it. And additionally, external challenges from government, and government officials do not want to be held accountable, and they don't want to be transparent about what they're doing for many different reasons. So how can we overcome these two main sources of challenges to performance management?
So one of the things that I was talking about a lot was that you need laws that put in the books what are the expectations, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult to get work done. But there is one bright spot, and that is that collecting data has become so much easier than it was in the past. In fact, for example, one of my alums was the head of our census. And she said, it's easier for us to just buy data from MasterCard and other credit card companies than to do the census. We still do the census because it's like the American thing. You didn't need to do a census. But there are so many more ways to get data that can be useful in understanding about the world, about the constituents, about families, about living conditions. That you don't have to just go around and survey and collect data the old way. and so it is actually cheaper and easier and less time consuming to get data than it was in the past. That's another point. I think that there have been a lot of things that have been used, like shaming. For example, some of our presidents had like red light, green light, yellow light, or yeah, green, yellow, red on agencies on how well they were doing. We've had grading, like are they getting an A or an F? I call these shaming kind of practices to highlight where things aren't going well. I'm not a big believer in that. I don't think that that is very helpful, but the point is that there are different kinds of approaches that have been used to get people to pay attention. With a 24/7 news cycle, there is much more opportunity for shaming by the media, and not only the established media, but as we now know, by so many people that just have a cell phone that are going to provide reviews about their experiences with government and so on. So that's another, for good or bad, there is a lot more of the shaming kind of capacity than there ever was before. And so I think that the politicians, the people that get into positions of power to running agencies or big programs are more aware of the downside of not doing well. Real quick story. So Michael Lewis is a well-known author, and you've probably read some of his books. He's written The Blind Side, became a movie and so on. But he got some very well-known authors, best-selling, New York Times best-selling authors, that wrote 5 stories about 5 people working in our government, not head of agencies, but running particular programs that were just doing amazing things and ran really long sort of stories about them in the Washington Post, and then it was also in New Yorker magazine and so on. About, and he has a new book coming out about some of the people that are doing amazing things in government. And one of them was one of my students that I had many, many years ago, and he runs our national cemetery system. So within Veterans Affairs, there are 3 things: health stuff, tuition and benefits, and cemeteries. There are a lot of cemeteries. We have a lot of cemeteries for veterans across the United States. And he has been working very diligently. He came from the budget office, and then he did performance improvement stuff. And then he's not a politician, but he became he did a really good job at figuring out how to improve things by measuring a ton of things. And they have in the well, I think it's worldwide, there's a thing where they do customer service, and they have the highest in the world now. 97% people say that they were extremely pleased with the service they got, which is higher than Toyota and Google and, you know, J.Crew and all these others. But there's a lot of really good, wonderful stories like that of people that are doing good things. And it's wonderful to see the good stories as opposed to seeing the bad. But it's very easy. I think that there's more risk. You know, risk management wasn't even a word that we taught in public administration programs a while back, right? But now, risk management, hey, everybody needs to know about risk management, right? And so there's the risk that if you don't measure what you're doing and keep an eye on what the data are telling us, I think the downsides are way, way worse than they used to be. I mean, and that kind of sounds pessimistic, sorry. But, you know, I think that's realistic.
It's realistic, yes. So we can open the floor for questions from the audience, all right? And there are mics going through. Dr. Tamer Qarmout, Doha Institute. And you can introduce yourself if I don't know you.
No, I'm just Tamer. I'm a professor of public policy at the Doha Institute. Thanks for the very insightful presentation. So my first question will go to Dr. William. of course, we can't talk about policies without talking about politics, the big picture. And when it comes to global politics, and the fact that you have raised the matter of the SDG, and also I feel your optimism, but I have my own concerns. The UN is the key vehicle that is managing the entire SDGs project. And the UN has been, or has become, a very diminished and dysfunctional international organization because of politics. I mean, we see the UN failing in preventing genocide in Gaza and Palestine, Ukraine. I mean, the world is changing drastically. We are in an era of a multipolar world now. I mean, the fact that Egypt, the country that is hosting us, is or has joined the BRICS last year, tells a lot about these changing dynamics in global affairs. So my question is, I mean, when it comes to practicality and getting a real sense of global situation, how realistic can we be optimistic when it comes to SDGs when we have a very fragmented international politics now, a very diminished UN, and also donors fatigue as well is a big thing. I mean, the globe is not in a good situation economically now. So that's my question to you. And to Dr. Catherine, I'll be quick. I mean, Elon Musk has been bragging about this government efficiency initiative, whatever it is. So I don't know if it's going to take place or not, if he's going to be appointed. But if this happens, do you have any perceptions on what's his vision for improving efficiency in the US administration? And secondly, the US ranks 21 on HDI index. So it means there are 20 countries that are on the top of the US. And the US remains a global super economic military power in the world. But for me, and I'm someone who, I consider myself lucky, I studied in the US at some point as well. I always question the social contract. Is the problem really in efficiency and effectiveness and then the policy making or design, or in politics itself? Is it time to change politics and the social contract in the US because it has become non-representative to majority of US Americans? And this is where change should come, at the political level, not at the policy level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tamer. Quite a lengthy question. We'll take a number of questions and then come back. Amira and then Dr. Gheda Bersoum. Amira, introduce yourself, please.
Amira Gamaluddin, USAID EGA Anti-Corruption Advisor. Thank you very much for the presentations, and my question for Dr. Newcomer. You said that through the journey of the evidence-based policy making, the most challenge was the capacities, right? There were government agencies, they had good capacities and other were not. So my question is, in Egypt, we have the monitoring and evaluation units within the government agencies. I truly believe that one of the core challenges is the capacity of the employees in these units. So could you give us more insights on how the government dealt with such a challenge through the years? Okay.
Is it clear, Kathy? Or which challenge?
The capacity.
Capacity building
the
of
capacity,
evaluators. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Gheda Bersoum.
Thank you, Laila. Great day. I'm very happy to see everyone in this event. My question to Catherine, I mean, in the academia, we live those methodological battles. So what defines evidence? How is evidence constructed? And is descriptive, if we just run descriptive statistics on a small sample, is this evidence? If you run a regression, a very complicated regression, is this evidence? If you do a qualitative study, is this evidence? It's, Tamer talks about politics, with the capital P. This is probably politics with a small p, but they define what we call as evidence. So and there's also the RCT, which is, they get all the money of evaluation research. So this continuum of types of evidence, I'd like you to, tell us your thoughts on that. Yeah.
So I'll take one more question and give the floor to the panel. We have Dr. Aziza and Dr. Hiba.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation to our distinguished speakers. I'm going to be very brief. I don't want to go into politics. My colleague Tammy took care of that. So my colleague, I really was amazed to see that whether you see the glass half empty or half full. And we was like a drama in the audience when we say we are in a better world. Well, the question can be to both of you, but I really like Dr. Newcomer coming all the way from US. I am Aziza Zamraya, teacher, University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. I'm right on the Mexican border with the immigration dilemma and everything. I would like you to talk to us about how you factor in the effect Elon Musk. And we already had a flavor what happened with the new budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aziza. Dr. Hiba Mughaib, Ministry of Planning Institute, National Institute of Planning as well.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Laila. And your student, this is the most important. Thanks for the presentations. Actually, my question is, with the changing policy, ever-changing policy, that we don't have the proper time for the evaluation or the impact assessment, how we deal with this looking for evidence-based policies? I mean, in Egypt, we do the policy with all the programs and activities related to this policy, and then within 2 years max, policy is changing. So I believe that from an academic point of view, we don't have a proper time to have a proper evaluation and the impact assessment. So as practitioners and professors, I need your advice on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll give the space to the speakers to try to respond to some of this question. Professor
Let me do the low-hanging fruit, the easier questions, because they were really good questions, so they're tough. But in terms of Elon Musk, I think that, what? That was an easy question, yeah. So remember the part about our Constitution gave most of the powers to the Congress. And the Congress already demonstrated that I don't think that Elon Musk is going to go tell Congress what to do. And I think that both of us agree that he's probably not going to be around very long. That maybe it's wishful thinking, I don't know, but there's no way that you can that somebody can just say, oh, let's lop off 40% or of the people who work at the Department of Defense. It's there are laws that establish these. So I guess. And hey, by the way, maybe I'll come back in a year and you can tell me, Kathy, you were wrong. But I think this is just a lot of hoopla and nothing's going to happen. And don't you agree? Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. His Doge, nothing's going to happen. In terms of so I haven't the evidence standards. I've been criticizing the very narrow view of what constitutes evidence, being particularly quantitative in random controlled trials for a while. And I put my time where my mouth is and have an article which is open access that calls for new standards of evidence. And I'll be happy to give it to you. Anybody can have it. It's open access from the Public Administration Review, and I believe it was November 2023, in which we criticized the existing views that have been very narrow, based on very positivistic Western Downall Campbell kind of internal validity, external validity, canonized, and that don't allow for a more realistic view of evidence that should count. And so I've been criticizing the narrow view for a long time. Also, I've been the anti-John Barron, to be honest. We were on lots of panels, and if they were going to have him saying you have to have RCTs, then they would have Kathy Newcomer at the other end of the panel. I'm sure he's not one of my big fans. Because there's so many important questions that you cannot address with that. There are so many, that's what I liked about this notion of talking about a portfolio of evidence. There's so many questions that we need to ask. If on pilot programs, for example, you don't have to have an RCT, you don't have to have 1 million people in your sample. There's important questions that should be asked and can be asked with mixed methods, qualitative as well as quantitative methods. But the point is, we need to popularize this. We need to get people to understand that methods need to match the questions, not the other way around. Don't take a method and then try to, it's the, law of the hammer. Just because you have a hammer, that doesn't mean that you have to treat everything like it's going to be a nail. The thing about the political will to have the resources is the hardest thing in terms of being able to build capacity. I mentioned shaming of not doing well can be a little bit problematic. My bigger concern is about, I don't think we're going to have a Musk and a Doge that's going to do a whole lot. But my bigger concern is that for evaluation offices that haven't already got staffed up yet and have open positions, I already have heard from people in the agencies that have said they're trying to hurry up and hire before January 20th because they're afraid there's going to be a hiring freeze. And there probably will be. There was the last time Trump was in. And so I'm more concerned about that if we don't get the positions filled before January 2nd, that could be problematic, particularly for there's a lot of evaluation offices that are growing. I can't remember all the questions. Did you?
Challenge question about.
Yeah, you need the political will. You need to have the political will, and you have to be convincing. So I've been teaching evaluation for years and years. I developed a second course, which is all about change management. And so it's because a lot about developing evidence isn't about having some data, it's the social skills of convincing people that it matters, and that what have we learned about change management from whether it's Drucker or a lot of other people in the private sector as well as the public sector. And that's what we have been doing in the second class. It's called evidence building, but it's really about how do you nudge and push cultures, because it's really hard. And these are qualitative skills. Give me a good MPP or MPA student, I want them to develop their interpersonal skills more than advanced hierarchical linear regression techniques. I mean, granted, if that's what you want to do and you want to be a quantitative person, that's fine. But what we're talking about, getting people to utilize evidence, we require social skills, convincing. The woman that was one of my alums that was the Department of Labor that started the learning agendas and did such a wonderful job, she was the least intimidating, the nicest, the most clear person. Her social skills or emotional intelligence was fantastic. I don't know if she would have been, if another person, if you had taken another economist that was just sort of, take it or leave it, I don't think they could have done what she did. I can't underemphasize. I think that this cultural change in management requires the emotional intelligence and social skills, and that's what we need to help our students develop.
Thank you, Kathy. Professor Emick, the question about the ever-changing policies, so there isn't enough time to do proper evaluation, and another question about the SDGs and politics.
So, I mean, politics is democracy. I mean, politics is everybody having a voice and debating. And so maybe that's the sand in the gears, but it's the only way to do it. I hate to be such a, optimist about everything, but I am. I'm usually right. So it's my 40th wedding anniversary. My wife and I have been arguing politics for 40 years and we're still together. But to your question, I say the UN is the best we got. We got to do what it is. And my wife keeps saying we should blow it up. It's totally useless. What a terrible organization. But on that one, I'm right again, even though she's not here, so I can say it. I'd lose if she were here. But it's still putting out what the objective goals should be. And I think I want to end on this for my remarks. Yeah, everybody knows what's going on in the Middle East is wrong. And everybody knows what's going on in Ukraine is wrong. Regardless of what your interests are, we all know this shouldn't be happening, and it shouldn't be happening the way it's happening. I think part of the reason why we all know that is because there are places like the UN where people express things that are not politically popular where they live at places like the UN. And I predict that there will be peace, not saying permanent, but there will be peace in the Middle East and there will be peace in Ukraine in the next 18 months. Because crazily enough, I think Donald Trump is the perfect person to do it. Because he doesn't care, no, hear me out. He doesn't really care about the merits of any of it. He's really not on anybody's side. What he sees in both situations are huge economic opportunities for his family and friends. And those, I'm not kidding. And those economic opportunities will be possible only if there's peace. So politics is not always a bad thing.
Thank you very much. On that positive note, Professor Emek and Professor Catherine Newcomer. And I think we're on time. By the time we quit the stage, the other panel will start on governance initiatives. So to continue the discussion, don't go anywhere. Thank you very much. We'll take a picture. Proponents of thank you very much.
I think so. I do.
Are you ready?
Every time I was in New York, I think of you. Remember when we went to Mama Mia, and then you and I slept in that bed, and I scared you in the middle of the night? So, are you two, what are you doing? Yeah, because you helped me with the music.
It's my pleasure to be here with you today, the first day of our conference. It was a very fruitful experience to work with GAP and AMEPPA for all aspects related to this conference, the academic aspects, logistics, communication, and everything. I hope you are enjoying so far what's going on. And let us now turn to our session on innovative governance initiative in Egypt. يعني هنتكلم باللغة العربية في السيشن ديت، يعني given the fact ان احنا بنتكلم عن مصر، وفي نفس الوقت كمان انا شايف ان الاودينس معظمهم من متحدثي اللغة العربية. السيشن ديت طبعا يعني انا بتعامل معاها انها من اهم السيشنز اللي موجوده، لانها بتعكس الاكسبيرينس المصريه في مساله الجفرنس بشكل عام. خلال العقود الثلاثه الماضيه كان في اصلاحات كتيره جدا في الاجهزه الحكوميه المختلفه والمتعلقه بالقضايا الخاصه بالحوكمه. ويعني لو احنا استعرضنا التجارب الدولية والممارسات الناجحة هنلاقي انها كلها تمحورت حول مجموعة من المحاور. المحور الاول كان دايما متعلق بفكرة الرقمنة او الديجيتاليزيشن او الاي جوفرمنت، ازاي ان احنا نقدر نخلي عندنا خدمات حكومية قريبة للمواطنين بشكل او باخر. وظهرت يعني مجموعة كبيرة جدا من الادوات زي مثلا البيج داتا، الجزء الخاص بالخدمات اللي بتقدم للمواطنين من خلال الويب سايتس، وبعد كده كمان الجزء اللي هو المتعلق بالموبايل ابلكيشن وهكذا. كان في مجموعة أخرى من الإصلاحات كانت متعلقة بالقضايا الخاصة بالمساءلة ومكافحة الفساد والشفافية بشكل عام، يعني كباكج واحدة كده. كان في مجموعة كبيرة جدا من الإصلاحات دي كان على أهمها تشريع القوانين المتعلقة بإتاحة البيانات والمعلومات للمواطنين بشكل أو بآخر. كان في كمان الإصلاحات اللي هي المتعلقة بشكل رئيسي بالبروكيورمنت، مسألة كيف تنفق الحكومة الأموال، كيف تنفق على المشروعات بشكل شفاف. إلى جانب كمان كان فكرة البروجرس ريبورتس اللي كانت بتتعمل على هذه الأمور. يعني محور تاني من محاور الإصلاح كانت دايما اللوكال جوفرنس أو إصلاح الإدارة المحلية، ودي كانت مسألة مهمة جدا إن أنت تدي للوحدات المحلية سلطات ومسؤوليات أكبر لأنها هي الأقرب للمواطنين. وكان في تولز كتيرة جدا واستخدمت في هذا الإطار بقى زي البارتيسيباتوري بادجيتنج، زي الفكر اللي هو المتعلق بالانجيجمنت بتاع السيتيزنز في صنع القرار على المستوى المحلي. ودي كان ليها كمان مجموعة كبيرة جدا من الانعكاسات على شكل العلاقة ما بين الحكومة المركزية والحكومات المحلية بشكل أو بآخر. مجموعة تانية من الإصلاحات واللي كانت مهمة جدا هي الإصلاحات المتعلقة بالإدارة العامة بشكل أساسي، اللي هو إصلاحات الحكومة، واللي تحدث عنها في الجلسة الصباحية الدكتور صالح الشيخ. وكانت هناك مجموعة بقى من الإصلاحات ليها علاقة بالريستراكتشرنج بتاعة الجهاز الإداري، ليها علاقة بالكادر البشري في الحكومات، وليها علاقة كمان بفكرة بقى تقييم الأداء بشكل عام الخاص بالعاملين في الأجهزة الحكومية المختلفة. إلى جانب ده كان في مجموعة تانية من الإصلاحات ليها علاقة بالM&E بشكل أساسي، لأن الحكومة بتنفق أموال طائلة يفترض بتخش في مشروعات كتيرة، لكن كان دايما فكرة تقييم الأداء هذه المشروعات الناتج او الامباكت من هذه المشروعات كانت دايما من القضايا اللي هي دايما مش موجوده. يعني على دايما كان الايفالويشن بيتم على مستوى الاوتبوت مش على مستوى الاوتكم، وتعامل هذه المشروعات مع الايشوز المختلفه. دايما كانت الفكره ان انت تدخل الM&E في الاجهزه الحكوميه كانت واحده من النقط المهمه جدا اللي اشتغلت عليها الاصلاحات المختلفه. جزء كمان من الاصلاحات اللي كان ليها علاقه بالحوكمه في الاجهزه الحكوميه كان الفكر اللي هو المتعلق ب الاوديت بشكل اساسي. يعني فكره الانترنال اوديت والاكسترنال اوديت دي ما كانت مسألة مهمة جدا، لأن في النهاية الحكومة بتنفق لكن لازم يكون في أسلوب داخلي للتدقيق، وهنا دوت الانترنال اوديت. وكان برضو لازم تقوية أداء الجهاز الاكسترنال اوديتور اللي هو بيشتغل بشكل أساسي كجهاز مستقل يتابع أداء الأجهزة الحكومية المختلفة. فكان فكرة الانترنال والاكسترنال اوديت بالإضافة إلى الإصلاح المنظومة القضائية هي كمان كانت واحدة من القضايا اللي شهدت تطورات كتيرة في هذا الامر، الى جانب طبعا بقى القضايا المتعلقه بالانفايرمنت بشكل عام. فكره الانفايرمنتال جوفرنس والجرين انستتيوشنز واللور ايميشنز، اعتقد دي اخرى كانت مسائل من القضايا اللي شهدت هذا الامر. الكيس بتاع النهارده او السيشن بتاعت النهارده احنا هنحاول نشوف يعني المنيو دي كلها ظهرت في التجارب الدوليه. دول كتير جدا يعني تعاقبت على هذه الممارسات، وبالفعل أدت إلى تطور أجهزة الإدارة العامة عندهم وتطور المنظومة المتعلقة بالحوكمة ومكافحة الفساد. النهاردة احنا بنحاول نعمله في السيشنز ديت ببساطة ان احنا هنشوف ترجمة دوت على الأرض. هل مصر بعيدة عن الكلام دوت؟ هل مصر بالفعل يعني نهجت هذا النهج منذ مدة طويلة؟ وايه اللي ممكن ان احنا نعمله في هذا الاطار؟ وعشان كده احنا معانا النهارده مجموعه بصراحه متميزه من المتحدثين اللي بيشاركوا في هذه البانل. يعني الدكتور احمد درويش، والدكتور احمد درويش طبعا هو غني عن التعريف. الدكتور احمد درويش هو وزير التنميه الاداريه السابق. الدكتور احمد درويش هو يعني في بدايه هو استاذ كمبيوتر انجينيرنج في جامعه القاهره. تبوأ العديد من المناصب سواء داخل الجامعه او خارج الجامعه، وله العديد من الكتابات والمؤلفات. اشتغل يعني كونسلتنت لمعظم المؤسسات الدوليه، سواء اليونايتد نيشنز، سواء البنك الدولي، سواء الاتحاد الاوروبي، وهكذا الاسكوا وهكذا. هو كمان اشتغل مش بس في مصر، واشتغل في مصر وفي افريقيا وفي الميدل ايست. لكن يعني احنا النهارده واحنا بندعوه بالاضافه الى كل ما ذكرته عن سيادته، هو يعني كان وزير التنمية الإدارية في مصر في فترة مهمة جدا من الفترة من 2004 إلى 2011. لمدة 7 سنوات هو شغل هذا المنصب، وهو اهتم ب3 قضايا بتمس محور الندوة بتاعة النهاردة. هو اشتغل بالأساس على فكرة الديجيتاليزيشن والاي جوفرمنت. يعني نقدر نقول الدكتور درويش هو أول واحد حط استراتيجي للديجيتاليزيشن، وكمان اشتغل على تنفيذها بشكل كبير جدا خلال فترة ولايته لهذا المنصب. هو كمان اشتغل على مكون مهم جدا اللي هو المتعلق بالانتجريتي والترانسبيرنسي في الجهاز الحكومي للدولة. ويعني ليه هو يعني تجربة ممكن هو يبقى يحكيها لنا في الجزء الخاص بالترانسبيرنسي. لكن كمان هو اشتغل على الجزء المتعلق بالكاباسيتي بيلدينج والستراكشرال كمان تشينج ريفورم او ريفورم. القضايا ديت هي قضايا مهمة هو اشتغل عليها. هو كمان ترأس المنطقة الاقتصادية، منطقة قناة السويس الاقتصادية لمدة عامين. وبرضو هو عمل مجموعة كبيرة من التغيرات في الجوفرنس بتاع هذه المنطقة، وازاي انها تقدر تجتذب المزيد من الاستثمارات بشكل اكثر مؤسسية. فعلشان كده النهارده يعني هو موجود معانا، وهنتوقع منه ان هو يكلمنا اكتر على الجانب اللي هو المتعلق بالديجيتاليزيشن. الضيف الثاني اللي موجود معانا النهارده هو الزميل العزيز الدكتور خالد عبد الحليم. الدكتور خالد عبد الحليم طبعا يعني هو استاذ كان adjunct professor في الجامعه هنا في جاب، لكن في نفس الوقت احنا تزامنا كثيرا في معهد التخطيط القومي، حيث كان يشغل درجه الاستاذ في مركز دراسات التخطيط الاقليمي، وفي نفس الوقت كمان هو شاهد الامور من عده زوايا. هو كونسلتنت، اشتغل في موضوع الاداره المحليه منذ مده طويله، كان بيشتغل في الوحده اللي كانت متعلقه بالتحول نحو اللامركزيه Decentralization Support Unit، وبعد كده اشتغل كادفايزر في مشروع مهم جدا اللي هو المشروع الخاص ب Upper Egypt Development، اللي هو المشروع الممول من البنك الدولي، واللي كان بيسيرف محافظتين من يعني افقر المحافظات في مصر، محافظتين قنا وسوهاج. ودلوقتي اللي حصل ان هو بقى محافظ قنا. فهو الفكره الاساسيه ان هو شاف الامور من كل النواحي، يعني شافها ككونسلتنت، وفي نفس الوقت رجع شافها تاني كحد بيساعد الحكومه في تطوير محافظتين من افقر المحافظات، الى جانب ان هو حاليا بقى بيمسك المسؤوليه باعتباره ان هو محافظ قنا. وطبعا هيقول لنا ايه وضع بقى اللوكال جوفرننس، وايه يعني بعد المده الطويله ديت ايه اللي ممكن ان احنا نستفيد منه في هذه التجربه. معانا كمان الدكتور عصام زكريا. الدكتور عصام زكريا هو وكيل هيئة الرقابة الإدارية. الدكتور عصام زكريا هو عنده الهات بتاعة هيئة الرقابة الإدارية، لكن هو كمان عنده الجانب الأكاديمي، فهو حصل على الماجستير والدكتوراه من الأكاديمية العربية للتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري في مجال البيزنس ادمنستريشن. لكن هو حاليا وطبعا هو يعني التحق بالرقابة الإدارية في عام 2011، ومن عام 2011 وحتى الآن هو تبوأ العديد من المناصب داخل هيئة الرقابة الإدارية، وحاليا هو المسؤول أو رئيس قطاع التخطيط الاستراتيجي داخل هيئة الرقابة الإدارية. وهذا القطاع اللي مسؤول عن تنفيذ انشيتيف مهمة جدا اللي هي فكرة إنشاء الاي سي جيوز، الانترنال كنترول اند جوفرننس يونتس، داخل الأجهزة الحكومية، تنفيذا لقرار السيد رئيس مجلس الوزراء 1146 لسنة 2018 بإنشاء مجموعة من الوحدات، منها هذه الوحدة. التجربة مهمة وتجربة سرية، وبتقع في قلب مسألة الحوكمة. الحوكمة مش بس ممارسات، مش بس تعديلات قانونية وتعديلات في البروسيسز وستريم لايننج والكلام ده كله، لكن كمان هي ثقافة. يعني ثقافة الحوكمة بأبعادها المختلفة دي مسألة مهمة ومسألة أساسية. الثقافة ديت عايزة تغيير في الوعي، وعايزة كمان تدريب مكثف لعناصر الجهاز الإداري للدولة. وأعتقد وجود الدكتورة شريفة معانا من هذا المنطلق بشكل أساسي. المعهد القومي للحوكمة والتنمية المستدامة هو معهد حديث الإنشاء، وإن كان هو قديم. يعني هو بدأ بالمعهد القومي للإدارة، لكن امتد علشان يتغير المنديد بتاعه يبقى المعهد القومي للحوكمة والتنمية المستدامة. الدكتورة شريفة يعني بتعرفها الدكتورة شريفة زميلة عزيزة، أستاذة بكلية الاقتصاد والعلوم السياسية جامعة القاهرة. الدكتورة شريفة كمان يعني تبوأت منصب رئيس قسم الإدارة العامة بجامعة فيوتشر، وفي نفس الوقت هي كانت بتشغل رئيس مركز البحوث واستشارات الإدارة العامة التابع لكلية الاقتصاد جامعة القاهرة. وطبعا يعني هي خريجة الجامعة الأمريكية البكالوريوس والماجستير، وأعتقد الدكتوراه من ساسكس يونايتد كينجدوم. فيعني هي عندها الخبرة الأكاديمية، إلى جانب إن هي هتتكلم معانا على ده، فكرة الوعي الخاص بالحوكمة، البرامج اللي عملها المعهد، فكرة تدريب القيادات داخل الحكومة المصرية على الجوانب المختلفة للحوكمة. أعتقد أن دوت كمان مكون مهم جدا للتحولات اللي بتحصل في مصر في هذا الأمر. طبعا يعني أنا مش هبقى متفائل قوي زي بيل يعني بالمستقبل زي ما هو كان متفائل، لكن احنا بنقول احنا عندنا تشالنجز. يعني رغم ان احنا النهارده بنتكلم على مجموعه من الاكشنز اللي اتخذت على الارض في هذا المجال، لكن لسه المجال طويل ولسه التشالنجز موجوده. انا مش عايز اخد من وقت حضراتكم كتير عشان نقدر نستمتع بالمداخلات الخاصه بالساده الحضور في هذه البانل، وبدعو الاستاذ الدكتور احمد درويش لاطلاله كده عن الوضع الخاص بالحوكمه في مصر.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يعني عايز أشكر هذه الدعوة الكريمة. هستغل ال10 دقائق بتوعي في 3 أجزاء: مقدمة وحاجة عن الحوكمة، وبعدين الجزء اللي الدكتور خالد طلبه الخاص بالتحول الرقمي. أما المقدمة فهي لمن يدور في ذهنه إيه اللي يخليهم يجيبوا مهندس حاسبات يكلمنا في الحوكمة والإدارة العامة. الحقيقة أنا لما اتخرجت كأي مهندس حاسبات معظمهم بيشتغلوا في تطوير البرامج، يعني نكتب برامج. أنا ما اشتغلتش في تطوير برامج عمري، أنا اشتغلت في تحليل النظم، لأني كنت أعلم تماما أن محلل النظم إذا أخطأ فالبرنامج اللي أنا بكتبه ليس له أي قيمة. ثم اكتشفت فيما بعد أنه لو الناس اللي بتحط البيزنس والفاينانشال موديل، منظومة الأعمال والنموذج المالي، اختاروا النموذج الغلط، فاحنا بنحلل السيستم الغلط، ومن ثم كله غلط. ثم بدأت أكتشف أن واضعي السياسات والاستراتيجيات إذا اختاروا الاستراتيجية الخاطئة ووضعوا السياسات الخاطئة فسنختار نموذج العمل والنموذج المالي الخطأ وكل اللي تحته غلط. إلى أن انتهت رحلتي بعد 19 سنة إني كان واضح يعني بشيء من الوضوح الشديد أمامي إن لو نموذج الحوكمة الذي تختاره الدولة أو المؤسسة غلط فكل اللي تحته غلط. فبدأت أعمل على الحوكمة من سنوات طويلة جدا، حيث أنني في محفل أكاديمي فهحاول أوزن ما بين الشق الأكاديمي والشق العملي. يعني مش عايز أبقى أكاديمي قوي لأنه قدامنا يعني موضوع على الأرض مهم. من وجهة نظري المتواضعة، عشان نتكلم بقى على لأنه خالد طلب إن احنا نعمل الإسقاط ده على جمهورية مصر العربية، في 7 قواعد أساسية للحوكمة. كلكم دارسين وممكن يبقى في أكتر من ال7 دول، بس دول ال7 اللي أنا معتقد إنهم الأهم، والمعتقد أنهم يعني من وجهة نظري المتواضعة عايز أهتم بيهم. ال7 قواعد دول قدامهم 7 ضمانات عشان نتأكد هل هذه القاعدة متحققة ولا لا. نقدر نبص على الضمانة، لو الضمانة دي موجودة يبقى القاعدة بالغالبية هتتحقق. أول قاعدة من القواعد أن يكون هناك رؤية، لأنه لو الدولة أو المؤسسة لا تتحرك برؤية معدلة يبقى أنا. طيب عندنا رؤية في مصر اسمها رؤية مصر 2030، وشرفت بأن أنا أكون أحد يعني المؤسسين والداعين لها. طب ما هي الضمانة؟ الضمانة أنه يكون هناك رسالة وبرامج تنفيذية لتحقيق هذه الرؤية، وده اللي أنا هتركه ليكم إن أنتوا تقرروا هل البرامج التنفيذية التي يتم يعني حاليا تنفيذها سوف تأخذنا إلى تحقيق هذه الرؤية بأرقامها أو لا، عشان بس ما نضيعشكم. تاني قاعدة من القواعد بنسميها الكفاءة. والكفاءة الحقيقة بشكر المتحدث الذي سبقني أعفاني من هذا، يجب أن تقاس بالأرقام. أنا قلت أنا مهندس، ما ينفعش أقول بقى أنا هرفع يعني كفاءة تقديم الخدمات ومد جسور التواصل مع المواطن. الكلام ده ما بيبقاش عندي. أنا عايز يقول لي أنا كنت بعمل الشغلانة دي في 5 أيام هعملها في يومين، أنا كنت بعمل 10 معاملات هعمل 17 معاملة، هذا من هذا القبيل. ولما هنتحدث عن الكفاءة هاجي شوية لقدام، لأنه التحول الرقمي قد يكون حاجة من الحاجات التي تحسن الكفاءة. ما هي ضمانة الكفاءة؟ الفاعلية، لأن في فرق بين الإفشنسي والإفكتفنس.
لان انا ممكن اكون كفء بس ما بعملش الشغلانه اللي مطلوبه مني. ودي للاسف كمشاهده، يعني انا همشي على السبعه دول ونقول مشاهدات، كمشاهده موجوده بكثره في الجهاز الاداري المصري، ان كل واحد بيحاول يوسع سلطاته وبشكل ما يعني يعمل شغل ما هواش الشغل اللي مطلوب منه. القاعده الثالثه هي الشفافيه. نحن ندير أموال المواطن، نحن ندير أموال دافعي الضرائب، فلا أقل من أن احنا نقول له كيف ندير هذه الأموال. عندنا شفافية في التحسن كمشاهدة، في تحسن في الشفافية، لأنه أصبح عندنا يعني بوابة للوظائف الحكومية، ما عادش الوظائف بتيجي بتأشيرة من عضو البرلمان اللي بيترجى الوزير. أصبح عندنا موجودة من 2006 بوابة للمشتريات الحكومية، صحيح ما بنحطش عليها مين اللي كسب المناقصة، ولكنها خطوة بدل ما بروح اشتري 10 جرايد وادور على ايه اللي الحكومة بتشتريه. لكن نحتاج المزيد من هذا. ليه؟ لأن ضمانة الشفافية حاجة بنسميها الحق في المعلومة، فنحن ما زلنا ليس لدينا قانون لتنظيم الإفصاح وتداول المعلومات، فدي حتة لو احنا بنقيس نفسنا على الحوكمة نبقى عارفينها. القاعدة التالية هي القدرة على التنبؤ. مفيش دولة مش محتاجة أنها تستقطب استثمارات، سواء كانت استثمارات الداخلية للمستثمر اللي هو المحلي أو كانت استثمارات من الخارج. ليه عايزين نجيب استثمارات من الخارج؟ لأنه كافة يعني المدخرات المصرية لو استثمرناها كلها مش هتعمل معدل نمو 3%. احنا نحتاج معدل نمو على الأقل 7%. مش عايز أقول أرقام غلط، لكن بالويم كده 1% بتعمل 100,000 وظيفة. أنا بيدخل لي سوق العمل كل سنة حوالي 750 ألف، فأي سنة بعمل أقل من 7%. احنا كلنا عارفين إنه بنراكم بطالة بشكل أو بآخر. إذن القدرة على التنبؤ مسألة أساسية جدا، لأنه المستثمر مش هيقدر يشتغل في إطار من إنه بيصحى من النوم يلاقي فجأة قرارات بيتم اتخاذها. برضو نقدر نقيس نفسنا لو احنا بنتكلم على هذا، لأنه بنقول الحوكمة وقياسها على الجهاز الإداري المصري، الحتة دي عندنا ما هياش أحسن حاجة. والضمانة بتاعتها بنسميها الاستقرار، لأنه مش عايز يعني في الحكومة في الآخر يجي حد يقول لي طب أنت عايز قدرة على التنبؤ، طب إيه رأيك بقى كمان أسبوعين هعمل كذا وبعد شهرين هعمل كذا وفي خلال 4 شهور هعمل كذا، بحيث إنه هذا التغير يكون تغير درامي بشكل صعب جدا إنه أقدر أعمل معاه حاجة. القاعدة التالية هي المشاركة. هو في نهاية الأمر الحكومة زي ما قلت تدير أموالنا، فيجب أن نكون شريك في القرار الخاص بإدارة هذه الأموال. يعني في نهاية الأمر أنا المواطن، أنا عايز أقول والله اصرفوا فلوسي أكتر على التعليم، اصرفوا فلوسي أكتر على الصحة، حطوا فلوس أقل في المكان ده. أنا سعيد جدا بالباب الرابع في الموازنة اللي هو الدعم والمنح والمزايا الاجتماعية، برنامج تكافل وكرامة مسألته كذا. الحقيقة أن هذه النقطة الضمانة بتاعتها بنتكلم على رأي الأغلبية. هذه النقطة أيضا في الجهاز الإداري المصري قد تكون لدينا فيها ملحوظات يجب أن احنا ننظر إليها، لأنه معظم الاستطلاعات التي تتم نحن نتحدث عن خيمة كبيرة بتتعمل في مكان وننادي شوية ناس ونسيبهم يتكلموا وبعدين نقول والله احنا تشاركنا واخدنا رأيهم، ولكن الحكومة في النهاية هي داخلة وعندها رأي مسبق في الموضوع. الضمانة التالية بنسميها المساءلة، اللي هي الدكتور خالد تحدث فيها عن فكرة الرقابة، وأنا سعيد الحقيقة أن يكون معنا في هذه الجلسة يعني هيئة الرقابة الإدارية، ونتحدث عن المراجعة، فكرة الأوديتنج أو فكرة المراجعة. الاثنين دول الحقيقة مهمين جدا، وهتكلم على الإطار العام في هذا. الحقيقة احنا للأسف الشديد اعتدنا أن نراقب الخطوات ولا نراقب المخرج. يعني لما نتحدث عن مناقصة سيتم طرحها، يا ترى نزلتوا الإعلان المناقصة دي بمبلغ كبير، جبتوا مندوب وزارة المالية ومستشار من مجلس الدولة وما إلى ذلك. معظم مؤشرات الأداء اللي هي الكي بي ايز في الحكومة المصرية من النوعين الأول والثاني، وتفتقر إلى النوع الثالث وهو الأهم. أما النوعين الأول والثاني فهما المؤشرات التنفيذية أو المؤشرات التشغيلية، لكن ما عندناش حد بيقيس التأثير. وأستطيع أن أعطي مثال، حيث أن احنا حد تحدث قبل ذلك على فكرة أنه دكتور صالح تحدث عن فكرة رضاء المواطن، فيقولوا طب تعالوا بقى ايه، احنا عايزين نتواصل مع المواطن، فيقترح شخص ما انه تعالوا نعمل مركز اتصال كول سنتر. فهتجدوا انه مؤشرات الاداء في الحكومة المصرية، الكراسة نزلت ولا ما نزلتش، تم تحكيم الكراسة، تم تعاقد مع الشركة اللي هتقدم لنا مركز الاتصال، تم تدريب الشباب اللي هيردوا على التليفون وإلى آخره. دي كلها مؤشرات أداء تنفيذية، يعني أنا بنفذ الفكرة اللي هتوصلني للهدف. لو هم بقى سعداء بالمنتج بتاعهم وعايزين يوروا ان عضلاتهم جامدة وممتازين قوي، هيقولوا استقبلنا 24,000 مكالمة. لكن مش هتلاقي أي مؤشر أداء يقول حلنا كم مشكلة ولا كم مواطن سعيد ولا أي حاجة من هذا. دكتور صالح أشار إلى حاجة، لأن أنا كنت يعني استشارتني اليونيسيف في هذا. فعلا عندنا مشروع من خلال سوفت وير اسمه رابيد برو، لأنه المبلغ عن واقعة الميلاد بيسيب رقم موبايله. فإحنا كدولة مهتمين جدا بفكرة انه الولاد تطعم والولاد يتكشف على الغدة الدرقية والولاد يتكشف على سمعهم، لان الحاجات دي لو تمت في الاسابيع الاولى من عمرهم هتوفر علينا مبلغ كبير قوي في التأمين الصحي. ففعلا رابيد برو ده حزمة برامج بتسمح ان انت تعمل محادثة على SMS زي الواتساب والتليجرام، ولكن على SMS عشان تكون مناسبة للتليفونات اللي هي مش ذكية. فبنبعت فعلا رسالة نقول له مبروك يا ابو علي، مبروك يا ام هدى، انت عارفة انه في الاسبوع الثالث لازم تعملي كذا، طب مش عايزة تعرفي اقرب مكان للتطعيم ايه. الموضوع له مردود ايجابي، لان المواطن بيستقبل دي ايه ده، الحكومة حاسة بيا وبتبارك لي وحاجات كده. انما بحكي القصه دي ليه؟ لانه انا بقى كشخص ساعات يعني، مع ان انا والله مش كده، لكن يعني يعتبروني انا دايما الشخص المادي اللي ببقى في الجلسه. انا ببقى عايز احسب المردود الاستثماري على الريتيرن اون انفستمنت، المردود الاستثماري على ده. يا اخوانا احنا هندفع الفلوس دي، طيب هنجيب بيها ايه؟ هنوفر بيها ايه؟ فانا عايز اعرف احنا كان الولاد اللي بيطعموا 93% من المواليد والبرنامج ده هيخليهم 95%، ولا هم 95 هطلع ل 97؟ المسألة دي عايز أقول لكم صعبة جدا، لأنها لا تقاس في الحكومة. طبعا في الحالة بتاعتنا دي ما كانوش زعلانين قوي، لأنه شركات الموبايل جزء من الكوربريت سوشيال ريسبونسبيلتي بتاعتهم أو المسؤولية المجتمعية، إن هم مدينا كل الاس ام اس دي هدية، فاحنا ما دفعناش كتير في البرنامج. لكن هو كمبدأ عام زي ما بقول we don't measure the impact، نحن لا نقيس التأثير. فكرة بقى الرقابة أو المساءلة، الضمانة بتاعتها إيه؟ المحاسبة. يعني هي الموضوع مش شياكة إن أنا أبتدي أراقبه وأجيبه وأسأله في البرلمان وبعدين ننتقل إلى جدل. إذا ما تعرفش إن في محاسبة بعد هذه المساءلة مش هيحصل حاجة. القاعدة دقيقتين خلاص. القاعدة السابعة والأخيرة هي حكم القانون، وده ماشي عندنا، ولكن الضمانة بتاعته الحقيقة فيها مشكلة، أن يكون هذا القانون قابل للتنفيذ، لأننا في الكثير من الأحيان بنصدر قوانين غير قابلة للتنفيذ، وهذا يعني حديث أمره يطول. إنما عشان بس أختم في الجزء الخاص بفكرة التحول الرقمي اللي هي طلبها خالد، بما اننا يعني في محفل اكاديمي، فديجيتال ترانسفورميشن 101 التحول الرقمي 101 اول كورس التحول الرقمي، انه انا كحكومه ما اطلبش ورقة من مواطن أو مستثمر تكون صادرة من جهة حكومية أخرى، لأنه فكرة أننا نعمل في قلاع منعزلة، ودي واحدة من 3 مشاكل في الحكومة المصرية، أننا نعمل في حكومات أخرى كتير مش بس عندنا، أننا نعمل في قلاع منعزلة. أنا بس عندي دايما سؤال، هو أنا ليه اللي رايح يقدم في المدرسة بطلب منه شهادة ميلاد، وليه اللي رايح يسجل عقار بطلب منه أصل التوكيل؟ ده أنا بقى يعني يمكن شهادة الميلاد ده مثال سهل شوية، لأن وزارة التربية والتعليم غير مصلحة الأحوال المدنية، لكن هو نفس الحاجة، لأن هم لو أنا ربطتهم ببعض أنا هسيبه يملى الاستمارة في المدرسة وبعدين أروح أعمل عليها التشيك. التوكيلات بقى الدنيا أصعب لأنها صادرة من نفس المكان وهو الشهر العقاري، بطلب منه أصل التوكيل. القضية دي الحقيقة الحكومة، إذا كنا بنتكلم برضو خالد طلب مني إنه مع احترامي الألقاب يعني طلب مني إن أنا أتكلم في الحتة دي، مقياس الحكومة عندنا في الحتة دي الحقيقة منخفض جدا، في حين إنه عندنا قصة نجاح قوية جدا مع شركات المحمول ومع البنوك. شركات المحمول البنوك عاملة الربط وعاملة تمام. النهارده الحقيقه في بدايات جيده في الحكومه، بس مين اللي استفاد منها؟ ايضا البنوك. لما اتكلمنا على دكتور صالح، لما اتكلم على البرنامج الخاص بوقائع المواليد والوفيات، خدوا بقى حته جانب الوفيات دي مساله هامه جدا. البنوك المصريه واي سكور مباشره لمحت هذا وبدات تستفيد منه. قولوا لي ووجدنا فعلا، مش عايز اقول ارقام، لكن وجدنا اعداد كبيره جدا من الحسابات البنكية الموجودة الفعالة اللي أصحابها توفوا من فترة. فالحكومة يعني للأسف يا دكتور خالد متأخرة في حتة القصة الخاصة بربط قواعد البيانات. الربط ده ما بيحصلش ليه؟ ما بيحصلش ليه 3 أسباب. السبب الأولاني إما أن الجهة الحكومية تستشعر أن لديها القوة، لأنه البيانات اللي عندها قوة فهي سعيدة جدا بفكرة أن أنت ترفع سماعة التليفون وتقعد تترجاني شوية عشان أدي لك البيان. الحاجة الثانية أنه يعلم تماما أن البيانات الذي لديه بيانات غير دقيقة وبيانات مش عارف إيه، وأنه لو ربط هيتفضح. والحاجة الثالثة اللي هتستغربوا لها جدا أنه دايما في سؤال، هتدفعوا لنا كام؟ ده احنا المشروع ده اتكلف 73 مليون جنيه. فانا ببقى قاعد قدامه مستغرب شويه، هو حضرتك 73 مليون جنيه دول حضرتك دفعتهم من جيبك؟ يعني دول كانوا من مرتبك ولا ده كان مشروع جوه الحكومه المصريه وانا وانت الحكومه المصريه؟ يعني انت عايزني ادفع لك فلوس عشان نتبادل البيانات. هكتفي بهذا القدر، عندي حاجات تانية بس يعني ممكن نناقشها. اختم باني اقول يعني أجد نفسي في حرج شديد أن أقف هنا والدكتور خالد يقدمني على أنني وزيرا للتنمية الإدارية، ويجلس على يساري الدكتورة شريفة بنت الدكتور أحمد فؤاد شريف، مؤسس المعهد القومي للإدارة وأول وزير للتنمية الإدارية في مصر ومؤسس التنمية الإدارية في مصر، وكلنا يعني تلاميذه. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا الدكتور احمد. وعلى طول بقى ننتقل لسياده المحافظ الدكتور خالد.
مساء الخير على حضراتكم. انا سعيد جدا جدا اني اكون موجود في الجامعه الامريكيه. مش عايز اقول بيتي التاني، هي احد بيوتي بقى في الحقيقه، اللي بعتز بيها. ودرست في بيباد 8 سنين وحاليا في معهد التخطيط القومي. وزي ما قال دكتور خالد انا تقريبا لفيت على كل المقاعد حوالين الترابيزه، يعني مستشار وزير وشغال في عمليات الاصلاح وزاره التنميه المحليه، اكاديمي، ودلوقتي تنفيذي بحت بقى كمان. يعني الوزاره ده كوم والشغل في المحافظه كوم تاني. خلينا ندخل في الموضوع على طول. انا هكلمكم على تجربه قنا وتجربتي في قنا من النواحي المختلفه، لان حصل ان انا كنت برضو في قيادة برنامج التنمية المحلية بصعيد مصر الممول من البنك الدولي والحكومة المصرية اللي اشتغل في قنا. فأنا من 2017 في قنا بس من الوزارة والبرنامج ومع البنك الدولي، وبعدين من شهر 7 كمحافظ. احنا نظرتنا طبعا لقصة الحوكمة المحلية أو الحكم الجيد على المستوى المحلي إن هي ببساطة هي آلية اتخاذ القرار. يعني بناخد قرارات ازاي، ايه اللي بيحكم وبيأثر في اتخاذنا للقرارات. والحاجة التانية هي آليات إدارة العلاقات بين الأطراف المجتمعية. يعني الحوكمة هي كده، حتى لما نيجي نمشي على كل المبادئ اللي أستاذنا دكتور أحمد درويش اتكلم عنها دلوقتي، هي عبارة عن حوكمة إدارة علاقات، المشاركة إدارة علاقات، المحاسبة فيها طرفين، كل حاجة هي عبارة عن إدارة علاقات، بس الفرق إن هي بتبقى على المستوى المحلي. طيب لو نزلنا على المستوى المحلي، مستوى المحافظة، المفقود يستوقفنا عشان نشوف إلى أي مدى الحوكمة المحلية مطبقة أو الجود جوفرنس مطبق، هو إن احنا نشوف هي إيه الآليات وإيه القدرات المطلوبة عشان الآليات دي تتعمل. والأهم من كده بقى، وده بيجي بقى من خلفيتي الأكاديمية، إيه المناخ العام أو الإطار السياسات العامة الداعمة أو غير الداعمة لقصة الحوكمة دي إن هي تتحقق على المستوى المحلي. طيب زي ما قلت هنا كانت محافظة استرشادية في برنامج التنمية المحلية بصعيد مصر، وعملنا ممارسات بيسموها ممارسات جيدة في الإدارة المحلية، من ضمنها التخطيط التشاركي، واتعملت فعلا يعني اتنفذت بشكل جاد. بقى في جلسات تشاور consultation sessions على مستوى المراكز، وبعد شوية نزلنا بيها على مستوى القرى، بنسأل الناس محتاجين مشروعات ايه احتياجات المجتمعات المحلية. فدي مشاركة. واتطور نظام التخطيط كمان من منظور المشروعات نفسها تدرس بشكل جيد ونبص على الاعتبارات البيئية والاجتماعية، فده نوع من زيادة الكفاءة والفاعلية. تطوير منظومة الشكاوى، ده إتاحة مساءلة واستجابة. واتعملت معادلة تمويلية للخطة الاستثمارية، إن زمان كان كل المحافظين بيركزوا الاستثمارات عادة في المدينة عاصمة المحافظة، إنما اتعملت فاندنج فورميلا أو معادلة تمويلية إزاي نوزع الاستثمارات اللي جاية للمحافظة مهما كانت قليلة ما بين المراكز اللي بتكون المحافظة بنسبة عدد السكان، فده بيحقق شيء من العدالة والمساواة بشكل حقيقي. طبعا في المبادرة الرئاسية حياة كريمة عملت شيء من العدالة والمساواة بين الريف والحضر، لأن كمان في الصعيد بالذات كان الريف ورا قوي تنمويا، وفي كل مؤشرات التنمية البشرية ارتفع بشكل كبير بسبب بقى تدخلات مركزية هنا من خلال المبادرة الرئاسية. وبنعمل إعلان للخطط ونشرها والعمليات المقاولات، وده نوع من الشفافية. كويس، يعني حاجات كتيرة اتعملت. وفي الحقيقة نجح البرنامج التنمية المحلية بصعيد مصر انه يعمل سكيلينج اب او تعميم لبعض الممارسات دي. وزارة التخطيط تبنت كتير منها، اتعمم على مستوى، يعني معظم الحاجات اللي بقولها دي بقت معممة في 27 محافظة بسبب الممارسة بتاعة البرنامج. طيب لما جيت بقى كمحافظ بقيم بعد 5 سنين من شغل البرنامج والكوادر الموجودة، بدأت أشوف إن القدرات اللي اتبنت والناس اللي دربناهم هم لسه عدد محدود جدا، وما حصلش نوع من الانتشار. الثقافة الإدارية بشكل عام ما اتغيرتش. في حاجات طبعا بتتعمل بور لا فورم زي ما بيقولوا، او ان احنا مطلوب مننا نعمل جاست شاور، يلا نعمل جاست شاور. مطلوب مننا نعمل يعني مثلا نشر للحاجات ما هننشرها. انما يعني انا متفق تماما مع دكتور احمد درويش على قصة الاهتمام بالجودة والناتج والاثر بتاعه يكون ايه. طيب ليه ده ما تمش؟ ايه المعوقات ان ده ما تمش؟ اول حاجه كان في جزء ما اكتملش اللي هو التطوير المؤسسي اللي اتكلم عنه دكتور صالح. جهاز مركزي تنظيم واداره عمله على مستوى الوزارات، ما اتعملش على مستوى المحافظات، ورغم ان كان في هيكل مؤسسي مطور. على سبيل المثال احنا في قنا وفي سوهاج اشتغلنا على التكتلات الانتاجيه زي الحرف اليدويه والتكتلات الزراعيه والحاجات دي كلها، ودربنا فريق جميل قوي، بس ما فيش اداره يتسكن فيها. في الهيكل المطور اللي احنا مقترحينه يبقى فيه إدارة للتنمية الاقتصادية المحلية، إدارة عامة، ويبقى تحتيها إدارة للتكتلات الإنتاجية والمشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة. فالتطوير المؤسسي ما تمش. تدريب وتنمية القدرات ما حصلش نشر كافي لأعداد كبيرة من الناس. وكمان في مشكلة ليها علاقة بتأهيل واختيار القيادات التنفيذية ما دون المحافظ. رؤساء المدن والمراكز ومديري الإدارات لازال يعني القدرات إلى حد كبير لسه محدودة إن هي تستوعب المطلوب والنتيجة المطلوبة من الإصلاحات اللي احنا بنتكلم عنها. طبعا اشتغلت في اللامركزية مع وزارة التنمية المحلية، زميلي الدكتور خالد زكريا، مشوار كفاح، ومع اليو اس ايد ومع اليو ان دي بي والكلام ده كله. ولكن كان الفكرة ان المرحلة الأولى من التوجه نحو اللامركزية هو ان الإدارة المحلية تعمل اللي هي المفروض تعمله كويس. يعني مبدئيا نشوف ايه المهام المنوطة بالإدارة المحلية، مثلا تقدم خدمات عامة، ترصف طرق، تعمل إنارة، تجمع المخلفات الصلبة، الكلام ده كله. الأول بس قبل ما نتكلم على صلاحيات إضافية وعلى موازنات إضافية، تعمل بس اللي بتعمله ده كويس. فدي كانت مرحلة أنا شايف إن لسه في مشوار لحد ما يتحقق عشان نقول إحنا وصلنا للسلمة الأولى في اللامركزية، يلا نطلع السلمة الثانية إن إحنا نعمل بقى ترانسفير أو نقل لسلطات وفقا للدستور المصري، دستور 2014، اللي فيه مادة صريحة جدا بتتكلم على ان الدولة بتلتزم بتطبيق اللامركزية الإدارية والمالية والاقتصادية. طيب إذا كانت الإدارة المحلية لسه مش هتتطور على المستوى ده، يبقى احنا لسه مش بنعدي أول سلمة. متحيز؟ الوقت حاضر. طيب فالإطار العام إن لسه مفيش درجة عالية من اللامركزية، قوانين وتشريعات بتدي صلاحيات للجهات المركزية أكتر، لسه مفيش وضوح كافي للمهام الرئيسية للإدارة المحلية، مستنيين قانون إدارة محلية يطلع. ورغم كده في توجهات إيجابية، القيادة السياسية شايفة إن لازم في المرحلة اللي جاية يحصل إشراك للقطاع الخاص أكتر في التنمية، إن لازم يحصل تفعيل لدور المجتمع المدني. فالمؤشرات دي والتوجيهات اللي جايه لنا من القياده السياسيه ايجابيه جدا على الرغم من وضع الاداره المحليه. طيب المحافظ يعمل ايه؟ يعني الاداره المحليه على راس العمل التنفيذي بقى يقدر يعمل ايه في ده؟ بصراحه يقدر يعمل كتير. عندنا اليات يعني تشاركيه مثلا مع القطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني، في حاجه اسمها المجلس الاقتصادي الاجتماعي تم تاسيسه، بيشرك ممثلين للقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني بس انفعلوا، وجزء منه لحاجه لسه معلنينها قريب، المنتدى الاقتصادي لسيدات الاعمال في محافظه قنا، وبدا تفعيله بالفعل. التخطيط الاستراتيجي في خطه اسمها قنا 2030، والتخطيط الاستراتيجي هو وسيله لتنسيق بين التنفيذيين الرؤيه بتاعه المحافظه تتنمى ازاي في القطاعات المختلفه، بس هو كمان آلية تفاوضيه. بناخد بقى الخطه دي ونطلع للحكومه المركزيه، احنا عايزين كذا في قطاع النقل، عايزين كذا في التعليم، في الصحه، ما الى اخره. وحاجات كتيره مهمه زي مثلا خريطه استثماريه، مؤتمر استثمار. انا كمحافظ عندي صلاحيه اتحرك لو انا عايز، انا بتكلم طبعا از موديل، يعني نفس الشيء بالنسبه للساده المحافظين. عشان نعمل خريطه استثماريه اتحركت ما بين جهات كتيره جدا، ومش بس الهيئه عمل استثمار مثلا، انا رحت عملت اجتماعات في اتحاد الصناعات المصريه. لما دخلت قعدت مع الغرف بتاعت الصناعات الهندسيه والكيماويه، بيقولوا لي انت اول محافظ يدخل المبنى ده يجي حريص على الترويج للاستثمار في المحافظه بتاعته. بس ممكن طبعا. طيب نيجي بقى هنا للحوكمه ودور المحافظ، اخر حته اللي هو الحوكمه في نهايه الامر هي المالتي ليفل جوفرنس، هو الحكم متعدد. ازاي المحافظ كممثل للقياده السياسيه على المستوى المحلي ينط المستويات. انا مسمي نفسي بقول لهم انا سفير المحافظه لدى الحكومه المركزيه، شايل شنطتي ورايح اعمل اجتماعات واقابل كل الوزارات والهيئات اللي هتدعم المحافظه، بس في نفس الوقت معني جدا بالقضايا المحليه. فازاي ابقى بقفز من جلسه خدمه المواطنين، المواطن جاي، او من زياره ميدانيه والواحد يتواصل مع المواطنين، بس في نفس الوقت كمان يعرف يعرض رؤيه تنميه المحافظه ويتفاوض على دعم كافي للمحافظه. المحافظ باختصار لازم يتحدث عده لغات، مش الاسبانيه، يتحدث لغه المواطن، مع اني بحب الاسبانيه جدا، بس يتحدث لغه المواطن، يتحدث لغه الاعلام، لغه التنفيذيين، لغه كل الجهات. طيب الخلاصه، تستطيع الاداره المحليه افراز تجارب ناجحه في الظروف الحاليه حتى لو لسه اللامركزيه ما جاتش ما الى اخره، ولكن استدامه النتائج بيعتمد على اصلاحات هيكليه في السياسات العامه الحاكمه لنظام عمل الاداره المحليه، تحديدا اللامركزيه، بس كمان حزمه اخرى من يعني محتاجين حزمه من التشريعات المتجانسه والمتكامله الممكنه للاداره المحليه. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا. دكتورة شريفة، برزنتيشن اعتقد موجودة صح؟
صعبتها عليك؟
لا لا لا
اوكي، عشان الوقت بس نبتدي عشان على بال ما البرزنتيشن يطلع على الشاشه. طبعا بشكر معالي الوزير الدكتور احمد درويش على الكلمتين في صالح الوالد، يعني اشكرك جدا، والزميل الدكتور خالد زكريا. انا النهارده طبعا يعني سعيده ابقى معاكم في الجامعه الامريكيه. طبعا انا من خريجي الجامعه الامريكيه، فطبعا ليا الشرف ان انتمي يعني للجامعه من اعرق جامعات المنطقة العربية والدولية. طبعا أنا النهاردة معاكم كمدير تنفيذي المعهد القومي للحوكمة والتنمية المستدامة. المعهد زي ما الدكتور خالد بيقول هو مش معهد وليد 4 سنين، احنا بنتكلم على معهد تم إنشاؤه سنة 56، كان تحت مسمى المعهد القومي للإدارة العليا. كان من أهم معاهد منطقة الشرق الأوسط لسنين، ثم مع وجود الدكتور أحمد درويش في 2006 تم إعادة اختراع المعهد في شكل restructuring أو reinventing المعهد في شكله الجديد، إن هو يواكب أجندة الدولة أو أجندة الحكومية في إسناد الدولة المصرية وقتها في جزء الخاص بالإي جوفرنس. أوكي، شكرا. فجينا في 2018 ابتدينا نشتغل. كان من أهم الرواكز اللي ابتدينا نشتغل فيها اللي هو الجزء الخاص بالاستثمار في البشر. investing in human capital هو ده كان الثيم بتاعنا. changing of mindsets ده كان الثيم الثاني اللي هنشتغل عليه. فما توليت إدارة المعهد في 2018 الحقيقة لقينا إن كان في duplication of effort من عدد كبير من المؤسسات اللي بتقدم التدريب والتوعية في جمهورية مصر العربية. حبينا نعيد تاني اختراع المعهد بشكله الجديد، ان هو يبقى aligned برؤية مصر 2030، aligned بكل استراتيجيات الدولة، سواء حقوق الإنسان، تمكين المرأة، مكافحة الفساد،
الدستور المصري، وطبعا الاستراتيجية 2050 لكلايمت تشينج، وأيضا طبعا الرؤية الأفريقية 2063 لأفريكا وي وانت. فتم إعادة اختراع المعهد للمرة الثانية بتغيير المسمى، وبقينا تحت اسم جديد اللي هو المعهد القومي للحوكمة والتنمية المستدامة، وتم إنشائنا أو تم إعادة اختراعنا في 2020 تحت المسمى الجديد. المسمى الجديد مش بس يعني غيرنا المانديت وغيرنا الاوبجكتيفز والستراتيجيك جولز بتاعتنا، احنا برضو غيرنا الاتاحه لخدمات المعهد. يعني احنا دلوقتي بنتيح الخدمات اللي بنقدمها لاكبر عدد ممكنه. يعني احنا دلوقتي بنخاطب البرايفت سيكتور، بنخاطب الببليك سيكتور، بنخاطب المجتمع المدني، فبنشتغل مع الكل وبنشتغل مع جميع الاعمار. يعني احنا بندرب يعني أطفال من سن 7 سنين فيما فوق، بندرب الشباب، بندرب المرأة على برامج كتيرة جدا. وطبعا كل اللي احنا بنقدمه كروس كاتنج، ورؤية مصر 2030 أيضا كروس كاتنج، فيها الأساس فيها الحوكمة أو محور الحوكمة. وطبعا احنا جزء كبير من شغلنا مش بس ان احنا بندرب، احنا برضو بنعمل مونيتورنج وايفالويشن وريفيوينج لمؤشرات الحوكمه اللي فيها مصر، مؤشرات التنميه المستدامه ومؤشرات التنافسيه. فاحنا بنقدم سنويا يعني annual report لمعالي الوزيره عن الوضع مصر في المؤشرات كلها، وبندي recommendations ازاي نرفع شأن مصر في المؤشرات المختلفه. الكليكر مش شغال. طب احنا المعهد برضو كموديل، عايز يعني حابه حضرتك، في ناس طبعا من الموجودين ما يعرفوش المعهد ميزته ان هو دلوقتي في شكله الحالي هو independent body. ليه independent ومن ناحيه ايه ان هو independent؟ شكرا. هو احنا self sufficient، بمعنى ان احنا ما بناخدش اي حاجه من موازنه الدوله. احنا سيرفيس بروفايدر للحكومه، احنا ثينك تانك للحكومه المصريه والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني. احنا سيرفيس بروفايدر بمعنى ان احنا بنقدم خدمه، ومقابل الخدمه احنا بناخد يعني مقابل للخدمه دي. الخدمه دي بتكفر كل الاوفر هيد بتاعنا، المصاريف اليوميه، كل حاجه. فاحنا نعتبر independent body، يعني احنا كوازي، احنا ولا حكومه ولا قطاع خاص. بس انا حابه اقول ان احنا دلوقتي بننافس القطاع الخاص في البرامج اللي احنا بنقدمها والاتاحه للبرامج المختلفه. ايه اللي بيفرقنا دلوقتي عن ما كنا في من 56 فيما يعني على الايفولوشن بتاعه المعهد؟ حاجتين اساسيين، اللي هو الشراكات الدوليه، ان احنا قدرنا نعمل اكتر من 10 شراكات دوليه مع اهم جامعات في اوروبا وامريكا. خدنا جوائز مختلفه هبقى اقول لحضراتكم عليها في اخر البرزنتيشن. وتاني حاجه ان احنا بقينا معهد متخصص في الحوكمه، والسلوجن بتاعنا من الاخر هو الحوكمه من اجل التنميه المستدامه. فاحنا شايفين الحوكمه كآلية لوصول لرؤيه مصر 2030. و I think just aligning مع Professor Emek, it's part, I think governance is easy to say ان احنا we're saying ان هي جزء من الديمقراطيه. It's also part of democracy. So when we talk about governance, we're also talking about democracy as well. So احنا عندنا 3 رواكز اساسيه اللي احنا بنشتغل عليها كمعهد، اللي احنا الحوكمه والتنميه المستدامه والتنافسيه. عندنا مبادرات كتيره جدا، اولها ودي طبعا بالتعاون مع EGA او USAID، ان احنا عندنا سفراء الحوكمه. احنا بنبص على الحوكمه بمنظور سيكتورال او سيكتورز، فبنبص على الحوكمه من منظور القطاع الصحي، القطاع الرياضي، ال AI والميتافيرس، القطاع مع وزاره العدل. بنشتغل وبنبص زي ما قلت لحضراتكم على الانديكيتورز كمان. واحنا انشأنا يعني ودي هنقولها برضه في البرزنتيشن او تكملتها، ان احنا عندنا دلوقتي مؤشر خاص للحوكمه في مصر اسمها Egyptian Governance Indicator، ودي برضه بالتعاون مع المعونه الامريكيه والEGA Economic Governance Activity. وده كان شرف ان انا اشتغلت مع الفريق سواء من ناحيتين، سواء فريق المعهد او فريق الEGA عليها. طبعا احنا عندنا عدد من الببليكيشنز اللي قدام حضراتكم. عندنا المجلة بتاعتنا اللي هي Governance for Sustainable Development أو الحوكمة من أجل التنمية المستدامة. طلعنا 3 publications منها، واحدة كانت الحوكمة وانتقال العاصمة الإدارية الجديدة، الثانية كانت خاصة بال lessons learned بعد COP27، والثالثة كانت عن Women Empowerment and Sustainable Development أو تمكين المرأة والتنمية المستدامة. وزي ما حضراتكم شايفين احنا بنطلع كل سنة بقالنا 4-5 سنين بنطلع تقرير شامل على بنبص على أكتر من حاجة و20 مؤشر، وبنقيم وضع مصر في المؤشرات دي، وطلعنا نزلنا وضعنا ايه، وبنطلع recommendations بخصوص. بالنسبة للإي جي آي في السريع كده، عشان ده طبعا يعني في كلام كتير فيه، بس هو عبارة عن diagnostic tool أو أداة تشخيصية لنشوف وضع مصر في الحوكمة. في variables كتير جدا بتتقاس من خلالها، بس في الآخر احنا بنبص على الإي جي آي كأداة ان هي نبص على الفجوات الموجوده ونحاول نسدها بطرق مختلفه. الفيدباك لوب بتاعها الاساسي هو المواطن وراي المواطن على الخدمات الحكوميه اللي بتتقدم من خلال الحكومه. المؤشر ده خد سنين شغل، نتكلم على 2-3 شغل، بس عملناها through civic engagement، عملناها through peer reviews مع اهم جهات دوليه، منها جامعه كولومبيا، منها البنك الدولي كان شريك اساسي في المراجعه للمؤشر ده، جامعه هيرتي في المانيا، وجامعه الامم المتحده في البرتغال. ليه عملنا كده؟ عملنا كده عشان نرجع تاني لمصداقيه المؤشر ومصداقيه الميجرمنتس او الارقام اللي هتطلع من المؤشر ده. حاضر، اوكي. مش هدخل بقى في كل الجفرنس هيلث سيكتور والجوديشال سيستم وسبورتس والكلام ده كله، يعني اي ثينك ممكن البرزنتيشن يبقى متاح على الويب سايت. فهندخل على البرامج الدوليه اللي هي من الاهم طبعا الكومبيتيتيف ايدج بتاعت المعهد حاليا. احنا وزي ما حضراتكم شايفين باسامي البرامج اللي قدمناها، دربنا 4000 من القيادات الحكوميه، سفرناهم خارج جمهوريه مصر العربيه. العدد الكلي اللي احنا دربناه في فتره ال4 سنين 124,000 متدرب اونلاين واوفلاين. بس زي ما حضراتكم شايفين كل البرامج اللي بنقدمها ليها الطابع الخاص او المحور الاساسي بتاعنا الحوكمه، وربطها بالتحول الرقمي، ربطها بالسمارت جوفرننس، سمارت سيتيز، طبعا الجزء الخاص بالايجيبشن ليجيسليتورز وهكذا، والجفرمنت اكسلنس او الجفرمنت اكسلنس بمفهومه الشامل. يعني بنقدم برضو يعني نوع من التولز والادوات اللي احنا بنستخدمها في التدريب والتوعيه. عندنا مانيوالز كتير قوي، عندنا عملنا اول ديكشنري باللغه العربيه والانجليزيه بكل مصطلحات الحوكمه. عندنا سيتيزن شارتر عملناها بالتعاون مع الاو اي سي دي. عندنا تريننج مانيوالز بنستخدمها، ومن اهم يمكن من مانيوالز اللي عملناها برضو مع هيرتي سكول اوف جوفرننس اللي هو ذا هاو تو اوف ازاي احنا نطبق معايير ومفاهيم الحوكمه من خلال ستاندرد اوبريتنج بروسيجر مانيوال عملناها مع جامعه هيرتي، وطبعا باستخدام الجوفرننس بالانس سكور كارد. عندنا طبعا ريبورتس، انيوال ريبورتس بتطلع سواء بتاعه المعهد او غيرها. وشاركنا طبعا هيئه الرقابه الاداريه، بقى شاركنا الاساسي في كل اللي انا بقوله ده. طبعا شاركنا الاساسي لهيئه الرقابه الاداريه بما فيها طبعا المؤشر الخاص بالحوكمه. شاركنا طبعا الهيئه في اعداد الاستراتيجيه مكافحه الفساد مرتين ورا بعض ورؤيه مصر 2030، واستعانوا بينا طبعا الافريكان يونيون والاي بي ار ام في اعداد المؤشر بتاع الافريكان يونيون. زي ما حضراتكم شايفين، عشان اختم، عندنا الكومبيتيتيف ايدج بتاعنا في شراكاتنا الدوليه والمحليه، سواء من خلال مجتمع مدني، جامعات، اكاديميا، او بنتكلم على الانترناشونال بارتنرز. خدنا 3 جوائز اساسيه، وخدنا واحده منها مع الجامعه الامريكيه في برنامج قدمناه شراكه ثلاثيه من الجامعه الامريكيه والمعهد وكينجز كوليدج لندن. خدنا اليوروبيان فاونديشن for Management Development Award الجائزة الفضية، ودي حاجة شرف لينا وشرف للجامعة الأمريكية. وخدنا recognition من الجينيس بوك اوف وورلد ريكوردز، وخدنا recognition كواحدة من الاكسلريتورز من UNDESA من الأمم المتحدة. وميرسي جدا، سوري ان انا طولت عليكم.
شكرا جزيلا دكتورة شريفة، يعني إطلالة سريعة وشاملة. لا طبعا، وعشان برضو يعني بإذن الله العصام بيه هندي حضرتك 10 دقايق بالظبط، يعني ما just.
في البداية أنا بشرف إن أنا أبقى موجود مع حضراتكم في صرح عظيم زي الجامعة الأمريكية، ويعني أنا كل اللي موجودين والسبيكرز شركاء بشكل أو بآخر، سواء معهد الحوكمة شراكة مثمرة جدا من التعاون بين هيئة الرقابة الإدارية وبين المعهد. دكتور خالد، مشروع الحوكمة حقيقة ثمار هذه الشراكة بالفريق العمل اللي هو بيشتغل بيه قدرنا نحقق نجاحات على الأرض. خليني أستعرضها مع حضراتكم في عجالة. التجربة اللي استعرضها الدكتور خالد في هنا تجربة فريدة، ويمكن هو أشار كمان لبعض النقاط المضيئة اللي تعرض لها لما كان في المحافظة وتعامل مع وحدات المراجعة الداخلية. خليني أتكلم استراتيجية مصر 2030 حطت رؤية كبيرة جدا وطموح كبير إنه يتحقق على الأرض. سنة 2014 تحديدا حصل تغيرات كبيرة جدا في مناخ جمهورية مصر العربية. خليني أقول لحضراتكم إحنا النهاردة يمكن هيئة الرقابة الإدارية كجهاز رقابي متخصص من الأجهزة الرقابية الخارجية 60 سنة بيشتغل في هذا المجال. نشأة هذا الجهاز من سنة 1964. يمكن تاريخ وخبرة طويلة للجهاز احنا بنحاول نستثمرها بطريقة مختلفة تساعد الدولة على تحقيق مستهدفاتها. اتحطت استراتيجية لأول مرة طبقا لدستور جمهورية مصر العربية. اتحطت أول استراتيجية كانت 14-18، ثم أعقبها مرحلتين آخرين من الاستراتيجيات. كان الهدف الأول في الاستراتيجية المرحلة الثانية والثالثة كان جهاز إداري كفء وفعال يقدم خدمات متميزة للمواطن والمستثمر، وده كان أول هدف في استراتيجية المرحلة الثانية، وأول هدف في الاستراتيجية في المرحلة الثالثة اللي هي محل تطبيق وتنتهي إن شاء الله مع رؤية مصر 2030. اتحطت كتير من الإجراءات التنفيذية في الاستراتيجية، فكان من ضمنها استحداث وحدات المراجعة الداخلية، ودي يمكن النقطة اللي أنا جاي أتكلم مع حضراتكم في هذه التجربة. أنا بعتبرها تجربة فريدة من نوعها. صدر قرار رئيس مجلس الوزراء 1146 لسنة 2018 باستحداث 6 كيانات اللي اتكلم عليهم الدكتور صالح. أحد هذه الكيانات هي وحدة المراجعة الداخلية والحوكمة. أنا يمكن في الهيئة الدكتور خالد اتكلم في التقديم بشكل رائع. أنا يمكن بقالي 24 سنة في الهيئة، أنا بعشق الأرقام جدا، فأنا شريك الدكتور أحمد درويش في الشغف بالأرقام، وإن هي الوسيلة الوحيدة إن احنا نقيس بيها احنا نجحنا في خطوات ولا لا، هل هي قابلة للقياس، واللي ما نستطيعش قياسه زي ما الزميل الفاضل اتكلم عليه فأنا ما أقدرش أتعامل معاه بشكل مطلق. فلازم نقيس التجربة دي كتجربة مضيئة من خلال أرقام تم تحقيقها على الأرض. طيب الدولة لما جت أنشأت القرار 54 اللي بينظم عمل وحدات المراجعة الداخلية، اتكلم على 5 جهات على سبيل الحصر، هم دول اللي عايزين نبدأ بيهم المرحلة الأولى من المراجعة الداخلية والحوكمة. ال5 جهات دول هم المحافظات زائد الوزارات زائد 13 مديرية خدمات في كل محافظة زائد الجامعات والمستشفيات الجامعية زائد المرحلة الأخيرة عدد من الهيئات والأجهزة والمصالح. لما بنعمل دريل داون لل5 جهات دولت هم عبارة عن 620 جهة في الجهاز الإداري للدولة موزعين على مستوى الجمهورية بشكل كامل. القرار قال إن هيئة الرقابة الإدارية تساعد في استحداث هذه الوحدات بشقين. الشق الأولاني building capacity أو فكرة تدريب كوادر وحدات المراجعة الداخلية باستخدام الذراع التدريبي لهيئة الرقابة الإدارية، وهي الأكاديمية الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد. فبالتالي الأكاديمية مع مشروع الحوكمة حطينا كورس نقدر نقول عليه إن هو الدورة الأساسية للمبادئ الخاصة بالحوكمة. طيب ازاي يشتغل مراجعة داخلية؟ ازاي يتكامل مع جهات الرقابة الخارجية؟ ازاي يبقى عارف ان في نظم للرقابة الداخلية وان المراجعة الداخلية ديت هي احد العناصر الخاصة بالرقابة الداخلية؟ ازاي نوصل هذا المفهوم لموظفين الدولة وكوادرهم، فكرة المراجعة الداخلية، وازاي انه ياخد اجراءات تصويبية واجراءات تصحيحية، ونغير لهم المفهوم من مفهوم التفتيش التقليدي لمفهوم المراجعة الداخلية. ازاي نغير هذه المفاهيم والثقافة على الأرض في الجهاز الإداري العميق. مصر تمتلك جهاز إداري قديم جدا، ويعني مش عايز أقول كام سنة، لكن هي أفكار راسخة داخل الجهاز الإداري. تغييرها وتغيير آلياتها تحدي كبير جدا، ويمكن الدكتور خالد لمس ده لما اتعامل بالكرسي آخر على الترابيزة. فإحنا النهاردة بنحاول نغير هذا الفكر. إحنا ابتدينا الفعاليات بتاعة التدريب حقيقة من بداية سنة 24. خلينا نتكلم بالأرقام. إحنا عملنا دورات تدريبية متخصصة. الأول تدريب تم في هذا الإجراء إن إحنا عملنا دورة تدريبية لتدريب المدربين اللي نقدر نستعين بيهم لتدريب كوادر الجهاز الإداري. ثم عملنا دورة متخصصة أخرى أو دورتين تدريبيتين لأعضاء هيئة الرقابة الإدارية اللي هيتعاملوا مع وحدات المراجعة على مستوى الجمهورية. قمنا بتدريب 1416 عنصر من عناصر المراجعة الداخلية في 32 نشاط تدريبي تم، أنا بتكلم فقط في 11 شهر. 2 ورشة عمل لأصحاب السلطة المختصة، تعريف قانون الخدمة المدنية للسادة الوزراء والمحافظين وعدد من رؤساء الهيئات رؤساء الجامعات، هم دول السلطة المختصة. وكان ليا شرف ان اول لقاء مع الدكتور خالد كان في ورشة العمل اللي عقدت للسادة المحافظين قبل توليهم او عقب توليهم مباشرة المسؤولية. التدريب ده تم بشراكة مع جهات متعددة. خليني أقول لحضراتكم أن قبل التدريب كان مشروع الحوكمة والجهاز المركزي للتنظيم والإدارة ووزارة المالية وهيئة الرقابة الإدارية تشاركوا في إعداد دليل للمراجعة الداخلية بحيث أنه يبقى متاح لكل الناس. هذا الدليل بناخد بيه الشكل العلمي لوحدات المراجعة الداخلية مع مراعاة القوانين واللوائح والقرارات الصادرة من الدولة المصرية بشكل عام، عشان ما يحصلش التضارب في التطبيق. خلي بال حضراتكم برضو المؤسسات اللي موجودة في مصر متشابكة ومتداخلة في أعمالها، فازاي نحقق هذا الفصل بحيث أن وحدات المراجعة الداخلية تحقق الهدف الحقيقي اللي أنشئ ليها. القرار 54 أنا بعتبره من القرارات المميزة جدا اللي صدرت من التنظيم والإدارة، لأنه ابتدى الأول يقسمها. المادة الثانية بتتكلم على 5 أهداف لإنشاء وحدات المراجعة الداخلية، فبالتالي هو من ضمن الأهداف بتاعته إجراءات الوقاية والإجراءات التصحيحية والتصويبية، فما بيتداخلش مع شغل الجهات الرقابية الخارجية في إجراءات مكافحة الفساد. وحط له 17 بند محدد جدا بيقوم بتنفيذهم. طيب احنا عايزين نقيس الامباكت ده، هل ده حاجة كويسة ولها أثر إيجابي ولا ملهاش أثر إيجابي على الجهاز الإداري؟ حقيقة التفعيل ابتدى من 1/7/24 بشكل كامل، فبالتالي أول تقرير دوري استقبلناه في هيئة الرقابة الإدارية كان التقرير عن ال3 أشهر الأولى، وإن شاء الله في شهر يناير نستقبل التقرير الخاص بال3 أشهر الثانية. احنا استقبلنا عن الربع الأول من العام اللي هو من 1/7 لحد 1/7/8 وشهر 9، استقبلنا التقرير الأول من 432 وحدة مراجعة على مستوى الجمهورية، سواء في المحافظات أو في المديريات أو في الهيئات والأجهزة والمصالح. ال 432 تقرير دول ابتدينا كنا مؤسسين بلاتفورم هنستقبل عليها التقارير بشكل كامل، بحيث ان احنا نعمل اناليسز لهذه التقارير او تحليل لهذه التقارير، ونقدر نستنبط منها هل الوحدات ديت كفاءتها ايه، وايه اللي نقدر نشغله فيها في الفترة القادمة. في نفس الوقت ايه الوحدات اللي محتاجين نعيد تدريبهم او تأهيلهم بشكل اخر، او نعمل ستريس على نقط معينة لان هم تجاوزوا في الاختصاصات او ما اداش الموضوع بشكل نمطي. لكن المحصلة ان في بداية اطلاق المنظومة اقدر اقول لحضراتكم ان احنا نجحنا بالفعل، ان بقى في 432 وحدة على الاقل قدرنا ان احنا نستقبل منهم هذه التقارير. حاضر نألف ان شاء الله. اللي حبيت بس ألقي الضوء الأول على التجربة الناجحة اللي تمت خلال الفترة ديت. ليه اختيار هيئة الرقابة الإدارية لتكون ظهير لوحدات المراجعة الداخلية؟ هيئة الرقابة الإدارية لها باع طويل زي ما قلت لحضراتكم، زائد إن الهيئة يمكن أنا مش عارف معلومات حضراتكم عن الهيئة إيه، لكن إحنا كنا في بداية نشأة الهيئة هي الجهاز المنوط به التصدي للممارسات الفاسدة بشكل كبير. ويمكن اللي بيقرأ صفحة الحوادث في هيئة يعني في جمهورية مصر العربية يعرف كتير عن الهيئة. لكن حقيقة ده لحد فترة معينة، وإحنا ابتدينا نغير الوسيلة الإعلامية للتواصل. أصبح النهاردة بتغيير قانون الهيئة في 2017 شكل آخر، فكرة التوعية ونشر مفاهيم الشفافية والنزاهة، أسلوب تعامل أعضاء هيئة الرقابة الإدارية على مستوى الجمهورية، إنشاء بلاتفورم نقدر نتواصل فيه مع الناس بشكل كبير. كمان جهود الهيئة في نشر هذه البرامج من خلال الأكاديمية، من خلال شراكاتنا المتعددة مع كتير من المنظمات الدولية. يمكن الهيئة على مدار 60 عام عندها روابط مع كتير جدا من المنظمات الدولية على مستوى العالم. تنمية مهارات كوادر الجهاز الإداري ده شكل كبير، وأنا بدعو حضراتكم لو حد عايز يطلع على الدليل اللي تم إعداده بعناية شديدة، ده موجود على موقع الأكاديمية الوطنية لمكافحة الفساد داخل البحوث العلمية من أحد الإصدارات الموضوعة في هذا المجال. أنا بعتبر أن تجربة وحدات المراجعة الداخلية في الفترة الحالية رغم قصر هذه التجربة إلا أنها من النقاط المضيئة اللي احنا نفتخر بيها، وأتمنى أن احنا نقدر نستثمرها بشكل أفضل في الجهاز الإداري. وبشكر حضراتكم للغاية.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور عصام. يعني طبعا في النهايه انا يعني متاسف، انا بديت 5 دقائق متاخر وفي 5 دقائق زياده، يعني والسيشن اللي جايه يعني دي النهى، فاحنا بنعتذر طبعا عن التاخير. اعتقد انها كانت يعني سيشن مثمره للغايه، تعرضنا فيها للوضع على المستوى المركزي والمستوى المحلي، شفنا الجهود التوعويه وشفنا التجربه السريه والليسونز ليرند من سياده الوزير الدكتور احمد درويش. مع الاسف انا عارف ان اكيد يعني كان في اسئله كتيره ممكن تتسال، لكن عشان بس الوقت وان احنا نمشي اكوردنج للاجنده يعني هنرجئ الاسئله. يعني الساده الضيوف موجودين معانا لحد اخر اليوم، لو في اي نوع من انواع الاسئله فممكن نسالها. طلب، طيب طلب ممكن نطلب بس من الدكتوره نهى في طلب.
انا هطلبه من نهى صديقتي العزيزه. لما هو قال لي باقي دقيقتين انا اختصرت جزء. انا عشمان انا ما تمكنتش من ان انا اعمله، وليا 3 تجارب، وانا يعني الحمد لله بفضل ربنا ليا حاجات عملتها وسعيد بيها، وليا حاجات ما يعني لا اخجل ان اقول ان فشلت فيها. 2007 2013 و2019 3 مرات حاولت جاهدا ان اضع في مصر Regulatory Impact Assessment Unit. احنا بنتكلم على سياسات، ولما جيت انا في الحته رقم 7 وقال لي باقي لك دقيقتين وقلت حكم القانون والقانون از فيزيبل ولا لا، وبنتكلم على الريجولاتوري فريم ورك. ريجولاتوري امباكت اسسمنت دي موجوده من سنه 98 في الاو اي سي دي ريا، وبمنتهى البساطه احنا بنحاول نبني سيميوليشن موديل. يعني بقول لما الوزير هيطلع القرار ده او لما هطلع القانون ده، انا هحرك الحصان، هو هيحرك الفيل، انا هحرك الطابيه، هو هيحرك الوزير، كش ملك الملك بتاعي مات. القرار ده له تبعات جيده وله تبعات غير جيده. We need to establish a regulatory impact assessment unit. لو حضرتك كجاب وبتتكلموا على سياسات عامه واداره عامه تستطيعوا ان تنجحوا فيما فشلت انا فيه 3 مرات، ان انا اعمل نوع من البوليسي ادفوكسي لده. ده الحقيقة أنا مستشعر إن ده المحفل اللي ممكن تخرج منه يعني هذه المبادرة المهمة جدا. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور أحمد. ويعني احنا يعني رغباتك بالنسبه لنا برضو يعني ليها ثقلها، واحنا اعتقد ان احنا لا
سعيد جدا ببرايم نمبرز، ومع ذلك I was not lucky. 7 و13 و19
لا
لا يقبلون القسمة إلا على أنفسهم، وده بالنسبة لي is a lucky number. بس
لا يعني باذن الله كمشروع للحوكمه الاقتصاديه اعتقد ان احنا ممكن يعني نشتغل مع دين نهى والدكتوره ليلى، وان احنا نقدر بالفعل يعني نحط دوت على الارض، يبقى هو دوت بدايه 2025 باذن الله. شكرا لحضراتكم، وبندعو بقى الدكتوره نهى مكاوي. اتفضلي حضرتك.
لا انا تمام يا دكتور. البرزنتيشن جاي لنا متاخر قوي.
Excuse me, everyone. We're moving directly to the next session. So if you'd like to have a seat, please. Dr. Ahab.
Hey, please, come and sit in the middle. Let's give Dr. Catherine. I don't know. Go ahead. Ahab, how are you?
Good, and you?
Ahab. Okay.
Yes, I have them. Yes, don't worry. I'm just. Okay, if everybody would take a seat, please, we can get started. This is the last session before lunch, so we'll try not to take too much time out of your lunch break. But I think we can get started directly. Thank you.
Of course. Can you please take your seats? Thank you very much for staying with us for another brilliant panel, I promise you. We will be doing this panel in English, so if you need any translation assistance, please go ahead and set yourself up. Why are we doing this panel? And the panel's title is about education, educating those who will support everything you've heard about this morning. So we chose to call this panel the challenges and opportunities for enhancing public service education in the MENA region. Why would we choose to talk about education? Because at the end of the day, everything you heard in the excellent panels of this morning raised the question, are we preparing cadres of policy analysts in the Middle East and North Africa to analyze all the challenges and opportunities to support public policy and public administration? We heard something very useful, that there is indeed a profession in the Arab region developing called policy analyst. That's good news for us, people doing education, because most of those we educate from public policy institutions are supposed to be policy analysts when they get out of school, right? So it's good for us to hear that there is a profession developing in the region called public policy analyst. And what is this analyst supposed to be given in terms of skills? These are the kinds of things that we will discuss today on this panel. We have in the room some of you participating with us from different Arab countries and from different schools in the Arab countries, be that the United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Palestine, Algeria, Yemen, and we have with us voices from Qatar, a country that has developed good education in public policy and public administration over the last few years. So I am very, very pleased to have with me on this panel, besides my colleague, Professor Layla El-Baradei, who chairs the Department of Public Policy and Administration here at AUC, School of Global Affairs and Public Policy. We also have with us Dr. Mohammed El-Qadri, of course, a well-known expert on education and public policy and public administration, but he is also the president of NASPA, which is a partner for the AMEPPA conference today. We have with us Professor Leslie Pal, Dean of the College of Public Policy and, it's actually public policy, not administration, right? Right, from Hamad bin Khalifa University School, University, Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar. And we have Dr. Ayhab Saad, Dean of the School of Economics, Administration and Public Policy from the Doha Institute. Both of them, alongside AUC, are accredited institutions by NASPA, and there aren't many international institutions that are accredited by NASPA, so we feel particularly honored to be awarded such an accreditation. I'm not going to take long. Now I turn it over to the experts and pose the question. Given everything we heard this morning, and from where they sit and how they serve to educate the policy analysts of the future, what do they consider to be the main challenges and the main opportunities, and how are they dealing with both? And I will start with Professor Mohammed El-Qadri, President of NASPA. Over to you, sir. I need some power.
Hello, everybody. I'm also a recovering director of the School of Public Policy at the University of Connecticut. So that might have informed some of my comments specifically about challenges and opportunities in public service. I just want to say a couple words about NASPA. First, NASPA has about 320 members globally in 20 different countries, and that membership is growing It's actually our fastest growing side is the non-US members. So it is the global standard of excellence in public affairs education, and it provides a network for engagement with a broader field of public policy and public administration, but also in other areas. So here, let me see if I can scroll down. And NASPA provides several forums. There will be 2 conferences this year, one in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia on May 27 to 28, and one, which is our main conference, will be in Flagstaff, Arizona. If anybody knows the Grand Canyon in the US, that's where the conference is going to be in October, October 9 to 10, I think. Let me talk a little bit about challenges and opportunities in public affairs education from my own sort of perspective here, which is a bit biased. I have worked in several countries. I was part of the Doha Institute's launch about 12 years ago and ran into some of the issues that you would run into in the region. But I want to talk generally about issues that face public affairs education everywhere, and let my colleagues weigh in on how on these challenges within their own countries and within what they're doing. So one of the main challenges is the ability to have a curriculum that's relevant, that's adapting to changing needs in these societies. It's a problem across all academia, I think, but it's a much bigger problem for public administration than anywhere else. I mean, it is because our field, our practice is evolving so fast, and it is a challenge to keep a curriculum that is up to date and cutting edge, that prepares people for the future on things like AI and challenges like data analytics and sustainability and digital governance, and all these things are just evolving so fast, and it is often an issue for departments and colleges to keep up to date with these things. Another challenge is the interdisciplinary nature of our field requires us to have faculty from diverse backgrounds. So it is in the old days, it was only political science and economics faculty. Then public administration became a bigger field, and we started producing PhDs in public administration. And we started seeing those folks. But then now, public policy schools typically have people from sociology, from psychology in some cases, if they get into organizational behavior too much, economics, public policy, and that creates a challenge for countries where resources are limited. That creates a problem for even within the U.S. for programs that are smaller and cannot afford to have all the disciplines covered, basically. Another quick challenge is integration of technology in teaching and learning. And we have really not done a great job in all academia doing that. But in public administration and public policy schools, we really have a big challenge there. In terms of access and inclusivity, not just access and inclusivity to public administration programs and public policy programs, but also access and inclusivity. That remains a big challenge for training our graduates to basically deal with a diverse community, with a diverse society, train them in a way to pay attention to issues of inclusivity and access. And finally, in terms of challenges, I want to talk a little bit about the challenge of ethics and preparing public servants who are ethical, who are going to change the world in an ethical way and not in a negative way. And that is probably the most compelling challenge that we face in our field today. We have enormous pressures from everywhere. I mean, I think I'd be a fool if I sat here and said that the world is all great and perfect. This is a region that knows that too well, that it's not, and it hasn't been. It has been getting better for some people, but not for everybody. And it's really important to understand that. That's also the case within the US, within countries within developed countries. These are really serious issues. And I think what's the challenge is that what's going on in our world today, 300 kilometers from here or 400 kilometers away from here in Gaza, and in Ukraine and in other places around us, is really going to force us to think very seriously and very hard about ethics in our field. I mean, we are still studying the ethical implications of World War II and what happened during the war. And I hope it doesn't take us that long to start looking seriously at what's going on today. It is, how do we teach ethics live while unethical things are happening, while genocide is happening, while things that are terrible are happening around us? And what is the role of public administration in all of that? How do we teach our students to be critical of the work that they will do? And with that, I will yield to my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Qadri. This is a very strong opening for our panel, and I will come back to you later, add my question to the questions that you will get from the floor on not only how do we teach ethics in an unethical world and in an unethical region, but also because this region has a disproportionate share of countries either in conflict or struggling to come out of conflict. Have we done our homework in carving together a curriculum on public administration in countries struggling with conflict situations? That would be a question for you. I'll move next to Leslie, Dr. Leslie Pal. Give us your own take on the challenges and opportunities that you see from where you sit in Qatar, and then we'll move on from that to Dr. Ayad.
Thank you, Dr. Noan. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation for the opportunity. We're proud to be a partner in supporting this conference and in supporting AMEPPA. The reason that we're supporting the conference is we think that AMEPPA is a crucial institution for our discipline throughout the region, and already from the evidence of the first day here at this conference, we can see how important it is for bringing people together, both from the government side, the practitioner side, as well as the scholarly side. Let me just give two caveats. Oh, and I should make a small correction, if I may. We are not yet accredited by NASPA, the College of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University. We've applied, and we're hopeful. We're hopeful. We're members of NASPA, yes, but we have been accredited by the European Association for Accreditation of Public Administration, but we're hoping for the NASPA this coming year. Two small caveats. One, of course, to speak about the region, Middle East and North Africa is a huge area. I just want to, my comments are going to be framed largely from our experiences in the Gulf, and particularly with respect to Doha and Qatar. And secondly, as was already pointed out by Dr. Noah, I'm coming from a policy background. We're a College of Public Policy. We do have public administration, obviously. It's a sister discipline within our programs, but we're not a College of Public Administration per se. And let me then begin first with some opportunities that I see in the policy field, again, from that particular perspective. One is the opportunity for doing research and work on comparative public policy within the GCC specifically. There are incredible initiatives going on within Qatar, within Saudi Arabia, within the UAE, to some extent as well in Oman, just to name a few of the countries. And collaboration, cooperation, comparative analysis of the kind of work that's going on within those countries, I think, is a huge opportunity for scholarship and research. A second area of opportunity, again, for scholarship and research as well, and that translates into teaching, is thinking about policy transfer and diffusion. I mean, the region is extraordinarily rich in both its experimentation and innovation, but also extraordinarily rich in terms of the absorption of different international models, the calibration of those models to local circumstances, but still, we're an extraordinary laboratory, if you will, for experimentation, transfer, diffusion of policy models coming from around the world. And I think it stands out as an area, again, for for research and analysis. A third kind of opportunity, I think, is given by the region, again, is that it's extraordinarily policy rich in terms of national visions. We see that in KSA, we see it here, you've heard about it this morning in Egypt. Qatar has its national vision, the UAE, Oman, again, to name those countries specifically. And each one of those national visions is accompanied by development strategies that work themselves into the administrative apparatus, into state and public sector reform, and into policy reform. That gives, again, an opportunity for analysis and contribution, I think, from our disciplines that's unique or unusual in the developed world. A fourth area of opportunity and connected to the policy diffusion is the prevalence and the presence of international actors in international policy frameworks and global policy making. Again, Doha may be a bit unusual in this respect, but I don't think it's completely unique with respect to the region as a whole. We could go to, and we often hold, an international conference or conference with international actors and international organizations every other week. I come from Canada. I was a former director of our School of Public Administration at Carleton University in Ottawa. Ottawa, Canada prides itself on being an international actor, nowhere near the amount of activity and international interactions that take place in a place like Qatar. And I think, again, that is expressive of the region more generally. And fifthly, the fifth and last of the opportunities that I'll list is just the possibilities for innovations and innovative thinking in the region. There's so much going on in smart cities, artificial intelligence, digital transformation. We heard wonderful presentations this morning from our colleagues from the Egyptian government and different entities and institutes. Just what's going on in this country alone is remarkable, I think, in terms of the innovation agenda. There's so much going on within the region. I think, again, these present opportunities for research, analysis, collaboration, and contributions on the part of the scholarly community. Let me turn to challenges. I mean, Dr. Mohammed laid out quite a number of them that are general and obviously specific as well to us. But I guess the macro challenge for me as a dean of a college of public policy is what's the value added of our scholarly contributions? When I look at the terrain of different policy actors, again, we've heard from some of these this morning in the early afternoon. When I think of the think tanks, the institutes, the government entities, the international organizations, the other universities and university actors from around the world, from the UK or from Europe or from the United States, when you look at the terrain of policy actors, all making contributions in their unique and specific ways to policy development in country X or Y, what is the specific contribution of relatively small academic units to all of that activity, all of that dialogue, all of that conversation, all of that research that's going on? And I have to think really hard and fast about it because all of us understand the kinds of tensions and constraints that are characteristic of the academic life. On one tension is that we are custodians, in a sense, of our academic traditions and our disciplines. So we need to be able to explain Peter Drucker, or we need to be able to explain Thomas Piketty. We need to be able to explain political economy if we're thinking about current economic policy, but we also have to be able to tell our students about innovations and what's happening in the actual present, in the current moment. Another tension, again, that all of us, I think, feel acutely is that we are measured on our research productivity, which turns out to be what we produce and publish in the academic journals. We're also teaching at the same time. Roughly 50% of our time goes to teaching as academics. So what gets left over is what we can do, unless we can leverage our research into work that actually can be of practical benefit to governments, but that's not always the case. The challenge then is what's left over in terms of the the time that's available to academics and scholars working in academic programs. What's left over is what you can contribute to that larger terrain of the variety of actors that are out there. Just to give you an example, I have 12 faculty members in my College of Public Policy. I believe there are something like 60 or 70 staff in the Boston Consulting Group in Doha alone, and they can work full-time, 24/7, on public policy issues relevant to the government of Qatar. My guys can only devote 50% of their time, and some of that is dissipated as well. So what the old adage about the Chinese character for crisis is also the character for opportunity. So if those are the kind of challenges that are faced, what's the specific value added of academic institutions? And I'll end here. One, of course, is the teaching and the graduates that are the products of our programs. Everybody that you heard from today coming from government has had some training. I would bet over 50% of them have had a degree in public administration, public policy, and economics and social sciences. So they're coming from the programs that we have been teaching. So the challenge for us is to continue teaching at a high level and also to convey both the traditions, be the custodians of the academic disciplines, but also try to keep au courant with what is happening in terms of technologies and other things. So the teaching and the programs is a comparative advantage that we have. We can't do all of the training. We can't do all of the executive training that goes on in government. So we need to pick where we can make a strategic contribution. A second comparative advantage that we have, and this is an opportunity in face of the challenge, is that our research work is informed by theory, and our theory informs our research work. Often theory is dismissed as impractical. I would say that often the theories are the most practical things that we can actually contribute to the study and practice of public administration. There's nothing so practical as a good theory. So we need to, that's a comparative advantage that we have, I think, as institutions and as scholars. And finally, I think the comparative advantage of academic institutions lies in events like this. We have a convening power, we have a platform capacity to bring together practitioners, academics, scholars, students, people from the private sector, from think tanks and institutes in a way that I don't think any other institution in society can do. So that's a key contribution that we can make and we should continue to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leslie, for these comments. What you said very quickly reminded me of the schizophrenia I find myself in all the time as dean. I go to the outside world and I tell people our faculty, our wonderful faculty, we are not a think tank, we are not a consultancy group, our faculty are teaching and doing research. But then I go back to the faculty and I tell them, we have to be out, we have to be doing the consultancies, we have to be doing this, we have to be serving the community. So it is definitely a struggle, and it's not at all easy for anyone involved in schools of public policy and public administration in particular. Thank you for those points. Dean Saad, the floor is now yours for another 5 minutes to tell us how you see the challenges and opportunities from where you sit, again, in Qatar.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noha, Dr. Laila. Thank you very much for inviting me. This is my first time at AUC, and I love it. And hopefully, this is not the last time. Actually, my second time in Egypt. Okay. So thank you, everyone. First, I want to start by saying one challenge we have in the region, that we have few public policy schools. We don't have that many schools, actually, and this is a challenge. We want more public policy schools. But also this is an opportunity for also as well, we don't have many public policy scholars or public administration scholars. We're having very hard time hiring people like public policy or public administration scholars who speak Arabic, for example. So this is an opportunity for you guys, like, ladies, we cannot say guys maybe these days, and, to go and pursue your PhD in public policy, public administration. I'm telling you the demand is very high and the supply is low. So now I'm speaking as economist, so here we go. Now, I want to talk a little bit about education and a very particular issue in education. As an educator, as a teacher myself, who's been teaching different courses, I'm mainly economist, but also I'm very interested in public policy and policy making, of course. And I want to talk about this evidence-based. Like, you know, this is the most commonly used word when we describe our programs or what we do. We want to have evidence-based policies, right? And Professor Catherine talked about it, and I'll talk about more about it. And I want to give you my evidence on the evidence-based teaching we do, okay? And I did some research about this. So first of all, what's evidence? And I go back to this issue, like evidence-based is not defined by the method we use. It doesn't matter whether we use descriptive statistics, case studies, quantitative, qualitative, complicated regression analysis, they will not get you the evidence-based. It's like, you know, we need to go deeper and define evidence. What do we mean by evidence? So evidence for me simply is just a sequence of causes, effects, right? Events. It's a causes, effect sequence or chain, right? So this notion of causality, right? Like does an event causes something else, another event? And this, like, you know, it's more of knowledge. This is how we know things, the relation between variables and things. So when I was, you know, I've been teaching like econometrics and statistics, and I have students from all the Arab world, and the first question I ask him, please provide me with the syllabus of any statistical course you had before coming to Doha Institute, whether a master's degree or undergrad. And to be honest with you, I was thinking, oh, thank God that, you know, policy makers not taking all of our recommendations, because there are many recommendations. We think these are evidence, but they're not evidence. Because the way we teach evidence is still a little bit not speaking to the issue of causal effect chains, right? We do regression without discussing the design, without discussing the causality issue, so what's missing, we still stuck with this kind of I'm talking mainly about quantitative courses. We didn't talk design, we didn't talk about identification, we don't talk about causality, the problem with these methods. So we end up with many students just brilliant in math and statistics and doing regression and so on, but they have no idea of this evidence-based, the true evidence-based kind of recommendation that's coming from causes, effects. So one thing I'd like to challenge myself and even my school and even the whole school in the region, maybe we need a conference about, you know, evidence-based. How we teach it, what do you mean by evidence? What's wrong with our simple or complicated regressions or statistical or case studies? Because we're not putting forward the right questions or the definition of evidence that we can, you know, we are confident that we are providing the right policy recommendation for the policy making. And related to this issue, now I talk about challenge, this started from 2016, just very quickly. I said, okay, that's fine. That's a technical issue. We can work on it, right, by developing our curriculum and start talking about these issues more. But then came, you know, in 2016, we know what happened in the US. President Trump came, and they were challenging scientific evidence. You know, look, evidence, social science is very hard. In science, it's still, you know, you can debate, it might be hard, but it's not as hard as social sciences. And we have some really facts, scientific facts. This climate, you know, warming, like we know this is happening, and politicians we have genocide in Gaza, and still the US cannot say there's genocide. We don't have enough evidence. So it's, even scientific evidence is not evidence anymore and can be politicized in some way to be political based on different interpretation and so on. And this also now poses, like, you know, great challenge for me when I teach this even evidence-based or policy making in the region, because, you know, the high principles that when we teach whatever policies or a course in public policy, we have high principles or morals, and these mostly coming from liberal democracy, like, you know, equity, you know, justice, and so on. But now people doubting these issues, so it's becoming even very hard to teach evidence-based policies. Thank you.
Dr. Saad, thank you for your candor and honesty. Yes, it is hard sometimes, so though we can sit here on panels and pretend that the world is in order and we're just giving you some pieces of wisdom. No, it is definitely hard. I tell you one thing very quickly before we move finally to Professor Laila. I often look at I participated in some competitions here on the national level in Egypt among different schools. And you look at the policy brief and the analysis in it, yeah, the number crunching is there, but you look at the policy recommendations and it's all a wish list that is often not related at all to the evidence collected and the methods used, and these are wish lists. So suddenly the person who learned about methods turns into an advocate of something. So yes, you're right. There is a missing link here between teaching them how to do methods and then how to turn that into as you call it, cause-effect chain of thinking and then of recommendations. Thank you for that. I had the pleasure a year ago or maybe longer to work with Professor Layla El-Baradei on the question of how is public policy being taught in the Arab region. And we were honored by quite a number of colleagues and scholars from across the Arab region who answered our question. And this was all collected into a piece that we published in Global Perspectives, which is a journal that is published in California by the University of California system. Dr. Layla El-Baradei will tell us about some of the reflections that we came up with from this work on how public policy is being taught across the Arab world. It's indicative survey, not conclusive survey. And then we open up for a conversation with you to hear your views on your opportunities and challenges in being educators of public policy and administration. Over to you, Professor Layla.
Thank you, Dean Noha. So I'll just go through some of the findings of the study. It was about public policy studies and research in the Arab world, challenges and opportunities. And what we did is that we sent out a survey to a number of policy experts and academics in the Arab region, asking specific questions and trying to figure out where public policy is researched, what topics are being studied, how they're being studied, the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms being used, and what are the main challenges faced and suggestions for improving on the status quo. We reached out, managed to many more countries, but we got responses from 12 countries in the Arab region, and 66 respondents managed to answer our survey. Many of the attendees here may have received the survey in 2022. We divided the Arab countries into 4 different categories as much as we can. We figured out there may be differences between the Levant countries and Egypt versus the greater Maghreb region versus Gulf cooperation countries, and the least developed countries, we consider them as a separate category. So I'm just sharing here, quoting some of the responses from the survey feedback. The challenges faced in Egypt are numerous, including data availability, reliability, and access issues. And it was voiced in many different ways. Access to information, numbers, and statistics are very hard to reach. Access to data is a big challenge. Some talked about the restrictive political environment, lack of public and expert debate on current issues, lack of transparency, and even when people have the answers, they are reluctant to speak up. Limited public policy expertise. So the number of schools available are limited in number, and even the training opportunities, although they are available in different universities, different training institutes, and different government bodies offer training in how to do policy analysis, but these opportunities are perceived as lacking. We tend to import foreign understandings of what public policy making is all about. A challenge related to funding issues, and we face this here in our school. Tuition fees are on the rise, and unless students can land a fellowship opportunity, it's very difficult to pay up the tuition fees. And public policy studies and research sometimes not perceived as a priority by many of the professionals. Lots of challenges were stated related to monitoring and evaluation and how it gets to be performed, that it's centralized, that it's influenced many times by the donors' funding, and the government censorship, the weak evaluation competencies. Someone said not all who claim themselves as M&E experts are truly equipped for it, no training capacity, no practice, but they just offer themselves as consultants in monitoring and evaluation. Limited role for the media, limited role for the parliament. From the Levant area, we got different responses. Lebanon, they were talking about how researchers live on the clouds and they are stuck in ivory towers. In Jordan, they talked about how, again, the research centers and the think tanks reflect donors' priorities and that there is a gap between the research and its application. In Iraq, they complain definitely of the turbulent political situation they're in. In Morocco, the respondents over there talked about how policy is sometimes designed in a vertical manner, doesn't take into account what's happening on the horizontal space. In Algeria, that there is always a preference for international experts rather than reliance on the national leaders who may have similar experience, but again, it's always the lookout for the international experts. The Gulf, right, Qatar, they said there is a shortage of case studies about the region. In the UAE, they talked about how public policy studies are commissioned by governmental entities, and when this happens, they get more exposure amongst the policymakers. In Sudan, they talked about how policymakers are completely unaware that such a field exists. The way forward, again, in the voice of the survey respondents, that there is a need, as Dr. Ayha pointed out, for more public policy academic programs, trainings, and think tanks, allocating more specialized courses, more public policy schools, more think tanks. There is a need for more links between policy researchers and policy makers. Some pilot programs exist in that regard, but definitely there is a need to connect the dots between academia and policy makers, availing necessary prerequisites for good quality policy research. Not only funding, but more partnerships with accreditation bodies. There are up till now maybe 3 programs that are accredited from the region by NASPA, right, and IAPA, but definitely more need to seek accreditation. Using primary data instead of relying on secondary sources, advocating and promoting what public policy studies are all about. And the idea that we came up with is that the field does not exist in a vacuum. Definitely, all what we're doing here within our public policy and public administration programs is influenced by the environment we live in. The general governance, and we've listened to a lot about the governance initiatives and a lot of good things taking place, but still performance on the international governance indicators is not as needs be. Egypt and Sudan are the lowest performers, for example, when it comes to voice and accountability. Political stability is not the best thing, as we all know, in the region. Effectiveness and regulatory quality, UAE and Qatar are top performers. And rule of law, again, Qatar and UAE and Jordan are doing better than others, so there is much room for improvement. Freedom of expression in the Arab world, situation is grim. And it's a logical prerequisite for public policy studies and for any kind of research, to be able to state your opinion objectively and freely without implementing any kind of self-censorship at the least. Access to data. A World Bank report 2020 on transparency showed that the region was the lowest of all regions on data transparency, availability, and accessibility. Higher education as well. We're seeing a lot of new universities in Egypt being established, but still the quality of higher education needs to be improved upon according to the different international reports here. Research productivity also needs to be improved. This graph shows the web of science publications in public policy by country. Saudi Arabia is doing better than others, followed by the UAE and Egypt. But again, the numbers are very poor and needs to be improved upon. So this is a SWOT analysis. The way forward, we're calling for more partnerships, more research, more conferences like we're having here, more room for sharing ideas, doing more policy analysis, more rigorous research, more comparative research, as our panelists called for as well, more consortia of think tanks, policymakers, government entities, NGOs, and academia to enhance research publications and make a more notable influence on the region at large. So this was a quick review through the...
Thank you very much, Dr. Laila. According to plan, this session should end now, but I would like very much to spend the next maybe 10 minutes taking whatever questions, comments, observations you may have, and then give the panelists a chance to react. So this is now your chance to tell us, have we inspired you, intrigued you, made you angry and mad? All are legitimate concerns. Or you're hungry and you want to leave right now. Please go ahead.
First, thank you so much for the amazing event. It's very informative. I know that you have a hub for public policy in the AUC, and I would like to ask if there is lack of data. So how could you just publish your results about solutions? And I'm following it regularly, and I found great and amazing solutions and recommendations. But my question is, there is a lack of data, and we all know it in Egypt. So how you deal with this? Thank you.
So a question to our public policy hub and how we deal with lack of data, but we'll get to that in a second. Any other comment from the floor? Please, Kate.
I was just wondering, do government agencies pay for you all to train large cohorts of their employees?
There's another question on this side? No? Yeah? Go ahead.
I have a question regarding the efficacy of the public education, the public administration education, especially the fact that we don't have much room to train. Because the thing is, you could learn a theory, but there aren't many, I would not say jobs, but I would say job shadowing or training when it comes to policy. If you look at some countries in Europe and Canada and the US, there are ways on a state level or a province level, you could participate in the governance. Some political parties, even in Europe, would have youth organizations coming in to devise and work on policies. We don't have something like that. So if someone would have the track in policy making, starting young, starting like at high school level, at a state level, at a province level, then at a federal level, they would have more experience on the intricacies of the law. That's why when they come to devising a policy brief, it wouldn't be a wish list like you should, because they would know exactly of the intricacies between the different organizations, different entities that govern the state or govern the budget. So how we could respond to that, we don't have the infrastructure to train and apply. Thank you.
I love this question. Thank you for that. Okay. Last question. Okay, two last questions there. Please go ahead, and then I'll come to you, Professor Aziz.
One very quick question. In a global world, the people are moving, and in each and every country, we have more and more immigrants. How we face the educational needs of the immigrants and considering the language barriers that might be facing. As, for example, there are many Indian people living in UAE. There are many Pakistani people living in Qatar. How we try to educate and incorporate these people as immigrants in the governance models and the education that every country is offering.
Thank you. This is quite amazing panel and information about the Middle East. I'm wearing two hats. I am connected, affiliated with the American University. I'm in the Texas University in Rio Grande Valley in Texas. And then I'm affiliated with Mohammed V University, #1 university in Morocco, Rabat, and I'm teaching pro bono. So you said it very clearly, Dr. Laila, it's a grim situation. So that's really kind of like the kind of flag, raise the flag for me. I thought we were doing great. But, so far, especially with the involvement of NASPA and different accrediting bodies and different universities right now in Qatar, the Doha Institute and the University of Ben Khalifa. So I thought we were doing great. So I really would like, maybe we can redo that study, but that's just a comment or question. I'm really hoping that you can make some comments here because there are a lot of challenges when we know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will come back now to the panel and get some of the reflections on any of those questions. The efficacy of training on public policy when there are no training infrastructure, there is no training infrastructure in the region. And the colleague who asked the question gave very good examples of what does he mean by that infrastructure for training. Public policy hub and lack of evidence. Our study and why is it so grim? Who pays for executive education training? Is it the government that pays for that training? And finally, how are we dealing with immigrant populations in our schools of public policy and public education? Language is one barrier, but maybe there are others. So, let's start with Dr. Saad.
I can quickly answer the last two questions. You mentioned the training. Yes, we have many partnerships with ministries. We provide training workshops and courses, mini courses. We also have executive degree in masters in public administration as well. So yes, we do. We want it to be more. We want to be more involved and engaged. But yes, we do. And mostly students get a scholarship from or funding from the government itself. So they do pay us, yes. For the question about immigrants and immigration, this globalization, the global world, to be honest with you, this amazing question is very tough to answer because the true answer, we don't know like exactly what's going on. The things change very fast. But this particular area, I can, with some confidence, bring AI. And I've read some articles calling AI the great equalizer. And this is in terms of language, particularly, right? Now, international students can go to the US and language is not a barrier for them anymore to write an essay because they can use. So AI I think, is gonna help a lot right now in terms of language barrier. But this is where we can see some benefits from AI. How to integrate them, fully integrate them, this is much harder. Because we talk about now culture, different values, and so on. I think we all aspire, like public policy schools, to have some inclusive diversity in our faculty, our students. I think this would help us a lot moving forward in this global economy. Thank you.
Professor Al-Qadri.
Let me talk a little bit about the migration and preparing a workforce. So we really prepare people for careers that are going to last 30 years, sometimes longer, in public or doing public service work. And it's really important to be preparing people not for the challenges of today only. I mean, I think we want to prepare them for challenges that are going to come. And one of the best skills we can ever teach students is the ability to work with different populations, the ability to not assume that everybody is like them. Everybody's reality is the same as their own reality. So there are multiple people that we serve within our own society. There are people who drive Mercedes-Benz and people who don't have cars, and take public transportation or whatever means. So there's just, even in our own societies, there's just diversity, and being able to work with different populations is really important. And I think if you prepare students for that for that multiple realities that exist in society, they'll be able to, with some critical thinking education as well, just helping them become critical thinkers, they will be able to design solutions to whatever problems that face them in the future. I'll pass this
I'll just comment on the employment and the sort of the aspects of training. Most of our students currently in our program are already employed in government, typically in the public sector. So they use the degree as a way of advancement within their existing careers. But I think two areas of that public policy schools could emphasize, I think across the region, but again particularly relevant to where I am, is one area is program evaluation. I don't think that that's a pretty underdeveloped area, and it's an area of sufficient expertise within our discipline that people that are trained in that, I think, can seek employment and long-term careers. So that's up to us to sell the importance of that to government agencies and entities, that monitoring and evaluation and assessment of results and outcomes is important. Again, it varies, it's uneven across the region, but I think that's an area of significant development. And the other area to emphasize that I think is a feature of our programs is the expertise in the public sector and the ability to innovate in the context of the public sector. A lot of executive MBA program, people coming out of executive MBA programs are going into government at the highest levels. That's where our competition lies, I think, in terms of career development. So if we can sell the importance of specific skills from within our discipline, and the ability to leverage those skills in the context of the public sector, I think that's really quite important for continued development of that employment area.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you very much. There was a question about migrants. We have here at AUC fellowships for a number of migrant communities. So we have amongst our students Syrians, Sudanese, Yemenis, and Palestinian students. And there's no language barrier. This is one good thing. At least they all speak English and they all speak Arabic. For the Public Policy Hub, the project that we've been implementing here at AUC that I like to talk about a lot, but I'll be very brief. We provide practical training to the participants in how to write policy research, how to write policy briefs, and how to communicate effectively the findings. We overcome the problem related to data access and availability by checking what's there, what's been published before, the data sets available, and then engaging with government organizations and getting the participants to interview officials and figure out directly from them what the challenges they are facing are, and understand that it's not just a matter of coming up with policy recommendations in living in a silo or in an ivory tower, as we always blame policymakers for doing, but they understand the difficulties and the challenges faced, and they have to evaluate the policy recommendations, figuring out its political acceptability, administrative feasibility, fundability, effectiveness, and other factors in order to come up with something that's practical and doable. Thank you.
Very quickly, I'd like just to add some of my reflections on some of your questions in telegraphic messages, and then I'll let you go. I'm very much aware that I'm between you and lunch. I very much like that question about the lack of the infrastructure where we will send out these people either to get training or to get employment. You're very right about that. There is quite a bit of a dearth. Let's start with the local government level. That's where politics starts. There aren't that many opportunities for people to engage in public policy making on the local level, and take it all the way up. So where are we going to send these people for training or for internships or whatever? So fundamentally, you are right. However, with one caveat that Leslie mentioned, that our students are already full-time workers in either government agencies or multilaterals or in the NGO sector. So they are not excluded from the reality of what happens on the ground. They're coming from it. But I would like to underline the importance of what you said as a huge infrastructure of practicing doing policy and politics that many countries in our region still lack. Do you want me? Let me address this issue of the grimness of the studies. Number one, Dr. Laila was going very fast through the findings. So the paper itself indeed does acknowledge the rising number of public policy and public administration programs around the Arab world. And we need more, as our panelists have said. That is very true. The paper also acknowledges the rising number of publications in Arabic as well as international journals that we are contributing to knowledge production globally. But here again, one of our recommendations is, number one, we are not citing each other enough. We should be citing each other, and not only, with all due respect, scholars from the global north. And number two, international journals should be a lot more open to publishing those who are citing non-global north authors. So there is a lot of work to be made on everybody's part in order for these good pieces of news to become really effective in building the field. Okay? So please read the paper in Global Perspectives Journal and let us know what you think of it. I finally would like to say something to our field. All of us involved in public policy and public administration studies. People, it's time for us to all roll up our sleeves and service our field in any way you can, because the Arab world is still a culture of consultancies. With all due respect for the McKinseys of the world and the Price Waterhouses of the world, they do good work. But they are being asked to do the work that we should be doing in terms of analysis. Let's all work together, and my final point is back to Leslie. This is a policy-rich region. We cannot complain that we don't have enough cases, but we should work on those cases and work together for policy learning from each other. Thank you all for being with us, and stay with us for the rest of the conference. Bye.
Thank you, everybody, for staying so long. So we're going out to lunch right now, but immediately after lunch, we would be splitting into our parallel sessions. There's 4 parallel sessions. You don't have to come back here, but in the program, you'll be able to look at the rooms that have the sessions with our researchers. We have a session on AI and policymaking, a session on social and developmental inequalities, another on health policy, and another on economic and fiscal policies. So see you after lunch. Thank you. The agenda makers. There has been a lot of progress across the Middle East and across different public institutions on digitalization and digitalizing data, and actually getting the government to use different types of tools and different types of approaches. And our presenters today, we have a mix of papers. Some of them are desk review, and some of them include fieldwork. Some of them are works in progress. Some of them are finished studies. And it's great to kind of see some of this new research that's coming out, which has become definitely a research area for a lot of scholars and practitioners to gather evidence for on some of these new tools that are coming out. So we will proceed with the same order of the program. I will ask people in the room if you can please turn off your phones, and just to give our speakers enough time and help them to concentrate while presenting. This room has a lot of echoes in it as well. So we would appreciate your consideration. Each speaker will have 10 to 15 minutes. I'll raise my hand when there's 5 minutes to go. And we will start with Asma Abdelmaula Hassan, who's actually one of our students as well. And the title of her talk is AI Governance Values and Mechanisms Adopted in Egypt and the European Union. So Asma, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Nora, for the introduction. Thank you, everyone, for attending and showing interest in our session, Innovation and AI in Policymaking and Administration. I am Asma Abdel Maula. Well, how to make it? Yeah. Yes. I'm Asma Abdel Maula, Chief Prosecutor and MBA candidate in AUC. Well, I have honor today to present my research paper about AI governance, values, and mechanism adopted in European Union and Egypt. Well, artificial intelligence is not a new term. It was first mentioned by John McCarthy in the middle of the 20th century in Dartmouth conference. However, we now witness a new improvement in AI, a new concern. Why? Because of the improvement in machine learning techniques, big data, and supercomputers. Also, the number of users in AI is increasing rapidly. We can notice that by 2030, we will double, the users will be doubled, or more than the double. Therefore, one of the researchers, I managed to read his paper, says that the impact of AI might exceed the impact of a nuclear revolution and the industrial revolution. So guys, beware, be aware of AI and be prepared. What is AI? There is no global definition agreed on AI, but we can agree on it is a machine duplicating human intelligence, doing some work, trying to make some decisions, recommendations, so on. This kind of AI, of intelligence, is lacking emotion and awareness. And emotion, put it in practice because significant research has been done to learn machines to learn them emotions, human emotions, and empathy. Governance of AI is a set of rules and regulations and processes that govern the whole process of AI development and deployment, putting in consideration that the different interests of different stakeholders. We have three main stakeholders: private sector, public sector, and individuals as well. These rules should be anticipating the future and should be balancing the different interests. My research concerned about the European Union AI Act that has been put into effect 1st of June this year. Egypt also has made some steps regulating AI by initiating or establishing a National Council of Artificial Intelligence. Also, they produced Egyptian AI strategy and Egyptian National Charter for Responsible AI. Research purpose, this research elaborate more on core value safeguarded by the European Union AI Act and also the Egyptian Charter. Also, I will present to some mechanisms adopted by the European Act. Research questions, I have three main questions. What are those core values? How they are safeguarded? And what are the main mechanisms adopted in the European Union and Egyptian Charter? Here is a snapshot of my conceptual framework. Sorry, limited time to discuss. We have 5 main values and 3 main mechanisms. Values are affecting the effectiveness of AI governance. The mechanisms has mutual relationship between the mechanism and AI governance. Research methodology, I followed a qualitative methodology with a comparative approach between European Union and Egypt through deep content analysis. Finding Egypt Charter, it's a very small document if you have read it, providing non-binding generic rules. However, on the other side, the European Union provides a comprehensive, detailed regulatory framework for high-risk AI system. And put high risk in your mind, we will get back to it later on. The Act addresses both development and deployment of AI. Safeguarded values, We have 5 values. The first one, transparency and explainability. AI systems should provide clear information about its purpose, its scope, the processes, the logic behind the decision-making process. Developers and users should maintain detailed logs about using AI. It should be clear the portion of human-machine intervention. Is the machine is taking the full decision, or we have a human supervision? The public have the right to know the logic behind the AI. Algorithms should be explained and should be clear. Also, Egypt proposed that awareness and dialogues should be held among different stakeholders to promote transparency. Human-oriented approach. Egypt proposed in its charter that AI should be designed only for human welfare. Also, as Egyptians, we have always a concern about unemployment, what we will do with the workforce if AI was implemented. This was addressed in the charter, the Egyptian charter, by proposing that if AI would lead to job losses, developers or the entity concerned should provide training and safe transition to those workforce. Also, human oversight is always demanded in both development and deployment. Humans should intervene in any stage of AI process. Also, it should modify or delete the decision made by a system. People working on AI systems should have educated about automation bias. Automation bias mean overly relying on machines, on its recommendations and decisions. So people, if they overly relying on machines, they will eliminate their review, eliminate their participation. That's why we need to have qualified natural persons working on AI systems. Third value, inclusivity and fairness. AI should promote inclusivity by proposing solutions to people with disabilities, people in far areas that doesn't have good public service. However, we should mitigate data sets and algorithm biases by always monitoring the data set we train the AI on. A data set should be very inclusive, represent all the users from all different areas. Say if Egypt should be from different areas, from north to south, we have, if we have skin color, to be trained on different skin colors, skin tone. We also should have diversified teams working on AI systems. IT, domain expert, we mean by that a person from the sector that AI will serve, like healthcare or justice, someone who is understanding the logic and the decision-making process in this sector. Also, including in this value, we should localize AI systems. We shouldn't take any AI system from abroad and implement locally, because data training, decisions made by AI systems differ according to the training data set. We also have pre-market and post-market tests, especially in AI systems that continue learning from outputs to generate future outputs. Oh, oops. Privacy and data management. Egypt has proposed in its charter data classification based on sensitivity. However, EU adopted the effective data strategy. Developers should provide a very detailed data management plan. Data should be pre-authorized, encrypted, and anonymized. Data collection purposes should be cleared. Tools, data original sources. Safety, the last value. No harm should be made by AI systems. We should consider for minority groups, covering AI all life cycles from developing to employment. Adopted mechanism, I don't think I have time, but يعني, very quickly, we have 3 mechanisms. They are mainly adopted in the European Union because Egypt, as I said, it's very generic. We have no mechanisms mentioned in it. The European Union adopted a risk management approach and only concerned about the gray one, high risk. This is the regulated. The first is prohibited. The first and second from the bottom are asked for code of conduct and transparency. Supporting entrepreneurship and startups, the European Union introduced a very effective, effective approach, AI regulatory sandboxes. I hope Egypt will have this approach later on. It is an obligation for EU states to regulate and establish regulatory sandboxes within 2 years from the issuing the act. Its objective is fostering innovation and ensure low compliance. It is a controlled environment for startups and small and medium-sized entrepreneurship to work on and develop AI systems. They are provided by real data collected by the government. And this environment should help later on in developing AI rules because it shows on the risks that would be emergent. The first is establishing regulatory authorities. Those authorities are very important. They are robust entities to set standards and guidelines. They ensure AI systems comply with law and guidelines. They monitor different AI stakeholders, facilitate effective collaboration, and provide solutions for governmental challenges. I talked in my research paper about 3 entities in Egypt and 3 entities in the European Union. The 3 entities in Egypt are all under the umbrella of Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. The European Union has a notifying authorities conformity assessment body, and this is, by the way, private sector, and the European Union developed the collaboration between government and private sector in governing AI, Market Surveillance Authority. In conclusion, regulating AI is not an easy task. My paper advocates policy makers in Egypt to check for the EU AI Act and make some use of its attitudes. Globally, and Egypt and EU are concerned about the same values, so it's very helpful to talk all about how to regulate AI. However, we should look abroad and then localize any systems, any idea, any value we bring from different countries. Some references mentioned in the presentation, and thank you. Hope you read my paper once it gets published, and thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure, but generative AI is one of AI systems. So I don't think it would be different from regulating AI systems that considered a high risk AI system, or whether it is generative or a different kind. Yeah.
And please use the mics for our translators.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to ask a question regarding the governing frameworks for supply chains feeding the AI industry. I'm asking this question because there have been recent reports of major AI companies worldwide, especially from the US, I'm not sure about the EU, tackling and getting and employing people in African countries, in developing countries like Tanzania, Kenya, to do the feeding of the data for the machine learning models. And there have been a lot of issues regarding the payment, the terms and conditions of work, and the responsibility, because it's all through subcontracting. Like it could be multiple levels before you could reach Google or Facebook. So are there regulations when it comes to comparison of the EU market and the US market? Because the EU market is much more regulated. The US market is not. There are attempts to bring them in question, but there have been hearings at the Congress, but nothing is being materialized. So how do you compare the different markets when it comes to regulatory framework? Thank you.
Well, I will speak about the European Union. The Act is addressing developers from the European Union or developers from outside providing AI systems to be placed in the European market. They ask for training data to be trained from the target audience, the people who will be the end users of the data. I'm not sure if the end users are from Africa. I guess the African and that should be the African countries should be regulating this training data to be representative. However, people from African origins living or in the EU should be represented as well.
Great. Okay, we had another question at the back first. Yep. We'll go in the right order.
What about the AI hallucination, and can we avert it, especially in finance, in health sector? It will be dangerous. There is in the United States, I was in conference. I have Department of State say they have AI safety regulatory body. Does Egypt will have AI safety in Egypt too?
As we mentioned, Egypt didn't regulate using AI in public sector. However, we have some initiative as AIC president or manager has mentioned in the first session. We have an AI system that could be used in the healthcare system to diagnosis of some diseases like يعني أنا مش عارفة بقى الاسم الطبي تلف الشبكية some eye disease, breast cancer and so on. Human supervision should be يعني always to make sure that the results are accurate. I'm hoping again like you that if Egypt issued a law regulating AI to put this in concern.
Great. And about instead of AI automation يمكن تجزئة العمل عشان لو هو اوتوميشن خالص كده هنستغنى عن عمالة كتير يعني هيبقى في مشاكل في العمالة هنستغنى عن العمالة هتعمل بطالة في مصر لا ممكن نجزأ العمل والاي اي ياخد مهام يعني عشان يناسب
Thank you very much. Very last quick question. Yes, go ahead. Short answers.
Hello.
Yes.
I want to ask if the AI capabilities can use it to be anti-corruption tools.
Anti-corruption tools in the
evaluating the decisions. Yeah. Every decision of any firm and of the government, it's take based on many description or many مواصفات. We can use AI to evaluate it and make sure it is every decision it's good or in this time.
should be made for promoting transparency, promoting credibility, promoting justice between all people in the same legal position. However, human oversight should be always included in the AI system to make sure that no job losses and make sure that AI is not biased. We're always afraid of biased results, biased decisions.
Thank you so much, Asma. Lots of very intense questions that I think all of our panelists will have something to say about as we move forward. I'm a bit draconian with time, I apologize, but we did start the panel a little bit later. So next we have our next presenter, who is Maysa Aimer. Maysa Aimer is a PhD researcher at Free University Berlin and Germany. And her research focuses on media policy, platform governance, AI, and disinformation. And her title for the presentation today is Disinformation in the Age of AI, Media Policy Interventions and Platforms of, and Approaches of Platform Governance. Maisa, go ahead. Just bring up your presentation. Yeah. It's already shared on Zoom. It's okay. أنا خلاص عملتها. Don't worry. Thank you. Yeah. لا خلاص هي دي الموجودة. ما فيش وقت فنكمل على طول. Okay, go ahead. Just trying to make it bigger. This is why we wanted PowerPoint. This one. Yeah, here you go. So you can scroll and this should be working. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, there you go. Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you all for being here. It's really nice to be here at AUC. So today, okay, how's that? Better? Okay. So today I'm going to talk about disinformation in the age of AI, media policy interventions and approaches of platform governance. So the agenda, first I will go briefly about internet and platform governance models and approaches, background and disinformation, and then research purpose and questions and methodology, and finally the preliminary results and takeaways. So to have a look about platform governance approach worldwide. First, we have the self-regulatory approach predominantly exemplified in the US approach. This approach emphasizes the market and digital economy of tech companies with minimal governmental involvement. It's primary market-driven, and it gives more autonomy to tech companies. So here we see minimal involvement of governments in this approach. However, the opponents of this approach argue that the platform lack the capabilities to self-regulate. Is everything is fine now? Okay. So the opponents of this approach argue that the digital platforms lack the self-regulating capabilities to self-regulate the content as marketplaces. And considering the growing threat of online problematic issues like disinformation, deepfake, hate speech, and so forth, it's really difficult to depend only on digital platforms to govern themselves. So it appears that self-regulation approach has not achieved the intended outcome. So relying only and exclusively on social media companies, for example, to regulate the content is no longer feasible. Then we have, sorry, I want to go back. So now we go to the EU approach. The EU approach, do they do any better? Actually, there are more governmental involvement in platform governance in the EU. It's the co-regulation approach, and the concepts refer to the regulatory framework, where includes the involvement of governments and combination of public and private sectors as stakeholders in regulating a digital platform. This approach is driven by users' rights. It's a users' rights-centric approach and involving greater regulations in comparison to the US approach. For example, the EU in 2022, they established the Code of Practice on Disinformation, where they emphasize a lot on integrity, services, advertising manipulation, and political integrity and transparency. And also they established the trusted flaggers, where they are civil society institutions. They are responsible for monitoring whatever shared on social media platform, and then they flag the content to the digital platform, and they give them a specific duration of time to react. And if they do not react, then they will be penalized, and it goes to fines and sanctions and so on. Then we go for East. It's the state-led model. It's predominantly in China, and this is more control, more surveillance. The state as a regulator imposed limits and constraints on platform activities and services, and the government in this approach seek to dominate the digital ecosystem and exercise control and censorship over platforms and the citizens at the same time. So the main characteristics to this approach is control, surveillance, cybersecurity, and cyber surveillance, and dominance over cyberspace. But this approach, for sure, has been extensively criticized. Now, we come to our region, how it looks like. Actually, in the literature, they describe it as control, censorship in a way, but there's a research gap in this, and very little material has been done on this region. Of course, because it's difficult to get data from our region. So first, to give a brief idea about disinformation. Disinformation, it's mainly refers to intentional and covert dissemination of misleading information with the aim of misleading public perception, increasing cognitive biases, and commonly recognized as deceptive content created within the intention to deceive others. And it is the generating financial gains, the motivation for dissemination of disinformation. It's mainly to generate financial gains, promoting political agendas, ideological political agendas, or just intentionally deceive others. So it is the deliberate dissemination of inaccurate information with specific intention. And it goes from rumors, fake news, malformation, misinformation, deep fake, lie machines, deception. It's all overlapping definitions. For example, the deep fake, this is certainly about the AI-driven disinformation. It refers to fabricated media produced through artificial intelligence. So what's actually they do? The artificial intelligence enable creation of another new content by combining different elements from existing video or audio files. This process involves making videos where individuals appear to speak and to speak words and do actions that are not based on reality. Machine learning, for example, facilitates the classification of speech into mouth shapes by utilizing a large set of data and movies for training. And the techniques are becoming more sophisticated every day. And however, identifying deepfake is challenging and continues to be a major barrier, mostly because the content is deliberately designed to be closely resemble the reality. And although AI is a powerful tool for spreading falsehood and false information, it's not really suitable to detect effectively and monitoring and detecting disinformation online. So why and how disinformation occur in the first place? It's linked to the truth bias, confirmation bias. Usually, users have a greater inclination to believe and to spread information what aligns with their existing own opinions and beliefs. And the truth bias, the tendency of individuals to trust the sender of the message regardless of its accuracy. Individuals tend to support and accept information that agrees with their attitudes and political ideas, for example. And scholars link disinformation to lack of trust in governments, for example, political manipulation, misleading political advertising, propaganda, and the motivations for spreading disinformation could be based on financial gains or political reasons. Two groups involved in spreading disinformation. First, the individual or entities intentionally spread and create disinformation, and then the individuals who or unknowingly spread this disinformation. But what about people who fact-check information before sharing? What about you? I assume that you're all intelligent people, academics, so of course you don't disseminate any information without making sure of it. But what about the public? People usually are very intimidated and emotional to just share information regardless of its accuracy. And here, it's quite funny. Here, it's quite funny that I put a photo of pizza and broccoli. So we are aiming to use social media in a healthy way, like eating broccoli, in comparison to junk food and eating pizza. What's faster? What's more yummy? So our aim is to just train people to use social media in a conscious way. About background, little background about the Egyptian case. In 2011, it was full openness, no regulations at all, maybe chaos, but it was the peak of power of social media. Then 2014, political change. 2016, this was the first draft of a new media law. In 2018, the law came into force. And 2020, the personal data protection law. And this is kind of the Egyptian version of the GDPR law in EU. So my research question, I'm interested to know, what are the primary approaches of platform governance utilized by governments and policymakers in relation to content moderation and disinformation? Secondly, who is involved? What is the role of stakeholders, state, platforms, users? And thirdly, what are the ramifications and implications of the current policies to combat disinformation? In order to do that, I'm applying mixed methods: qualitative analysis, triangulation, deductive and inductive analysis, in-depth interviews with participants, including officials, experts, policymakers, journalists, digital platforms. Also, it was very difficult to reach out to the digital social media companies, for example. But luckily, I could get some interviews with them and social and media practitioners. And also text and document analysis for the current digital laws and platform reports and media policies and regulations. So actors involved in disinformation, two approaches. By platform, they combat disinformation depending on the violations of their policies and community standards. And second, it's based on government's request to remove the content. So the political power, we have to understand first, what is the platform power in social media platform? Platform power is equal to political power. Power is a contested concept, and it's the ability to control and set the agenda and beliefs, and technology platforms are the new governments, the new governors, and are becoming more tools of surveillance. Consequently, content moderation and algorithmic automated censorship may enable social platforms to exert an unparalleled level of control over public and private communications. So methods of content moderation, it's two different methods: automated content moderation and the human content moderation. Automated content moderation, basically, they are depending on filtering, screening the content using some keywords that deemed harmful, and more sophisticated technologies identify the controversial pattern in relation to the analysis of specific themes. And visually also monitoring the images, videos, live streams, and algorithmic moderation system. While the human content moderation, it's basically, they moderate the content case by case, all posts and content queue for human and manual moderations. So there is proactive moderation and reactive content moderation. So proactive moderation, this is the most commonly used, and the reactive content moderation, it depends on users to report the content. So whenever you see a post, you just report it, and you have two options. Either you report it as false information, or as defamation, or just some fake content. What are the implications then? The implications of algorithmic bias, we have algorithmic bias, that's a big problem because algorithms and machine learning tools are designed to detect violations of platform in a way that may disproportionately target language used by particular social groups. For example, whenever there is the word muqawama in Arabic, means resistance, or the word Palestine, or the word killing, or whatever, it directly flagged the content, flagged the social media platforms to remove the content. And the human content moderations, usually users are skeptical of solo human content moderation. Just to give an idea about the power dynamics and some of the results, platforms as power actor, they have direct decision-making power when they just remove the content. But also they have invisible power when they do something called shadow banning. And this refers to the substantial reduction in the visibility of an individual post. So all of a sudden you find your content, it's not visible, no one can comment on it or like it or can react with it or interact with it. Preliminary results of the field study, there is conditional collaborative approach between the states and the platform upon issuing complaints, legal measures, and local law violations. And also there is state direct interventions. For example, unregistered websites, harmful contents, for example, defamation. They intervene directly, of course, also in rumors. So one of the main findings, there is no differentiation between misinformation and disinformation in laws and policies, even in platform community standards. It's just all referred to as false information. So this is also a problem. Regulations are essential, but with protected free speech. For example, Article 19 in the law, in the new media law, it states that even your personal page, once it has more than 5,000 followers, then you are considered one of the media channels and you will be held accountable. Whatever you think that it's your personal page, you're still held accountable for the content you publish on your personal Facebook page, for example. So the main thing that we need multilateral governance approach, governments, platforms, and also independent institutions to oversee the process. So this four-pillar typology, media diversity, we need to get the information from different channels and not only getting information from only one channel. The most effective way to combat disinformation, just disseminate the facts. This is the best way to combat disinformation. Also the fast response. Don't wait until it's disinformation everywhere. Fast response, publish the facts and figures and the correct information. Media literacy, this is a user-centric level. Special program to make people aware of fact-checking practices and avoid emotional effects. Lately, just last month, the EU Commission, they published, because of the election going in the EU, they published a lot of short videos encouraging people, please don't fall into the trap of emotional disinformation just to get you go and elect someone. So people need to be aware of that. Of course, also AI literacy. Multilateral governance approach, state and non-state actors, and transparency is a key because clear measures, policies towards disinformation in parallel to clear measures to protect free speech and making disinformation moderation practices feasible, and the actors, governments, and platforms. So takeaways and looking forward. As I said, media literacy, fact-checking, education, civil society, promoting training programs on digital fact-checking tools for journalists, ordinary users, and also at schools. In Germany, there is a big program how to put curriculum for media literacy even at schools from early age. Media diversity. So the main thing, through structural, scalable, action-oriented efforts for media literacy, along with an anti-disinformation multilateral approach, we need users to get to use social media platforms more consciously and avoid emotional disinformation tactics employed by politicians, governments, employed by interest groups or whatever. And meanwhile, free speech should be compromised. Just one last note, it is impossible to track the source of disinformation, where it is, who is that. All we need to do, just to get people to know and train them how to react to disinformation and how to immune themselves against disinformation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Maisa. Any quick burning questions? Yes, one in the middle.
Thank you, Maisa, for the presentation. It was really good. I just wanted to ask you if you came across anything that is related to technology, because before it was easy somehow to identify if this is a disinformation or not. So you would say, okay, this photo is photoshopped. But now with AI involved, then the technology itself can be like a double-edged sword with videos, with indecent material, or video with the politician saying anything and no one can track or see where it is or how it happened. And the technology itself needs some coding inside of it to show if this is AI, done by AI, or is it a video that was taken by camera? So have you came across anything like this during your research?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Of course, it's a really important one. As I said, AI, a main actor in disseminating disinformation, especially deepfake. However, we cannot really rely on AI to detect disinformation. However, the technology is advanced. There are tools and very sophisticated, advanced technological tool, but for the normal, ordinary users, no, it's not really that easy. However, we can depend on civil society efforts. For example, fact checkers. There are applications for fact checkers. But still, we need to verify who are these fact checkers. For example, what social media companies do when they get report of some falsehood or some disinformation, what they do that they send, sometimes they depend on internal fact checking within social media companies, and sometimes they contact the international fact checkers network and they do the job for them. So that is on the official level. But for the ordinary users, it's still very challenging.
Great, thank you. We have one more question here. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I just had a question about disinformation. I wanted to ask, where can we draw the line between disinformation and propaganda, considering the fact that there are many wars on the verge of starting nowadays, especially the recent infamous interview for CNN, faking an interview of someone who is left in the prisons of Syria. This is considered propaganda in some way, and propaganda is obviously a very famous method that was used during the First World War and the Second World War. So disinformation and propaganda, is it the same thing? Does it relate to each other? And how can this affect the new generation's awareness?
Well, propaganda also very similar to disinformation, but propaganda more depends on the emotional aspect. Why they do this? I saw also this video. They do this because they know that when they disseminate this message now, it will trigger your emotions to get to have empathy with those people who were in prison for years. And then it will be a trend, and then it will be a successful news stories for CNN or wherever. But depending on the emotional tactics, this is the main part in the propaganda. I hope this answers your question.
Great question, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, one more at the back, okay.
During the war in Ukraine, there have been many labels, state-sponsored content, especially referring to Russian or Chinese sponsorship of certain information pages. So do you see this label being infringing on the customer or the reader's opinion to assess on their own if this is biased or not? Thank you.
Okay, so you mean the algorithmic bias, for example, depending on the labels or the labeling as a tool to detect the false content?
No, it's basically some like social media websites or social media pages would have a certain label that have been generated. I'm not sure if it's generated by AI or by an independent human assessor. But many people say it's an AI based on labeling. That would say this is tied to like the Chinese government or the Russian government. So in this regard, it basically deters you as a reader from continuing to read based on the assumption that this is a biased information source.
This is part of, thank you for your question, but this is part also very close to the recommendation systems. So the social media recommendation system basically refers to they depend on what are your preferences when you go to social media platforms, and depending on your preferences, they try to give you more content similar to your own preferences. And sometimes they depend on these labels also, either to get you to read the content or either to push you back from reading this content. So of course, there are a lot of strategies, political strategies, to disseminate special political statements, specific political ideology. So these things are all involved in disseminating disinformation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the questions. Thank you so much, Maisa. This was really interesting. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll get my fresh memory. Okay, just leave it there.
It's okay, we can do it at the end. Okay, so up next, we have our own Ms. Ines Abdelazim. Ines is a PhD researcher at Cairo University's Faculty of Economics and Political Science as part of the Euromed program. Her research interests lie in public policy, sustainable development, and migration studies. Today, she's going to be presenting on her new research project on AI integration in the public policy process, opportunities, risks, and governance. So kind of taking us back and giving us a bird's eye view on how AI is integrated in public policy. Could I grab it? Yes, thank you. So we're here. Menando? No, I think it's done. And I'll just move this out of your way. Perfect. Go for it.
Okay, well, hello everybody. My name is Ines Abdelazim, as introduced by Dr. Noura. Today I'm wearing two hats. First is organizer for AMEPPA conference among our wonderful team of organizing this conference. And my second hat is a researcher presenting a paper for the first time in AMEPPA. Thank you, Dr. Leila, for your trust. Okay, well, today I'm presenting a paper discussing the integration of AI technology in public policy making process. Okay. First, AI is a very revolutionizing innovation that's providing an opportunity, great opportunity for improving the efficiency, accuracy, and the data analysis process being adopted in public policy. Its integration poses both risks and opportunity, and this is what the paper is trying to discuss. It's based on first assumption is really integrating. I will try to present the paper the same way I write it up, asking set of questions and trying to find an answer for these questions. My first question was, is it really providing an opportunity adopting AI all the way through the public policy making process? To answer this question, I followed first a methodological approach to present my paper based on literature review and based on this research analysis. The primary research purpose was to explore how the AI can be integrated in public policy making, the different stages of public policy, and how its association can benefit the policy outcomes. A primary research question was to what extent AI can contribute to the public policy process, in particular improving the public policy process. For the conceptual framework, I started with defining the public policy. As we all know, public policy is anything that, Paradise' very famous definition, is anything the government decides to do or not to do. We also have it defined as public actions produced by decision makers within or near the government for political institutions. Then I went through some definitions. As mentioned by my colleague, there is no widely agreed on definition presents a concept for AI or an agreed on definition for AI. However, by defining AI, we have to come across some other concept like machine learning. From its name, it's a machine trying to learn and represent information and ideas in a more developing process that's mainly developing itself. Natural language processing, it has a capability of interpreting our language and giving us an answer that also based on language models. For sure, algorithm, which is a fundamental key aspect of AI, depends on collecting data and making decisions and solving problems and so on. Finally, the computer vision, where AI have the ability to interpret images and produce images as well, or videos, or any type of visual information. My final concept was, for the conceptual framework, was governance. Governance introduced in this paper is the key word for managing the AI integration into the public policy process. I already mentioned the methodology. We'll go directly to the finding and the integration of AI in public policy process. As I said, I tried to put a set of questions and have an answer for them. I asked myself, if I'm going to integrate, if I'm a policymaker and I'm trying to integrate AI into a policy decision or any type of political decision I'm trying to take. I said, and based on literature review, the first thing we have to follow is the public policy cycle. The 5 stages of public policy cycle: agenda setting, policy formulation, decision making, implementation, and evaluation. Where AI can serve in each stage. At different stage of public policy, AI will have a different role to play, giving us different types of opportunities and different types of risks as well. For example, for agenda setting, AI can have the ability to analyze mass data and identify emerging problems, where they can tell the government, we have an issue here that needs your interference based on wide mass of data collection. Then comes the second stage, policy formulation, where AI provides a more predictive analytics about the possible alternatives or policy choices that we can discuss or adopt or think of. Then comes the decision making, where AI can offer us data-driven insights for decisions. As a decision maker, as a policy maker, after having a set of policy alternatives, I will have the opportunity at this stage to decide on the proper policy or decision I can adopt for implementation. At this stage, AI can serve as a data-driven and give us more insights about the decisions I'm going to take. For the implementation, it also can help in implementation in a very positive way, where it can automate tasks, accelerate the type of tasks public service are delivering, saving a lot of time and efforts for the public sector, offering them an opportunity to be more effective, to save more time, and so on. The evaluation process also is important, where AI can integrate or can serve us in the policy evaluation and the assessment of the outcomes. Following that, we will have a set of effective steps that can lead to impactful policy. Engagement of stakeholders at the beginning, where we started to identify the problem. We have to consider the different stakeholders of our problem, the evidence-based decision-making that's supported by AI, and the policy formulation that will be more reliable depending on AI interference, and for sure, easier policy implementation and policy evaluation. Okay, and here comes my next question. Is that really good to public policy maker to adopt AI all the way through the public policy? My answer was, after reading a lot of research and a lot of case studies for government agencies or all around the world, no. The answer is no. It's not serving us all the way. It has opportunities as much as it has risks. How can we decide? How can we move around this? This is what will come next. But before this, I would like to discuss the involved risks of having AI as part of our public policy making. One of the most important, as mentioned by my colleague, problems of integrating AI in policy making is the potential for bias. AI drives its analysis, its decision from historical data. This historical data could be biased, and this bias can be reflected in the outcomes it's giving to us. at this stage. Usually we witness this at the first stage of public policy making, which is the problem identification or policy identification. Then comes the very common problem of the black boxes, where AI decisions are not very clear. And this is one of the major problems for AI, the black boxes, and that has been mentioned even by the Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, who mentioned that no one knows and no one can tell us how AI can conclude its decision. It's a very complicated process depending on merging algorithm and the data bases all together that works in a way that's very similar to the neural system that a human being do. So black box reflects a very major problem for policymaker. You can never trust the decision. You are not sure how this decision has been concluded. So it doesn't set you as a policymaker accountable for the decision you have made. Also, the privacy concern. AI has an access to massive data that's very difficult to avoid privacy concern. How can we control this privacy concern is very difficult. As well, the ethical consideration in integrating AI that relies ethical dilemmas for sure for policy making, implementation a challenge. Also, there is a challenge for political institutions and government entities. Not everywhere is ready for using AI. Not everyone is ready for using AI. It's also an important challenge. Unintended consequences. There is all the way unintended consequences can result from integrating AI, that you may not be as a decision maker or a policy maker making your account for in advance before taking the decision. Okay, there is no way. Does this mean there is no way for managing around these problems of AI? Can we still benefit? The answer and the key word, the magic word as well as yes, the governance can do this. Governance of AI in public policy making is very important. It will give us an opportunity for finding solutions for all the problems and the challenges being found through AI integration in public policy, among them collaboration with the stakeholders. It can address ethical consideration, it can tackle governance challenges, it can deploy responsibility, it can help us to utilize effective framework, and this is really one of the very important governance approaches, is developing a clear, well-stated governance framework for each agency or each government entity that adopting AI in its public policy making process. Okay, I know no one can read this table. I'm just putting it for presenting my idea. If I'm a decision maker, what I will be doing is leveraging the opportunities and risks in the AI role in each stage of the policy process or policy cycle, trying to be aware in advance, this is the stage I'm working on, and this is the opportunities I will be getting out of it, and here be alerted the set of risks or challenges I have to take care of or put my contingency plans for. Here I will just display very quickly the case studies I used for presenting or proving my assumption of the efficiency of adopting AI in policy making. We had a case study for Estonia's residency program where they decided to apply a non-citizen access to its service. It's more innovative program to serve the business sector and entrepreneurs to have access to the market and to the economy, to pay their taxation, to sign up and present their partnership or organization so they can be partners in the economy. And this resulted in gaining new 175 online 175 countries participating in the economy with 20,000 companies through 95 e-residents. And this was really a very good example about how AI can serve and to contribute to the economy. Then we have a different case study about UK government AI transparency initiative, where reflects a failure of AI adoption. In this model, they aim to increase the transparency and the accountability through public sector. However, at the end of the project, they found only 8 records for the transparency project recorded for this initiative. And this was reflecting resistance to change, insufficient training, poor governance, that all led to the failure of adopting this AI mechanism. Okay, and here comes a very successful model, and I consider myself lucky actually to find this model, because it's practically present an on-ground case study for all what we have been discussing, the AI intervention in the public policy making and how can be beneficial. UAE, for example, is adopting a national artificial intelligence strategy 2031 since April 2019, and they are aiming to put themselves as a global leader in AI. The healthcare or the health policy we are discussing today is called the Rashid Initiative in Healthcare Policy, where they decided to apply in particular and have AI as a partner for their policy making to improve the healthcare service provided to their citizens. Going step by step, and this is a part I would like to discuss and present because it highly reflects what we have been saying throughout the presentation. In 2019, UAE identified the need to improve healthcare efficiency and patient outcomes, and this was the policy. And this was the problem identification of the policy they need to apply. Then comes the most important part from my side is defining the actors of this policy or defining the stakeholders involved. And the most important thing is that AI experts was part of the stakeholders in this policy making. Then, as a policy formulation stage, they have done intensive research to and how to integrate AI in the healthcare system, and this was also in 2019. And then comes as a stage of policy adoption. The approval and funding was received in 2020, and the legislation. And this is the important part we would like to highlight here: the necessity for having a legal framework established in 2022 to support the use of AI in healthcare. And later on, I will be explaining how this has been done. I will try to go through it very quickly. Okay. Okay. Then we have the deployment, the policy implementation, where AI systems were employed in hospitals, the clinics, starting in 2021. And then in the policy evaluation, we also had the AI system was continuously monitored from 2022 onwards to assess their effectiveness, and the feedback, the important feedback made and the adjustments were made in 2023 to improve AI system involvement in public policy. And here is a copy of the policy itself. If you would have some time and would like to look at that, it reflects the word of good governance and having a very solid infrastructure that clearly defines the different parts of AI governance use and the integration in public policy. Here is the purpose and the scope, also all discussing the regulatory framework and having a very clear ethical requirements and having a very clear precautions to avoid the problem in the bias of AI and having a concrete solution to serve in the healthcare services. For sure, they face the problems like data privacy, bias in AI algorithm, resistance to change, and so on, the very common problems of AI in anywhere. However, they achieved wonderful results. By the end of adopting this policy, the results of Rashid healthcare policy statistics reflect an efficiency gains of 30% of reduced patient waiting time, 20% of increased accuracy of diagnosis, and for the training, 10,000 healthcare professionals had received the training on AI tools, and for the patient outcomes, 15% improvement in patient recovery rates due to personalized treatment plans, and this reflects and means life savings.
So
that's it.
If you want one last sentence, okay. Thank you very much, Ines. Thank you. I think that was really insightful and giving us ideas from different case studies. Any very quick questions? Okay, let's do that. Yeah, I'll collect all of the questions after our last but not least speaker. So we have Dr. Mona Mustafa, who's a frequent AMEPPA presenter, and I have to say one of my personal favorites. And Dr. Mona is an associate professor at the Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government, previously the Dubai School of Government. She has 24 years of academic experience and extensive research outputs in macroeconomics, public policies, economic assessment, economic diplomacy, and global governance. And today she's taking us to Morocco, where she'll be presenting on measuring the economic impact of digital transformation and specifically the justice system, and doing it through a cost-benefit analysis. Dr. Mona, over to you.
Dr. Noor, I don't think it's reflected on the screen. Okay. All right. Okay. It gives me immense pleasure to be here. I just want to say a point with respect to Ms. Ines's presentation. I had the honor and the privilege to be part of the backstage concoction of the AI public policy in Dubai, and it started as far back as 2016, by the way. So we saw the launch of it in 2019, and I was privileged to be part of the team working on that policy. So I'm really happy that you actually referred to it. Okay, I'll be very quick. I'm very happy to be here, very honored to be here for the third or the fourth time in a row. I am an AUC graduate. I had the honor to be a Professor Layla's student back in my PhD program, and I'm here to discuss some of my main findings of my research paper. My research paper has more of an empirical stand to it because it is action-oriented, if I might say, and it's an empirical study that was implemented in the Kingdom of Morocco. Okay. All right. Okay. Just a quick background about myself. I'm here in two capacities, as a matter of fact. I hold two hats today. I am an associate professor at the Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government based in Dubai, as Dr. Noor introduced me. And I'm also a consultant with the World Bank, have been so for the past 4 years now. And from here, I stand as a researcher presenting the main findings I reached through one of my multiple projects which I worked with the World Bank, or worked on with the World Bank. The main idea of this discussion or this research paper is to delve into the impact, and particularly the economic impact assessment of digitally transforming the justice sector. This is my fourth project, as I said, and I will be walking through the agenda. The introduction in a nutshell is what are the roles of digital transformation in government entities in general, and in specific, the justice sector. I delve into the details of sustainability elements, efficiency variables, social equity, and how digital transformation can actually align with the UN sustainable goals, of course, and with some specific emphasis and clarification on the SDG 16 variables. There is a lot of focus on peace and justice, of course, and the role of strong institutions when it comes to implementing and achieving these goals. There is a focus on the economic and the social impacts and benefits of digital transformation, if we may call them so. And from my mixed methods research, I'll be showcasing some of the findings that I reached. I discuss in my introduction and my conceptual framework what are the barriers to digital transformation, and from here I'll be sharing with you some of the insights that I saw firsthand, because I traveled to Morocco several times during the stage where I was conducting the qualitative data collection through interviews, semi-structured and structured interviews, and I utilized more than one analysis or analytical tool, such as the inductive and deductive methods. Last but not least, I showcase showcase to you some of the macroeconomic indicators that will be impacted by this digital transformation. I would just like to say that this project is actually an ongoing project, and this is an ex-ante research done in preparation for a very, very ambitious project that the Kingdom is planning to implement. From an academic standpoint, my research questions go around the following. The economic impact, what are the economic costs and the benefits of implementing digital transformation initiatives in Morocco's justice system, taking into consideration the unique demographic profile of the Kingdom and the current situation when it comes to digital literacy, digital divide, and all the other important indicators that I took note of while I was doing my research. My second research question relates to social indicators. How does the digital transformation of this justice system in Morocco influence other important indicators such as the access to justice, especially the suburbs that are outside the capital of Rabat, and how is public trust very much affected by this initiative to digitally transform the justice service delivery. Policy implications, what are the evidence-based recommendations that can be derived from public policy decisions to effectively implement digital justice systems in the Kingdom? And last but not least, with respect to SDG 16, to what extent does the digital transformation in the Kingdom will contribute to achieving SDG 16, in particular, specifically when it comes to promoting peace, justice, and strong institutions. My conceptual framework revolves around some of the very important variables and terminologies that were already covered by my fellow colleagues in the previous presentations, including, but not confined to, digital technologies, governance, of course, the economic impacts, and what do I mean by economic impacts, what are the social implications, and I select a few, the institutional framework of justice sector, and that's where the excitement begins. By linking the digital innovation with governance and socioeconomic outcomes, the framework that I present in my paper provides a comprehensive model for modernizing justice systems. My approach, my methodology was a mixed methods. So my first initial stage that took almost a year involved multiple visits to the Kingdom where I conducted interviews with key stakeholders such as Ministry of Justice officials, whether lawyers, judges, and everything in between. And of course, I conducted in-depth interviews as well with some of the citizens themselves who were users of the platform of the Kingdom of Morocco's justice sector. The quantitative component was a CBA, a cost-benefit analysis, which is still in the making, but it's comprehensive enough to be presented today with your good selves. The qualitative insights revolved around the research questions I presented a second ago. What are the socioeconomic implications explored? Who are the stakeholders to be interviewed? And I mentioned a few. And the governance challenges that were identified, and I will be discussing them in my findings. The quantitative analysis, I resorted to some of the credible sources from the Ministry of Justice itself and some of the important indicators that were published with and by the World Bank, IMF, and of course the Central Bank of Morocco. This is just a brief of how the cost-benefit analysis looks like. I will just begin to walk you through the streams of benefits and costs that were developed while I was doing my quantitative analysis. So to begin with, for us to implement the project, which is a very ambitious one, we had to break down the cost streams into very tangible costs that will be definitely incurred in this project. So we went from the very beginning from projecting the consultancy needs or services that will be demanded in this project, the training and the knowledge and the capacity building activities involved, everything from digital transformation hardware and software and the licenses involved and everything in between, and all the rehabilitation, the legal aid, and the experts that will be needed to support the project from initial stages to delivery. The fun part is the expectations and the forecasts that were done for the benefit streams. So this is where the qualitative data collection was involved, where I was interviewing plaintiffs or citizens or lawyers and other stakeholders involved with when it comes to how is the service delivered to the citizens from the beginning stage of filing a case until a hearing is actually processed or delivered to the citizen. Some of the benefit streams that were projected into the CBA were, what are the monetary values that will be quantified and monetized once we implement the digital transformation, and how can we turn this into a figure, into a monetary figure? And what will be the possible impact if we digitally transform these legal services when it comes to decreasing the disposition time of cases if we implement digital transformation. Other examples of benefit streams that were calculated and monetized were the cost of paper that would be saved otherwise, court fees expected to increase as public trust increasing, people will have more trust and more optimism when it comes to seeking legal services from the Ministry of Justice. And this was forecasted and incorporated into my study, where a certain percentage of increase in court filing was expected, and this was monetized across 5 years of the project. Last but not least, the monetized benefit cost of saving up to 2% only in drop of the backlog cases. Now, one of the interesting findings that I will be also shedding light on in a few minutes was the databasing exercise that was done in the kingdom, which was not very accurate, if I may say, and this led to some of the discrepancies in the figures that were initially presented to the researchers, me included. As you may, some of you know, or all of you know, a CBA comes in the end with some of the quantifiable indicators, such as how do I present to the government an alternative choice or an opportunity cost if it were to decide between investing into digital transformation and modernizing its courts versus not doing so. So I had to present them with an alternative option, and this is where I came to discount the value of the initial investment into this project, and hence the calculations that you see in front of you, which is the net present value, one of the core outcomes of a CBA. I incorporated and put into account the difference between a market discount rate and a social discount rate, and I also did a sensitivity analysis where I expected more than one discount rate, expecting a rise in the inflation rates. Of course, I went back to the official records of the Central Bank of Morocco, Bank al-Maghrib, and World Bank records. A CBR was also calculated, which is the cost-benefit ratio. The results were very positive and very promising, as well as the profitability index and the IRR. I'm sorry, there was like a cropping of the figures here, which doesn't really show, but the IRR, the lowest was at 20% and the highest was at 24%. Now, some of the variables that were, or the main findings that were retrieved from this empirical study, I just highlighted a few in yellow, which I will walk you through and present with you because they were kind of interesting. These are the quantitative variables that I discussed in my findings. So I looked at what will be the impact of digital transformation on the FDI attractiveness of the kingdom using the fiscal multiplier model. To what extent will the GDP increase or decrease or change for that matter? How will the digital transformation achieve justice inclusion, SDG 16. Female labor force participation was also put into account. Violence against women is very much discussed in the paper. The money multiplier model was also used because there was a forecast of increasing the headcount of the justice sector in Morocco despite the transformation. Travel costs was a very interesting way of calculating the benefits of the digital transformation, and the efficiency development of skills and training was also monetized. One example from the three, using the fiscal multiplier model, in a very, very simple approach, what would be the impact on Morocco's GDP if we just implement or inject $100 million into this project? Now, this figure was not a hypothetical figure, but it was actually benchmarked against other North African countries where a similar project was implemented in Tunisia, and another was also implemented actually in Tajikistan. So the figure was more or less benchmarked against these two countries, and with a very simple multiplier approach, I calculated the expected impact on GDP growth of Morocco's GDP, only putting into consideration the change in the justice sector. So what could you imagine if we maximize or mass scale this transformation? Another quantifiable variable that I would like to discuss with you, which is the justice inclusion. How will this transformation achieve justice inclusion when it comes to females in particular? Now, the interesting findings I came up with here, the baseline labor force participation of Moroccan women stands at almost 20%, which makes almost 13 million women from the total population, which is only 37 million, by the way, compared to us. So this is a substantial number. And another interesting piece of information which I found from UN records, the impact of violence on the labor force of women in Morocco. The research presented a striking figure of a 5 to 10% in violence or across violence cases impedes women and reduces the participation of females in the labor force. So assuming that up to 25% or between 15 to 25% reduction in violence against women, once we incorporate access to justice through electronically and digitally transforming these services, this is going to pull down the violence against women and allow them to embed or integrate into the labor force, assuming that there is some sort of elasticity in the participation of labor force. So the simple calculation I did using this model gave a forecast of raising the labor participation of women by almost 2% in 1 year, pushing it up to 21.8%. Now, these figures all pertain to the year 2023. Last but not least, an interesting benefit stream that I also projected was the expected travel costs that were to be saved once we digitally transform the justice sector services. So these figures were retrieved from the face-to-face interviews I conducted with some of the users of these services. What is the average hourly wage of an employee? I got this information from the HR headcounts and records of the Ministry of Justice. What is the cost per round trip to the courts? Now, this was also taken from the interviews I did. The number of trips per case and per plaintiff, and the number or the time per trip used or consumed in each visit. And from here, I came up with a very simple calculation that if I were to showcase the total monetized value of court visits per citizen, per case, and we're talking about millions of cases, in 1 year, I'll be saving $159 per person per case. We're talking about millions of cases filed every year. Recommendations, I mentioned them here on the slide, very simply said, but actually the story goes much deeper than that. Now, the challenges that I witnessed and the impediments that the Moroccan society faces is everything from the digital divide, digital illiteracy, to resistance to change, to secrecy and inaccuracy of information. So once we discuss these impediments in detail, that's when the recommendations will make a lot of sense. So it's not only a matter of policy and structural reforms, it's also modernization of the justice sector, the capacity building and the stakeholder engagement that is crucial for this project to move forward. Thank you so much. I wish I stuck to time.
You did. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Mona. So we've gone over our time quite a bit, but we did start late. I think we can take one round of questions if there are any. I know it's quite late in the day, but we'll take maybe just one round of questions and then we'll end. So we have one person at the back and then Dr. Leila.
So my first question regarding the healthcare, the usage of AI in healthcare. We have a colleague here who works, she works in the new healthcare insurance initiative by the healthcare ministry in Egypt. And what they did with the new health insurance scheme is that they began to apply it and roll it around in certain governorates with a small population to see and assess how it be done on the whole country. So do you think in Egypt, we could benefit from the experience happening in the UAE, especially in an area related to managing patient records? Because there's a big issue in Egypt. We don't have patient record management systems. So do you think if we could combine the AI lessons from the experience in UAE and the new health insurance scheme, we could use AI in managing health records? That's my first question. My
Great.
second question related to the case of Morocco. I just checked right now, and the digital illiteracy rate in Morocco is around 56%. That's according to a report in 2022, 2023. So do you think if we do that transformation, we could actually deprive a lot of women from accessing the justice system because they are digitally illiterate? So which one comes first, the transformation or preparing and reducing the digital literacy rate first? Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Dr. Leila, here you go.
Thank you very much to the four presenters, different perspectives and different approaches, and we're all learning from the presentations, whether the judicial system, the digital transformation, different parts of the world, how to use AI in public policy making, the media concerns about misinformation and disinformation and propaganda, very interesting issues. I'm just wondering, with Dr. Mona Shulqami's study, how did you get access to all this information and get it published as well? And knowing that we have concerns here in Egypt, especially when you're working with the judicial system, they won't allow you to have access to any kind of records here. So tell us the secret, if you may.
Okay, first I like your question because it highlights a very important point. Here we find the big difference between the automation of certain public services offered to citizens, and this is what we can do through the assessment that you mentioned here in Egypt, for example, and there's a big difference between having an AI as a partner in the policy-making process from the first stage of it, including the AI experts to be a partner in the formulation of the policy and having the AI playing different roles at every stage. So, and on the other side, just automating a service and having it integrated in the public system does not mean that we are integrating the AI in public policy. It might look like we are integrating AI in public administration. So here is an important point we need to realize before working or integrating AI. Are we transforming the services provided from being delivered by human being to be processed or automated, and that's it? Or we really are on the technical base having AI as a partner from the beginning? Are we going to benefit from the Rashid's health policy application? I think definitely yes. The policy integration of AI was very efficient and effective. It highlighted the importance of AI and how we can govern it correctly, provided the framework that's really impressive on how they managed the different AI common problems from black box or the ethical part or different problems of AI. So I think, yes, we can benefit for sure, and we have to consider this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mona?
Yes, of course. In my capacity as a World Bank consultant, maybe this is the title that opens doors. Yeah. However, I did not present any confidential data in my paper nor in my presentation. 100% of the information and the figures I presented, whether in my Excel sheet or in my findings, were all accessible from the Ministry of Justice official website for the Kingdom of Morocco, plus other statistics that are easily found, whether in ILO records, World Bank, the Central Bank of Morocco. So nothing is confidential, don't worry. And to go back to your question, do we do them, does something come first? Do we implement the transformation prior to creating or filling the gap of digital illiteracy? Actually, I might have passed through this very quickly, but one of the cost streams of the project is legal aid. And legal aid is like a fund prepared for those who are underprivileged, they can't afford, women, and those who are digitally illiterate or they're not very much familiar with using these digital platforms. So there is a fund available to support them and to fund their needs. And there is a quota available in the budget to hire assistants specifically for this purpose, by the way. And that's what I meant by experts. I would also like to share that this project was actually implemented also as a pilot project in Dubai courts a couple of years ago. And I had the privilege of supervising the thesis that was done by one of the Emirati lawyers. And this was also an impediment that was raised as a finding, and they did the same. They actually incorporated into the budget of digital transformation a fund specifically for the assistants and the experts that will assist those who are digitally unaware or illiterate. Mind you, the UAE has the highest ICT penetration rate and the highest accessibility to smartphones, and yet they had this challenge that they dealt with in this way. I hope I answered your question.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you to the panel. Round of applause. Yes. One practice that we're starting this term, this version of the conference, I'm going to be presenting the certificates to the presenters. So first we have Dr. Mona Shoulemi. Thank you so much. Do a photo. Can we get the general screen to our IT support? Yes, it's a surprise this time. Perfect. We'll just wait one more minute. جاب حاجة تانية. Perfect. Done. يلا بينا. Yes. Go ahead. Yes. Fantastic. Thank you. And next we have Ms. Maisa Amir. There you go. And then we have Asma Abdelmawla. And last and definitely not least, Ines Abdelazim. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody for staying. I'll just let everybody go. So tomorrow we're going to be starting at 10, but we do have coffee and networking and getting to know each other from 9. And tomorrow we do have another AI session with our OECD partners. That's going to be later in the afternoon. So please come back tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a wonderful audience.